Hello, everyone. My name is Aladdin, and today's live stream is for ex-Muslims to call in and share their stories. Uh, Before we begin, if you would like to join this call, if you're watching live, the link is pinned in the live chat. Please give a brief overview of why you're calling, what you'd like to talk about. Depending on how many callers we have, we'll try to keep it to around 15 minutes each caller, but I'm not extremely strict about that. And what else did I want to say? Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit sick today, so if I seem a little spaced out or if I ask you to repeat, trust me, I am listening. I'm trying my best. And it seems like the algorithm doesn't favor these sorts of live streams, but at the same time, people really want them. The people who do want to call in or watch them really do want these live streams. So please be vocal if you do like these live streams. Give it a like, all that stuff, because it does help reach more people who can then call in. So I'll start by answering a couple of questions from a commenter who couldn't join live today. Iva is saying, I won't be able to listen live, but I have a question as a non Muslim. When you were still questioning, was talking to your loved ones helpful? So I can't answer that from my own perspective for privacy reasons, but I can tell you that in many cases it is not. In some cases it is. The problem is that the loved ones, usually if they are religious or if they haven't thought these things through, they usually stick to their position on things, and they get scared that they don't want the questioning Muslim to lose their faith or become a kafir, or they truly genuinely could care about them in the best case scenarios, but even that can lead to trouble, or it can make things more difficult for the questioning person. So it really depends. And in some, unfortunately, rarer cases, the family or loved ones are more receptive. Maybe even they had similar thoughts before. Who knows? But in many cases, it's not helpful. So you gotta assess each situation as it comes. And the second question was, how can one best support a questioning Muslim through their crisis of faith and accompanying emotional turmoil? Feel free to answer your version of this in the comments or live chat, but I have a few ideas about that. Um, First and foremost, you want to give them a space where they can voice their thoughts about whatever it is that they're questioning. It's not necessarily an opportunity for you to um, keep egging them on and say, yeah, you're right about everything. Just let them speak, because often that's what they need the most. They need the space to express these thoughts. Even saying them out loud or texting them to someone can help them process them. So I think that's one good approach to it. um, Remind them that even within their belief, if they're Muslim, for example, you can still remind them that what they're doing by questioning is involuntary and it's not coming from a bad place. So even if they believe that Allah exists and Allah is fair, in that mindset, they are safe from punishment because they're doing their best. And إنما الأعمال بالنيات, things are by their intentions. Basically, you're going to be uh, in Islam, or at least I believe it's Sunnis believe this, that possibly also Shias, but don't quote me on this, that intentions are what matter. So if they intend to honestly look into a question because they want to know the answer, then they're safe, even if they find that the answer is problematic. And that God knows that they're not trying to do it to fight him or anything. So even if they do remain Muslim, remind them that even if they manage to find answers to their questions or push them aside or find a way to make it all fit, they are likely to remain the kind of believer who questions their beliefs, and they're not likely to be the kind of believer who would harm someone else because of their beliefs or themselves. So just remind them of all the good outcomes that can come out of it, even if the outcomes are not necessarily leaving the faith. All right, so I've got a few callers already lined up. Not that many, but a few. I am going to start with Vlasp. I think that's how I will pronounce it. Vlasp, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's
Hey,
it going?
what's up?
Good,
Can you
good.
hear
How?
me?
Yep, I can.
All right. Yeah. I like to say Vlasp is just a nickname, but yeah, thanks for having me on.
For sure.
All right,
So,
yeah.
what did you want to talk about today?
Yeah, I'm kind of in a unique situation where my dad is also an ex-Muslim, and he came out to my mom, I think, 10 years ago. And since then, my mom has kind of been like grieving. And so I am wondering how I should go about coming out to her as well, because there's already kind of like a schism in the family due to that.
That sounds difficult, but I'm glad that there's someone in the family you can relate to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
So
tell me more about that.
yeah, yeah, I think my parents, they're both from Pakistan, and so my dad, I think he's always kind of been like an inquisitive type of person. He really didn't like it in Pakistan because people were so closed-minded there. And so when he met my mom, he decided that they would both move to the US. And I think that kind of showed that my dad had a foot out of Islam already. Um, and so yeah, I guess over time in the US, he kind of learned about all the contradictions in Islam. I remember my mom, when we were growing up, she came to me and she said, your dad found that like the inheritance, there's like a flaw in there where one like specific situation doesn't lead up to 100%. Can you please try to correct him and do the math yourself? And I was just like, what am I supposed to do here? I was like 10 years old. Uh,
Wow.
but yeah, there's always been something like that. I remember my mom was always trying to push us to do Quran classes, and my dad was like, "No, you should put them into like martial arts or something because that's what all my friends were in." And that kind of caused a whole fight. And my mom would use us as pawns to be like, "Tell him that you really want to do the Quran classes instead of the martial arts and stuff like that." So it's always been kind of interesting.
Well, how did it feel being in that situation where you were asked to say, Quran instead of martial arts?
Um, secretly to my dad, I think I did say that I like martial arts more than Quran. It kind of grew resentment to my mom, which I kind of still have to this day. And it's causing a lot of stress in my life, kind of where like every night I'm like, should I come out to her? Should I not? I'm away due to college, and I kind of dread going home every day or every time that I go home because she's always in my room telling me like 6 a.m. you should pray Fajr. And then I think she kind of figures that I'm questioning at least because every night she comes into my room and she's always like asking me, "Are you sure that you believe? Is there anything that I can answer?" Stuff like that.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that. It's not easy feeling that way about going to meet your parent. Should be easier than that. But I'm curious how she came up to you about the inheritance issue in the Quran when you were very young. Did do you know if she ever resolved that on her own, or did why do you think she didn't try to do that back then?
um, I'm not sure. I was in like the gifted math class, so I thought she thought that I knew more math than her. I think that's probably what was going on in her mind.
Okay. Um, yeah, that's very difficult. But how do you feel about talking to your dad about this right now?
Yeah, so he's coming in like a week to my apartment, so I'm probably going to like up to this point we haven't really talked about Islam. He's kind of hinted at stuff like, oh, you can like go to events with girls. Oh, you can like go on Halloween. You can listen to music, stuff like that. But we've never really had like a heart to heart. So I feel like I'm probably going to be ready for that this week, and I'll see how things go there. Because obviously he has experience with like how to talk to my mom about this because he already did it. So I'm looking forward to that.
That sounds like it would be exciting,
Mm.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that how you feel about it?
Kind of. It's always interesting to have someone who you can like relate to, and then finally like have a heart to heart with them. So yeah.
I'm happy for you that you have this opportunity, and I hope it works out for the best with your dad and your mom. Um,
Yeah, thank you.
I want to echo, by the way, one of the comments from Norse mythology saying, "Don't have animosity towards your mom. It's on her, not you. It's her thing, and that's okay." Well, I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about your mom's position on this, and how do you feel about your mom in general?
Um, she's been through a lot of hardship in her life, and I understand that this is kind of the natural grieving that goes on. So I don't really have any like I can intellectualize not having animosity towards her, but it is a very human feeling to be like, this person doesn't like me for who I am. They don't love me for who I am, maybe. So I can't help but feel that sort of inherent animosity. It's not like I want it. I can intellectualize like, oh, this is just the way she is. I believe in determinism, so I don't put fault on other people, but it's just kind of natural.
Does believing in determinism help you process the situation better?
Yeah, I mean, it helps me process pretty much every situation. It's a very, in a way, it's freeing because you realize that it's not nihilistic, but you still understand what's going on, and it's kind of freeing. Yeah.
Well, can you elaborate on that for the audience? Give an example of that thought process, a deterministic one.
Yeah. So I mean, this is kind of weird, but before an exam, I'm like, the neurons in my brain are already going to fire in this way during the exam, and I can't help it. I already, pretty much the result is already known. We're just going to go into the future and find out what it is. And so that helps me like go to sleep. It helps me relieve some stress. It helps me understand that like no, we all have like a place in this universe, and we're destined to be somewhere, and I find some beauty in that.
Does it ever make you feel like you have no control over your life?
Um, I don't have that feeling because obviously we all feel like we're in control of our bodies. It's more so like an intellectual thing. I don't ever have like an overwhelming feeling of fear or anything, or what's it called? Um, like feeling that I'm disconnected from my body. I don't feel that.
That's interesting. I'm always curious to know more about how someone who believes in or thinks of the world in a deterministic way, how they think of their own agency in life. Because some people think that if you believe that everything is predetermined, or um, if I'm understanding correctly, um, determined by other factors that have led you to this position, you would probably, or that's what people presume, you would feel like you have no control over what happens next. But
Yeah,
you don't feel that way, right?
yeah, like I don't live a day-to-day basis on like determinism. Obviously, I feel like I'm making choices. It's more so it's something that I can fall back on if I ever have any doubts or any stress. I'm just like, okay, you may feel like you're in control, but you're not. Everything is going to be the way that it's going to be, and it's okay.
How do you feel if I pointed out the parallels between this and predestination, or qada and qadar in Islam? Because a Muslim might believe that, everything is Allah's plan, Allah's will, so don't stress about it. Is
You
that
know,
similar?
it is. I actually, as a joke with my friends, I say inshallah, as a way. That's kind of like how I talk to them about this. It's kind of funny. It is a coping mechanism, and Muslims probably have the same coping mechanism with inshallah, uh, but I don't really have a knock on that.
What do you mean you don't have a knock on it?
Like I don't think that it's bad or anything. I think it's totally fine. It's human.
To feel like things are beyond your control and you shouldn't stress about them?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, just the coping mechanism part, but yeah, like reading some stoicism and stuff like that has kind of made me understand that like some things are just out of your control, and then things naturally follow.
Well, I do sometimes see the world that way. Like, for example, when I'm talking to a believer and I understand why, or I can see why they have arrived at this belief, even if I find it to be irrational or not factual. So that has helped me, you know, understand people around me a bit better. Uh, but I'm always curious about how, if I believe everything is predetermined, then that may take away my agency from life. So I'm still trying to figure that out. But yeah, sorry if I derailed the conversation into asking about that.
Yeah,
If
no problem.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
um,
just to tie in what you said, uh, there's this streamer Destiny. He does like politics, philosophy, stuff like that. And when he was covering the January 6th insurrection in the United States, he said something that really stuck out to me. He said, I understand why these people went to the riot, why these people thought that they were helping democracy. They were fed the wrong information. It's not their fault. But we should still try to stop people from having the wrong information that leads them to doing wrong actions that they think are justified, giving the information that they have. So it kind of like ties into that.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Hmm.
Um, well, before I interrupted you, was there anything else that was on your mind about what you were talking about earlier, or something else?
Not really.
No. Well, I really wish you the best of luck with that conversation with your father and your mother, maybe eventually. Um, what would you say to other people who are in that same situation?
Um, that's a good question. I would probably tell them to try to open up to someone at least, because it's not good to have everything bottled up. Some people think that they can take it all on themselves, but that's not possible most of the time. So I would try to at least come out to someone.
That is good advice. Just be careful who you talk to about these
Yeah.
things, but other than that, it's good to share your thoughts with someone else.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I hope you feel better. You said you were feeling sick. So
Well, thank you, and thanks for calling in today and sharing your story. I'm sure a lot of people can relate right now.
yeah, no problem. All right. Thank you so much.
Right. Take care, Vlasp. Bye bye. All right. Thanks, Vlasp, for the call. So we've got a few other callers in queue already. Thanks, everyone, for joining. I'm keeping an eye on the live chat as I speak, and I noticed one live chat. I'll answer it right now quickly before I get to the next caller, or I'll try to. Um, on Tangelo, is that how you pronounce it? Asks, how can we exist without a creator? I'd like to have a chat with you on that subject. So about that topic, I've mentioned before, the my contention is not whether we were created or appeared spontaneously after years and years of evolution, um, or both. There could be an in between there, because there's no way to definitively prove any of those positions. I mean, with evolution, I mean, how do we prove that it wasn't a god that put that plan into motion? Well, that's kind of an unfalsifiable claim. Um, there's a lot that can be said about that, but in today's live stream, I don't think we'll be able to get to it. So maybe some other time, if, for example, in one of my next live streams where I ask believers, why do you believe? It seems like this may be part of why you believe in God, is it seems almost inevitable that we came from a creator, or obvious. So we could talk about that in one of those streams. But thanks for the question. All right, my next caller is, let me look again. So Abdul. Abdul, by the way, I think your camera might be on. I'm not sure if you mean that or not. It looks black, but it might be on. You can turn it off if you'd like. If not, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. What's up with you?
Man, I don't know why my camera is black, but I don't mind like using my webcam though.
Mm,
Yes, so yes, right there.
yeah, there we go.
Oh, well, maybe it's
Yeah.
not yeah, let's you can use that if you want. That's me right there.
There we go. Yeah.
How are you?
So, what would you like to talk about today?
You know, first I will say uh, your live stream is really calm and peaceful. That's why I came in to talk to you a little bit about 15 minutes or so, if you allow me,
Sure. Well,
to
thank
just
you for
share
that.
with you like some life events that happened to me. So maybe you know we can
Sure. You
have some
said
discussion later
you
on.
said you were Ex-Muslim, right? Like you used to be a
Yeah,
Muslim, and
yeah, yes. Let me give you some
sure,
background a little bit.
feel free.
Uh, I was born in a Muslim family, and my dad and mom are Muslim. Practicing, but not really like hardcore like family life. It's just regular what Muslims do regular like regular prayers and do the Ramadan and just a normal Muslim life. So I was around 16, 17. I traveled to my brother. He was in another town in Africa. That's the time I was in Africa. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, can hear you fine.
Okay. I was there. One day, someone came to me and said, "Would you like to come to me and we go to visit my friend?" Uh, you know, I was like, "Your friend." I didn't get it really right away, but I followed him. So we went, and we went to this place. It was a church. He was the guy who comes Saturdays and clean the church and makes the church is okay for Sunday service. So he opened the church and then we went in. As a Muslim, it didn't bother me really, but because the idea, however, about the Christianity is like we all people of faith. We don't agree with things, but we can live together. This is West Africa. There was no animosity between Muslim and Christians. So yeah, I went with him and we were there. He finished up his what he got to do, and then he said, "I would like to pray for you." I was like, "Yeah." I didn't believe. I never believed in Christianity or anything like that. He said, "I would say, yeah, do whatever you gotta do. Just let's go." Because after that, we had to go do something else like that. I like to do with him. So yeah. So he kneeled down and then started praying for me. I remember till today all the words he said about that day. So he was praying for Christ to watch over me, to protect me, to be my friend. I remember those words like I'm talking to you right now. So that was in 1987. I'm 52 right now. In 1987, okay. So and then we separated. After that, I finished my vacation with my brother, and I came back home to my father. But the problem is, and also I was between the first three in my class. If I'm not the first, I'm the second or third. Never leave that spot till eighth grade. This happened, and I started falling back because that prayer got me really. If something happened to me, I couldn't understand, but I was really not me anymore. I couldn't explain it. Everyone around me like was disturbed by that. Me myself, but I couldn't explain what happened. Then lack on school, and then I went to see my other brother in another town. That's in West Africa still. There he was very, very abusive and all that stuff. Very abusive and very rude and difficult to live with. So life got so hard, and I was like, okay, what's my solution? I was still praying, regular Muslim, and asking, for Allah to help me, get better situation. But something happened, ticked out my mind. It's all right. You got introduced to a friend this year. Why you don't ask him for help? So I got on my knees and I asked for Jesus to help. If he's real, like my friend said over there, if you are real, help me. If you help me, then I will believe you. I said that prayer, then I forgot about it. 3 days after, someone came from Central Africa. A rich man came from Central Africa. And we were sitting, like 11 of us, we were sitting in a room. From the 11, he picked me. He said, okay, I got some job for you. but it's not here. It's not West Africa. It's Central Africa. Can you come with me? And a voice in me like, yeah, go with him. Go with him. Then I say yes, without knowing what kind of job, where we going, the danger, and all that stuff. It was very dangerous. I didn't know. So I followed him. He got my passport. He got me in a plane, and we went to Central Africa. My job there was to control everything he was buying in Bangui, which is a Central African Republic, to Congo Democratic. So all his merchandise from there was managed by me till they reach him in Congo. But between war just broke out, it became a very dangerous place. And I'll give you an example. One day I was in a boat and I got an argument with someone. You know, you don't make a difference between a soldier and a civilian. They all mixed up. It was a chaos. So he pulled out his AK-47, pointed at me and tried to shoot me numerous times. The bullet didn't come out. And when he clack out again, point out in the sky, and it works. When you turn on me, it don't work. And you point in the sky again, it works. When you turn on me 3 times, it didn't work. And then someone came and slapped him and put him on the way. He said, why you want to kill someone? It doesn't do anything to you. So that happened. And then I was like, okay, this is not a job for me. Then when I reached my place of residency with the guy, I told him, this is really difficult for me. I will try to find another place to go. Then I went back again. Between that time and the moment, I was still Muslim. I didn't change my attitude. I was praying normally. I was doing everything as a Muslim. And when I got, when this situation got really bad.
To clarify, sorry, you had prayed before to Jesus, but you still remain Muslim?
Yeah. I just said that prayer, and then when things got better, I forgot. I didn't even think like that was the reason. I didn't think. I wasn't. It's like the Muslim life take over everything. I was like, okay, it can't be just a coincidence, right? It's gotta be just Allah helping. So I'm moving forward to Central Africa, and things got bad. Okay.
Well, sorry, if you don't mind me asking, at the time when you prayed to Jesus, did you pray to Allah first? Did you try?
No, the thing is, I tried Allah a lot. My brother is still abusing. Nothing worked.
Right.
So I remember even praying, making some extra fasting for things to change. So, okay, when I got to Central Africa, I think it worked in a situation as I explained to you, got me really scared. And then I told my boss, I was like, maybe if I find opportunity, I'll go someplace else. Then, I tried Jesus again. I tried Jesus again. I said, this time, if you get me out of here, I promise you, I will believe in you. If you get me out of here. Then I got the idea of the visa, and I went to the embassy, asked for a visa to America. It was granted. So when I came to America, I forgot again. I went back to my Muslim life. Second time, I went back to my Muslim life. But this time I was remembering
such a big detail.
Yeah, because no, it's like it's coincidence to me still. I was like, it's a coincidence. It's still coincidence because you are really stubborn. With like Muslim life is like really difficult to be apart with. Your wife is Muslim, your kids. Your family. How do you separate? It's not easy. Like it's really difficult to find to do something else. Like life is not imaginable outside Islam if you are Muslim.
Well,
it's completely unimaginable.
Was there anything aside from praying to Jesus that you did to familiarize yourself with the Christian faith?
Actually, I don't. The bizarre thing is, you live your life as Muslim, and you kind of in the back of your mind, you'll be like, okay, is this all these things normal, or you crazy, or you something happening you don't understand? You are like in the confused state. At this moment, I was really in confused state. So when I got in US, things got really better for me. I had a successful business, and my wife is Muslim, my kids are Muslim. We're doing fine. And I decided, okay, let me complete now my duty as Muslim. I want to go to pilgrim. I want to go to Mecca, right? I want to go to Mecca. So I asked the fees, they're like around $10,000. Hey, yes, I got that easy. So then, okay, before I go, I need to read Quran. I need to understand how, if you go, how to behave yourself, how to, do things right. But I start having those visions now. One night, I was really reading the Quran, and then I lay down on my bed, reading the Quran in French. Actually, I don't speak Arabic. Every word I know in Arabic just to pray. Really, actually, I know some, verses like Fatiha and, some surahs I can recite beside the, Fatiha, so I can do my prayers. That's it. 3, 4, 5. That's it. So I was that day on my bed, and something happened. That's the one I want you to be focused on. That's what really I want you to I want to talk to you about. You know, and I was laying on my bed, and what happened was nothing have changed in the room. The fan is still on, and the clock is still ticking. I can see the clock ticking, and but what I see was the room changed color, like all bright in the room, all bright. And you can from behind the brightness, you can feel something. I can feel it, and from that is the conversation start. I can talk, and I can hear some back, but there's no sound around. I don't know if I make sense. If you got any picture of what I'm saying. So, and everything become like who are you, what you doing, this, are you finding your way? And when I ask who are you, like, I've been with you for all this time. And at the moment, my life start at the moment I was in the church with this man. The time I was 16, 17. That's the moment my life started. And
What were you?
and coming all the way.
I'm curious. What were you doing when you had this experience?
I was laying on my bed. I was, if you read something and then you lean back and sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I had the book in my hand, and the book went on the back of my head, and then I lay down on my back. Then everything started happening.
Mm-hmm.
So in the conversation, what I pick up was, you don't have to go to Pilgrim to look for me. I'm right here. I was with you the whole time. Then the question was nowhere near who are you anymore, because I really know in my mind it came out clear to me, this gotta be Jesus, because the person we talked to, I'm that person, and then you asked me this, and then because of me this happened there, and I see my situation in Ivory Coast where my brother was abusive, and I see my situation in Central Africa, and I see my situation in America. It's like it's all me. Don't worry, don't worry, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You'll find me. You're okay. Then I got when the vision stopped, I got really scared, really, really scared. For the first time in my life, I was 46. You remember, 46 years old. I got really confused and disturbed. If I take too much of your time, I'm sorry. Am I taking too much of your time?
Well, I don't want to rush you. I'll give you a couple minutes to finish your
Okay,
story.
I appreciate how much.
Yeah.
Okay, I will speed up. It's really slow. I will speed up. So the second vision happened, and the third vision happened after that. And the third one was like, you have to meet me here. Meet me here. With I will follow you. I will tell you where to go. And that day, I told my wife I was going to Home Depot. Then I went to church. I was heavy and I was heavy and confused. But the day uh, that I went to church, all the weight dropped. I become like a light, like a feather in the wind, and everything changed. All my perspective on things changed. Like when I would stop outside, I see people differently. I saw the grass. I started appreciating things like the trees, like everything that I see got a value. It was completely different.
Mhm.
So then I went to my community. I told them I'm now a Christian, and everyone got really messed up because I was the president of the community. I was in the first row in the mosque. I was really involved in the Islam community. So my wife really got really disturbed with this. And then one night somebody, they thought I was maybe what they call somebody put a curse on you. Somebody, they said I was demon possessed. That's what they said.
Mhm.
And somebody advised my wife to recite Ayatul Kursi on me when I'm asleep. So when I was sleeping and I was sleeping, she tried that 3 times. And then on my right hand, left my left hand. And when I woke up, I saw everything. Everything was completely clear to me. Then I told her, "Did you touch me last night?" She said, "No, she didn't." Then I went to work. And after that, she left 3 days ago. 3 days after, she tried again, the same exact thing. Then I saw everything, even the way she was dressed. Then I called her from my job. I said, "You did this to me. Why are you doing this?" And then she hung up the phone. She rushed to work. She said, "Yes, I did it. I said, don't stop doing this because I'm not demon possessed. It's just let's let things go as it is and see what's up." The community sent 3 imams to talk to me, and we talked. And I told them, what happened to me is not. I'm not really. I'm just explaining what I'm seeing. I don't know where I'm going with this. So to make things shorter, um, I'm here now, 52, a Christian, living the life I never expect to live. Like I have, I found a tremendous love after that, and things that I used to be scared of a lot of things like tender, like death, like you know, uh, you know, I used to have a nightmare about a lot of things, all gone. Nothing rush me again in life. I used to be like a rush for everything, and I slow down everything and I have a very peaceful life. So I'm just having like the best of my life, like in last 6 years. I'm a Christian, so that's why I came to see. Since you have a very peaceful, like uh, you know, live stream, I was like, man, you are the best person for me to open myself to and explain to you what happened. And so if that can benefit anybody, or that can anybody can, like
Mhm.
if some like that happened to someone, it brushed it away. I don't know what happened. I don't know, but what I can tell you, um, I have found peace in Christ, and this is my life. And thank you so much for listening. And
Sure.
I know your friends are now Christians, but I just popped in to share my little life with you guys.
No,
My kids
I
are
don't mind.
still
And
Muslim, my wife's still Muslim, but I'm the
mhm.
only Christian.
Well, thank you for sharing your story with us. And let me just get this out of the way. I am glad that you found peace and that you're able to see the world in a better way now. Um,
All right.
and I hope you know my skeptic side obviously has a lot of questions and would have a lot of things to say about this, but I'm trying not to make it about that. I
I'm an
might
adult. Go ahead.
um, no, and I still do want to get to the next callers as well. So I'm only gonna make it like one or two questions. Um,
Okay.
I wanted to know. So in your story, you hadn't really tried to seek Jesus, but through a coincidence, you were in a church, and then later on, you prayed to Jesus, and something good happened, and then or you were saved from a bad situation, and then later on, you were in a war torn area, and someone had tried to kill you, and you didn't die. And then you prayed to Jesus again, like a third time, and that's when you started seeing these visions. Um, my question would be, why do you think God chose to help you out when? And I'm sorry if this sounds harsh, but when your efforts to find Jesus were just asking for something selfishly for you, rather than people who are out seeking the truth and still don't see the sense in Jesus?
Yes, I found that answer in the Bible. After I became a Christian, I started reading the Bible. They gave me the Bible the day I went at the church. They gave me the Bible, and I started reading the Bible. What happened was anything I was reading is like I know before. That's the thing. The answer to your question is in the Bible. Like God chose you for a reason. I don't know the reason. I didn't. But when I came to the church right now, I see why I came to the church. I came to that church where the majority of them are really old. So I'm doing all the work for the church, like
Mhm.
all the work. So I became like, and God put on my way some mission trip to Mexico, like to see different things in life that I don't normally see, and to give my little help to people that you know give me the opportunity to be some place I never will be if I wasn't
Mhm.
a Christian, and to help and give my my testimony, help some people to see different perspective. I see why God chose some people coming from Islam faith, and you know people see that as like also some kind of hope. A lot of things happen. Like
Mhm.
I will see the answer is the Bible. Like you are chosen by God's mission. It's not like something you do. My peace, my initial peace that I don't call peace right now is my security was in Islam. That was where my security is. Now I'm completely isolated, single Christian in a whole community. A
Mhm.
lot of people will say a lot of things. Some people say that I become a Christian to become a millionaire. Some people say you want money, you want this, you want that. Actually, I spend more money
No, I believe that
than
you
I
are.
receive.
Yeah, I believe that you are convinced of how the experiences in your life led you to believe that God chose you or Jesus chose you. Um,
Yeah.
I will be remiss if I don't mention this thing that's on my mind. When I asked
Okay.
you when what you were doing when you had that experience where you saw a bright light and you heard these not really voices, but it's like you heard these thoughts into your head. You
No,
had
there's
mentioned
not thoughts. They're communication. It's not thoughts.
or communication,
I
sorry.
was talking and getting answer back.
Right. And in that stage, I had figured, and I was just guessing that it was at a point where you weren't sleeping or dreaming, but it was before, in that state where you're half awake. Because in that state, like, for example, sleep paralysis, it usually happens
Yeah.
in that stage of sleep. So in my skeptical mind got me thinking, is it, what makes you think that it's not your brain playing tricks on you if it's in a state where you're not fully awake and lucid?
Okay. I'll give an example. Before I answer that, I will give an example so you can see if it's a brain or not. Okay. I was passing by my friend's store. He had a store on Harrison Avenue. His name is Dua. I can provide you all the information. You can call him and ask him.
That's okay.
So what happened was I was passing by his store, and somehow happened I stopped by and I got in to ask him how he was doing. And he was hanging on his desk. He couldn't even sit down. For 3 days, he couldn't even tie his own shoelace. He was moving a fridge downstairs in the basement, and he had a wrong movement, and they hurt his back. He hurt his back so bad. So that was a few days after I got baptized. And I told him, okay, my friend, there's something telling me to pray for you right now. You gotta believe me. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. He said, yeah, I know you're a Christian. I said, let me see if I can do something. Something telling me to help you with this. I don't know what I'm doing, but let's just follow my thought. Then my hand started getting hot. Then I put my hand on his back. Few minutes after, this man was sitting down, jumping down, like tying shoes up, call his wife, the whole community. That's why they leave me alone. It went spread out in the whole community. Then uh,
Did
he
he
went
join
to his doctor.
Christianity? Did he join
No.
Christianity?
I come with that. I come with that. When he went to his next visit, the doctor said the brain, the back operation surgery was no longer necessary. He couldn't explain what happened. but the brain that was not sleep, dreaming or anything like that. That was physical. Then after that, I went to his store. He said, that's why I'm saying it's difficult to give up Islam. He said to me that a pastor come to him and said Islam and Christianity are all the same. I say I was believing the same thing. I'm not going to force anything to you, but what I said to you is like that day he was here, I was here. It was both of us in the room, and our third one was Jesus Christ, and your back got healed. So that was a broad daylight, like 10 in the morning. So how you explain that?
So what did your friend think?
He's in Canada right now, but I don't know. One day will become a Christian for sure.
Well, if I'm going to be completely candid with you, I don't believe any of this, even though I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm not saying you're a liar, but I don't believe for one bit that any of this is supernatural. But I will leave that aside because I'm not trying to disprove you or anything. Even if that is all factual and that happened that way, my one issue with these stories is that this God seems to be selective, where he's only doing all these amazing miracles for specific situations and specific people while letting the world burn for no like clear criteria, because you didn't, for example, you didn't earn it through really working hard to try to figure out who God is or something. And a good Christian, like there could be a Christian or a Muslim or someone who's not religious who's put in so much effort and they deserve help, but God just chose to give you a bunch of experiences randomly. That's the part I don't understand, and I don't see how that God could be loved.
You don't have to understand everything.
No, that's the thing.
You rely on your own mind, just you and what you've been taught. Don't rely on those things only. You have the Holy Spirit. You have God's Spirit.
What am I relying on?
No, you can rely on something else different, like ask for God, give a window for God to because I resisted God for a long time. Like I said, how many times, I ignored everything. I did that.
But I'm saying your attempt to find Jesus was basically asking him to do things for you.
No, I didn't find Jesus. Jesus found me.
Yeah, Jesus found you because you asked him for favors, not because you let God in or something.
No. When I read the Bible, I heard about something called planting the seed. The old man that took me to the church planted the seed in me, and the prayer got granted. That's what I call. It's completely different the way we say things. I understand that, but don't rely on your own intelligence and your own mind. There's something else you can do. Like open yourself up for God. He will come.
Right, and I have done that in the past. So how come Jesus didn't come to answer my questions instead of Allah?
No, Jesus will come two ways. He will come when you ask. He will come also by himself, both ways. When you ask, he will come. But you don't have to wait for him to come. You can go to him. You can ask him.
Right. If I go and I ask in a church the same questions that I asked you, they would tell me you wouldn't understand.
You don't have to go to church. The church is not Jesus. The church is you.
Right. If I ask Jesus, if I just ask in my inner voice or outer voice, if I ask someone for the answer is it's beyond you and you don't have to understand. That some people think that way. Some people just cannot get themselves to think that way. It doesn't mean that I have to obsessively understand everything in the world, but if it's something that I have to hinge my whole life on and my whole worldview, then I would require
I left everything for Jesus. I left everything for Jesus, and I'm fine.
I
gave up on my business. I gave up on my business. I gave up on everything, and then I'm doing some mission work for people. And I'm fine.
Well, I want you to think of if it's confirmation bias or not. Like in other cases where people did pray to Jesus and nothing happened and they died in gruesome deaths, or people prayed to Allah and good things happened. How do you know
they died in gruesome death? How do you know that?
There are situations where Christians died in a fire in a horrific death. Like it happens.
Yes, they die happy. No, you don't die in gruesome death. What you call gruesome death, I don't call that gruesome death. When I was in Mexico under the rattlesnakes and scorpions, I didn't see those as a threat because I was with Jesus.
Right, but I'm saying there are situations where
it's perspective. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry if I think I'm a little bit fighting with you. I'm not fighting with you. I just have passion for Christ.
No, what I'm trying to say is, like, how do you know that your case is confirmation rather than the exception to a bunch of random things happening and other people having the same formula coming up with a different answer?
I would say that if all those come together, don't consider them as a coincidence anymore. It's gotta be God. All those things don't come up all in once at one person.
Right, but if at some point, like, remember that you said that in that war-torn country where someone tried to kill you with a gun, but it jammed multiple times.
That's only one
If-
example. I can give you three
Right,
more.
right. If it hadn't jammed in that situation, do you think Jesus would be not God if you had died in that situation?
I might not know it was him because after that I went to meet him in person, in a
No,
dream
I'm
and in
saying
person.
if that situation happened in front of you to someone who had the same sequence of events as you, but they died, would that be proof because they prayed to Jesus and Jesus didn't save them? Is that proof that Jesus isn't real because someone was shot?
How do I answer that question though?
Well, because you seem to take it as because the gun jammed and you weren't shot, that is proof that Jesus is real.
You
If
call
Jesus,
the gun jammed. I call that a miracle.
right?
God don't jam like that and fire on the sky and come about, don't fire up and that fire
Right.
back on the sky 3 times.
What I'm saying is, if someone had followed the same exact actions and events, but the gun didn't jam, there was no miracle, would that be proof that Jesus is not real? Like, how come Jesus?
My point was not to find out if it was real or not at that moment though. I wasn't at that time. I was a Muslim. Remember, I thought Jesus was just a messenger of God.
Looking back at it, I'm telling you, if in the situation a Christian or someone who wants to be a Christian or someone who prayed to Jesus, the gun doesn't jam in whatever that situation is,
and they gotta kill. If Christian gotta kill, if a Christian gotta killed by someone, then he's okay. I'm not gonna make it a big deal because if he dies a Christian to me, I mean, there's nothing to worry about.
No, I don't think you're understanding me. If someone was in your situation, a Muslim who had prayed to Jesus, who had been to church, one had that seed, all that stuff, but he wasn't saved in that situation and he died, is that proof that Jesus is not real?
Nothing proves that Jesus is not real. Jesus is real.
Right. Like, let me give you an example inspired by a live chat here. If
I
won
understood
the
exactly
lottery,
I understood your question. Yeah. I just want to answer the way I want to answer it. That's all it is. I understood you.
That's not
you want me to, you want me to say that I don't believe in Jesus Christ, right?
No, that's not what I want to say. I want you to
No, that's exactly that's the backstage of that question. No, if I answer that question, then I will become like a unbeliever.
Do you think that the answer to that question makes you a non-believer?
I am a believer. I don't answer those questions. No, I don't. Because I have the proof of God. I can't answer the question of God not being real anymore. I can't answer those questions anymore because I have the proof of God.
But so if, to give a different example without Jesus.
Okay, go ahead.
If I won the lottery and I said, God is looking out for me, but the other million people who played and didn't win, they didn't win. Does that mean that God exists and they can believe that God doesn't exist using the same criteria?
Yes, you don't have to win 1 million to be happy or to know God exists. That's my point with you.
No, my
point is that your example is like you're going too extreme though. You're talking about death, you're talking about winning 1 million. There's a life between the two. You don't have to have those things or see those things happening to believe though. You don't.
I don't think you're understanding my question here. Is that I'm saying the same criteria that you use to arrive at the conclusion that God is real in your life. If the same criteria wasn't fulfilled in someone else's life and Jesus didn't show up and do these things for them, does that mean that they're justified to believe that Jesus is not real? Like, let's ask it this way. Does that mean that it's fair for them to think Jesus is not real because he never showed himself to them?
I'm not against those who doesn't believe Jesus don't exist though.
It's not about being against them. I'm saying, like, in the cosmic scale of things, from God's point of view, is it fair for them to not believe in God?
It's fair for everyone to believe what they want to believe. I'm not pushing my belief on anyone.
No, it's not about you. I mean, like, God. Would God punish someone for arriving at the conclusion
God
that
don't
Jesus
punish
is not
anyone.
Real?
God don't punish anyone. That's
Is
the
there
wrong thing to
no
say.
concept of hell in your religion?
With the concept of hell is your choice.
Yeah, I think there's a
You have,
disconnect here, but I have more
yeah.
questions and I have more to say, but I have to get to the next caller, unfortunately. So
The connection,
we'll have to.
the question of hell is just, if you ask me as a Christian, right? As a Christian, I would say it's your choice. Jesus is available, and then if you believe in him, you will never know hell.
I don't think you
That's what I'm
understand
saying.
what I'm asking there. But anyway, thank you for sharing today, and
Oh,
maybe we'll
thank you
continue this
for having me,
conversation.
man. I appreciate you. And then, all the
For sure.
questions were really not exactly the answer you want, but that's all I can do, brother. Thank you so much for your live stream. I love you. And then, have a blessed day, okay?
Thank you.
And I will be
Take care.
praying for your help. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right, so getting to the next caller. Abdul, I'm just going to remove you from the studio just so other people can join the queue, but you can continue watching on YouTube. Oh, and he's gone. Okay, I will answer just a couple of super chats and then I get to the next caller. And just to say something about that, if I'm not pushing back the whole time in the story, I want the person to share. It's not really about them proving Jesus or not, as is very clear. None of this really makes a good case for Jesus, but I'm not here to tear down everything. I was just trying to understand how he thinks. So Stop Scamming Man, thanks for the super chat. Says the YouTuber Jordan M seems to have a need to believe, though not necessarily unshakable conviction. All self-describing ex-Muslims criticizing Islam are shabby humans. Would you be interested in inviting him on for dialogue? I don't know who he is, to be honest, and I read some comments. He doesn't seem like a nice guy, but I'd be open to it. It's interesting to me that he could make that assertion when the other way around is, I don't believe that all believers are shabby people, or even that most believers are shabby people. So it's that's a weird position to take, but sure, I'm open to talking to pretty much anyone. And Christianity doesn't guarantee courage in danger. Take the Bible. Peter denied the following Jesus 3 times in one night before his crucifixion, and the other disciples ran off in the Garden of Gethsemane. Gethsemane. I can't pronounce that. Well, thanks for the contribution. I can't speak to Christianity, to be honest, so I'm not going to comment about that. All right, taking the next caller, and the next caller is MS. MS, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hi everyone. Hi AA. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. I'm kind of nervous for some reason, so I'm gonna try and stay on track. But let me know if you like. You have to ask me questions to kind of point, direct the story. That's good. I'm 28, and I realized that I was not a Muslim anymore when I was like 14. So technically, half of my life I've been a non-Muslim. I was born in West Africa. The first question that I've had about Islam was like I was much younger, but I didn't really have. I only realized this like recently. That was the first question. It was like the idea of the devil having so much power when God created him, and God had so much power, but yet he created a devil who would kind of derail us. So that was the first question. It wasn't like a sophisticated question. It was just like somebody was telling me, my mother probably was telling me about the devil, and I was just like, wait a minute, well, why does God let that happen? But I grew up in a very religious. My mother was religious. My whole family wasn't, but she was really religious. And actually listening to your videos, I find it very relatable, because I kind of grew up in a similar way, where my mom would teach me all these du'as about things, like du'as about how to get into the bathroom, du'as about what to say in the what's the word, in the grave. I used to wake up late at night when I was 7, 8, or 9, afraid that I was gonna die. So check my feet to make sure I'm not dead yet. I would wake up and just move, because at least they told me that the first thing that would die is your feet, right? So like I would wake up and like shake my feet, and I'm just like, oh my god, am I dead yet? So that was the type of religious that I was. I wasn't I wouldn't say the hijab was like forced on me per se, but it was I was definitely like, I was very like heavily encouraged to wear it. You know, like people would tell you, "Oh, you look so pretty when you wear the hijab," like so young, or when you're not wearing a hijab, you're wearing something revealing. It's like, "Oh, that's so ugly. Why are you wearing that?" You know. So I was kind of coerced to wear the hijab, and I didn't remember. What's the word? Like I wore it so much that it felt like it was like a part of me, you know what I mean? So when I came to America and I took it off, it felt so uncomfortable just being like, I wasn't naked, but like just wearing short sleeves and pants was so uncomfortable. Anyway, that's how I grew up as a Muslim. But I didn't fully question everything. Like I was super religious up until I got here, which was like 14. I was like reading. I was always reading the Quran, and we didn't just memorize it. Like I was actually like learning the meanings as I went along. It wasn't like, I think more emphasis was put on memorizing it and learning how to pronounce everything correctly than the meanings, but I was definitely also learning the meanings. I think a lot of misconceptions about Africans is that people think that we don't know the meanings, so we like fall into the tricks or traps or whatever. But I grew up in a society, like I'm a Fulani, which is a tribe in West Africa. We're kind of known for being Muslims, you know. It's kind of really hard to separate the culture and the Islam, you know. So it's like we're super into it and we know the meanings, um, just like there are Arabs who know the meanings, but they still follow it. You know, even if it's, to me it didn't make any sense, but to them they know it and it makes sense to them. So yeah, I was super into it. Then I came here. I didn't question anything until I was being forced into getting married. There was one of my cousin. He wasn't like a close cousin. He was like a fifth or third cousin or something like that. Kind of asked for my hand in marriage when I was like 6, but they were waiting for me to like get ready, you know, to be of age for me to get married.
How old is he when you were 6?
When I was 6, he was probably, I don't know how old he was when he was 6, but when I was 14, he was probably like 30 something when I was about 14. So I think,
So
I'm
like
not
early
gonna
20s or something?
No, I think probably 20 or less than 20 when I think about it. Because so when this was when I was still in Guinea at 6, he came to visit us. Like he was like traveling. He came to visit us, and this is the story that I heard, that my mother was so nice to him that he pointed at me. He was like, "Oh, I want to marry her because I want to marry your daughter because you're so good to me," basically. So he must have been like less than 20, but not really like an adult. That's what I understand from what they told me.
Right.
But then yeah, so he would like, it wasn't serious, like it was just like a passing thing, right? Until I became like 12 or 11, then I started getting the calls about it. Like my dad would call me, my mom called me. Hey, didn't live with my dad, so he would call me, but then my mom would tell me about it. And then one time we even spoke. Then
But you were still very young at the time. Like, I mean, yeah, I get he probably wasn't like physically attracted to you when you were 6 or anything, but it was more like culturally, oh, she's a good mom, so she's gonna have a good daughter, she's gonna raise her right, so I'm gonna take this one in the future. That's still messed up, but I get that it's not about the attraction in the moment. But then you were still what, 12 to 14, something like that, you said? When
when
the things get it. Yeah.
So I think I was like 11 to 12 when the actual talk started happening, like the negotiation and stuff like that. Like, oh, what's gonna, like the logistics started to happen at like 11 or 12 when I was still back home. I came here when I was like 13 and 12 and 13. So the logistics started happening, and then the talk was happening until I got here, but I still didn't want to do it, right? So it got to the point where my mom wasn't here. I was just with my dad and his other wife and his other kids. So he would call me, the quote unquote fiance would call me and be like, "Oh, don't worry if they do anything to you over there. Your stepmom does anything to you. I'm gonna take care of you." And in the back of my head, even as a kid, I'm like, I don't want you, like, but I couldn't speak to my dad about it. That's my point about my mom not being there. I'm not used to my dad because I didn't live with him. Because my parents were divorced when I was really younger, so I never lived with him anyway. So we weren't close. So I felt like I couldn't talk to him about anything. And there's a lot of, because I was super religious as like before I came to America, I was there was a lot of expectation of me to like be a good girl, basically, you know, and not like be rebellious or like be disobedient. So I felt like I couldn't tell him anything. So then it got to the point where like I literally had to like run away and stuff and like contact like the state and the city, like a city program around me, which takes care of African girls in trouble.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah. And what's crazy is that the city, when that program, I don't know if I'm making sense, that program, I went to them, they were advocating for the city to like do something. And the city was like, oh, we can't do anything because she's not in imminent danger. Literally, that's literally what they said. She's not in imminent danger because they didn't like, I'm not currently being raped, basically, is what they're saying. And in the meantime, my dad was like he took me to like an embassy or some sort for me to get papers to go see my quote unquote brother in West Africa. Not in West, he was like in another country. I don't want to say the country, but he's like in another part of Africa. So they were gonna ship me to him, right? And he was like arranging for me to like have birth control to make sure I can go visit and then come back and not be pregnant and still be able to study. And in my head, I'm like, bro, I've seen what you've done to my cousins back home. They were married, they were supposed to continue studying, but they didn't. They just ended up having babies and stopped studying. So to me, now I'm like looking at what happened to my other cousins, right? And they were back home, so sure. But to me, I was like, well, that happened to them, that could happen to me. Like my dad was literally advocating, and his brothers were advocating for my other cousins to get married early. And my oldest cousin, well, I had two cousins that was married before I came. She was like 14, the other one was 17. They were both sisters, and both of them, they got married and they were supposed to study, but they didn't. And I'm like, I did well in school. I was always the first. I'm just like, I want to keep studying. So now I got so mad and I'm being like coerced, and they were trying to use Islam because they knew I was religious. So they were trying to use Islam on me. And mind you, I'm like 13 and 12 and stuff. This was in 2007, 2008 and 7. So I'm like, no way, this is Islam. So I started looking up into the Quran now. So I started reading, and I had like a book that was like a Quran that was like French and English at the same time. So I would like, I'm still learning English, but I know the French parts, right? So I'm like looking through it, and I don't know how I found out about Surah An-Nisa. And I'm just like, no way, I'm going to prove it more. I'm going to go in there and read the Quran and make sure like they're all lying. And I go in there, I read the Quran, and I'm learning things about like inheritance and like things about the wife has to stay home. Or it didn't explicitly say that. But you know, I don't know if you know the verse, but it's like something about the wife takes care of the home and the husband is in charge or whatever. And the beating and all that stuff. And I was like, wait a minute, this can't be, like, no way, this can't be God. So then I just kept having more and more questions. And you know, I think from a very young age, they tell you Islam is like the truth, like that's the Quran is the final word, right? So then I'm like, well, this final word can't be right because God can't be unfair. Like, how can you be so unfair and be God? How can you create me to be unequal? That doesn't make any sense. Then sorry, I just thought about a thought, but it escaped me for a minute. But yeah, so I was like, this can't be God. Then the other thing is I was like 12 or whatever, but I wasn't, it's not like I was sexually active, but I was like learning about things that you're not supposed to do. Because you know how when you hit puberty, they teach you things, right? All of a sudden about you take care of yourself, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, why would God give me like the power to have sex, but tell me you can't do it? Like, or like, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like, it didn't make any sense to me at all. So I was like, okay, this God cannot be right. That might also be the time that I was like learning more about biology in school, like freshman year of high school, around 14. So yeah, I'm just learning so many things, and I had so many questions that one day I just started to pray, and God just disappeared. It was like poof, God is gone. I was just like, okay, I guess I'm not gonna pray. So yeah, I also had like a lot of pressure. So when we first got here, when we first landed here, it was like there was still a lot of Islamophobia happening. So my dad he didn't say it explicitly, but he kind of encouraged us to like wear pants and like not wear the hijab, right? So I took it off. But then there was still a lot of pressure for me to like act like a certain way. Sometimes, like they say we're going to the mosque, I'm supposed to wear the hijab a certain way, or don't cut your hair and stuff like that. There was just a lot of like there was just like a lot of scrutiny on my body for some reason. Like even when I ran away at that time, I came and the government told me I had to come back home. I came home, but I cut my hair first. I think now looking back, that was more of like a rebellion, like fuck it, this is my body. And I remember my dad being so mad that I cut my hair. Or like the time I got glasses because I couldn't see well because I was reading too much, you know, and I needed to see. He was so upset that now I need glasses. Like he was acting like I was broken for some reason. And I think all of this was like it felt like I was a merchandise, you know what I mean? So I think all of this kind of just led me to like really see what's going like what Islam is for real, like. And even now, when I tell other Muslim girls, like when other Muslim girls ask me what happened, and they still believe, they kind of can't understand it. But to me, I feel like if I hadn't gone through that pressure, I would have still been Muslim. And I think that they can't understand for that reason. Like, Islam is okay until you're like under like the thumb of it, you know. Like when they show you the full wrath of Islam, that's when you really like wake up and you're like, wait a minute. And when I saw that, I'm just like, there's no way I can be a woman and Muslim. And I think there was a moment that before I fully like, you know, that gray moment when I started looking into Islam and also looking into the sexism. There was a moment I hated being a woman. Like I hated it. Like I just wished I was a man. And I don't know. I forgot how long that moment was. If it was a month or a week or a year. But I just hated the fact, and like, yeah, it just felt like it just felt like I was like being punished. So that was it. And the other thing I think I wanted to talk about was about like the subtle racism in Islam. Like I felt like, and maybe I only feel this as a woman, but them telling me to like cover up and like do this, don't act like the non-believer. It felt like I had to look. The more I look like an Arab, the better I am. You know what I mean? Like you have to. You can't show your actual hair. Blah blah blah. Like,
Wait, I have a question about the hair. Sorry, you said that they didn't like you cutting your hair. Was there some religious basis for this? Like you can't cut it too short, is what they were saying?
Oh, actually, well, I said cut, but I meant shave. I
Okay.
shaved my hair, and they didn't like that. And I think there's like a ruling about not shaving, being able to shave your hair, right?
That I'm not sure about. So
Yeah.
that's why I was asking, were they like bringing up some kind of ruling and saying
Yeah.
Allah says you can't do this?
Yes, they did. There's like a religious thing where women are not supposed to cut their hair. You're not supposed to like trim your eyebrows or something like that. I forgot. There's like something else about your mustache. I think the mustache is okay, but I think the eyebrows are not okay. Yeah, there's like a ruling about the hair thing. But I felt like he was more than that too. I felt like especially with the glasses thing, or when I didn't eat, like I didn't used to just want to eat too much because this is not Islamic thing, but living under my stepmom, because you know she's not actually my mom. I felt like she was like, I didn't really feel welcome in the house that much because I was with her and her other kids. Like I was just like by myself. I felt like I didn't belong there basically. So I didn't feel too comfortable there. So sometimes I just would not eat. So then my dad would call my mom back home and complain like, oh, she's destroying her body. Like I just felt like there was so much, like I just felt like a merchandise basically. So the hair thing was, they did give me Islamic reasoning, but I also felt like it was more about like control over my body.
Well, how does it feel? Well, first of all, I'm very sorry that you went through all of this, and I'm sorry for your cousins who, did go back to their respective countries and couldn't make it out after that. And the way that this organization that you reached out to, the way that these social services cannot help till something actually happens, this really, really bothers me, and I hate how there's a lot of abuse that communities get away with, and parents and family get away with, because of that clause, that people don't do anything till it's too late. But how did you escape that situation, and how do you feel now?
Okay, just to clarify certain things, I think I wasn't too clear. My cousins, they were married when I was back home, so they were never here. They just got
Okay.
married over there and ended up there. And then the social issue, the social services, the government told them we can't send her anywhere. She has to go back home. So I was with them for 6 months, no, 6 days. Then, but after I came back, then my dad was serious then. And he was like, oh, okay, I know now you don't want to get married, so I'm gonna just let you be. So that's basically what happened. But when that happened, it felt like my mom called me and was like, oh, I was just being manipulated even more after that. It's like, I want to kill myself. This is my mom on the phone. I want to kill myself because my only daughter doesn't want to get married. And my dad was like, oh, I'm so afraid of her. Like, they were just like treating me like a complete outsider after that. But I think doing that, just reaching out to the social services people, even though the government didn't like take me away or anything like that, it kind of showed my parents that I was serious, that I'm just not gonna follow what they, everything that they say. And that kind of just gave me some wiggle room, basically. And the way I got out was I just ended up just going to college. Got into thinking I was just going to a college nearby, but I ended up just going like 2 hours, 2 hours, a 2 hour drive away.
And how has life been since then?
I mean, I'm okay. I live on my own, thankfully. I only come home when I have to on a holiday, where there was a moment that it was really rough between me and my parents, but we're slowly, like, we're okay now. We can at least joke, but it's never the same. Like, it's not like everybody else, but now they kind of just accepted that I'm not going to just get married to anybody, and they're not gonna force me into anything, and it's been like 14 years, so I'm not gonna tell them that I'm not Muslim. I'm just not gonna do that. If I go home, I'll pretend to pray, or I'll tell them I'm on my period or something like that. Yeah, I try to be courteous when I go home. Like, I'll try to cover up a little bit. It's not like I'm walking around in mini skirts, but they get, even if I'm wearing a knee-length dress, they get really upset. So when I go home for 1 day or 2 days, I try to be nice about it. Like, I'll put on something, and then I'll pretend to pray, and I'll leave, and then call them once in a while, and that's it. That's how we live.
Well, in some ways that's unfortunate, but in some ways I'm glad that there's this arrangement that has worked out for you. I'm really sorry that I went through all of that, and I'm sure a lot of people in the comments can relate. So I appreciate you telling them, how it happened with you, and I hope that you continue to have a decent relationship with your family, and that you don't feel too constricted even when you have to go back. But hopefully this new life is treating you well. I hope so.
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, I do okay for myself.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. So it is a story of hope, right?
Yeah.
Would you put it that way?
Yeah, I wouldn't have chosen anything else. I would have done it all over again. Yeah.
I'm really happy that it got you to where you are today.
Thank you so much for having me.
For sure. Oh, and before you go, Soleil Apostate, he wanted to ask you if you would want to talk to him, if you do prefer to speak in French or share your story with a French audience. But not to put you on the spot or anything, just notifying you of that. You can talk to him afterwards if you'd like. So
Yeah,
okay.
sure. I
Uh,
don't mind speaking to him. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't mind speaking to him, but I don't really speak French anymore. But
Okay.
I read it, but I can't speak it. But he can contact me if you like.
Sure. Well, thanks again for sharing your story with us today. And I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Oh, and I noticed that Hassan Radwan had actually mentioned the about how women are not allowed to shave their hair in Islam. That is a source for that right there. I know that that's maybe not universally believed in Islam, but I'm pretty sure that most women, if they decide to shave their head, would face a lot of difficulties. Okay, so I'm taking the next caller, and the next caller is Count Dracula. That sounds familiar. I feel like you may have been on the channel before, but anyway, welcome back. If not, then my mistake. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Count.
Hello. How are you
How's
doing?
it going? Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. And yes, I've been on the channel before once.
Okay.
I think it was the ex-Muslim success stories during Ramadan. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back.
Yeah. So the story I wanted to share is well, last month I went from European country to my hometown, and I wanted to do an internship with and to also spend time with my family. So I wanted to share what happened then. It was like the first month of me getting acclimated to my atheism. When I went back home with my family and all that. And so what happened was I did an internship, and what was I going to say? Yeah. So I'm very nervous. I don't know why.
That's all right.
So so yeah, it was an internship for 30 days, and I wanted to just get done with it as soon as possible. And I met someone. There was another guy. He was Arabic. He was just like me, and we got along very well. He was nice, and we started getting along, and then 2 weeks later, he shared with me something. He shared with me some secret about his relationship, and I felt like, and I felt like being a hypocrite, hiding the fact that I'm an atheist. You know what I mean? Like because whenever you're surrounded by people who talk about Islam and religion, and they say Alhamdulillah and all that, it feels weird to not give my take on this. Like I'm just hidden behind a closet, and I can't say anything. I'm scared and all that. But I choose very carefully who I should say and come out to. So after he told me this, I said, I also have a secret to share with you. And I said, yeah, I don't believe in God anymore. And he was like, that's it? I thought you were going to say you were gay or something. Because I said it in like, hey, don't tell anyone. It's a big secret. But I was like, yeah, no big deal. Like, it's just, you don't believe. That's how you think. But at the same time, he thought I was wrong. He didn't have, he tried to convert me back, basically. That's what happened. So
Well, you think if you told him you were gay, that would have been a bigger deal?
Yeah, that would have been much worse than being an atheist, apparently, yes.
Like you can fix. I wonder if he thinks it's because you can fix an atheist, but you can't fix a gay person or something. I don't know.
Because I'm not sure, but apparently gay people are born like that. So
yeah,
that's why maybe he thinks.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you ask him what would you have said if I told you I'm gay? or you probably just
No,
focused
it
on like
just
talking about
no, it just I mean I kept making jokes about it, but no, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't ask him that. Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, after that he tried to convert. Like I said, he tried to convert me back. He said like he made a bunch of arguments, like the ones that I've heard multiple times on the base, the watchmaker argument. He said, "Oh, but look, just look around. You look around the universe. Where do you think all of this came from? Did it just pop out of nowhere?" To be honest, like right now, I'm at a stage where I'm not trying to debate anymore. Like I really don't care. Because yeah, I just don't want. I don't really try to prove that I'm right or that I'm wrong. I just don't care. I go by one principle. I call it the safest assumption principle. It's basically whenever something sounds or looks too good to be true, it most likely is. And so you just have to, so unless there's strong evidence or proof to prove otherwise. So it's to be immediately rejected unless proven otherwise. That's what I go by. I don't care about the philosophy of life. I don't care what's going on.
So what's too good to be true in this scenario?
Islam, like the promise of heaven, you know.
Okay, the promise of heaven is too good to be true, so you can dismiss it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there's no evidence for it. That it only relies on how much you believe on Muhammad, because he's the one that made the claim. So if he doesn't give proof, you just investigate his personality. So what we know about Muhammad? Well, he married a child, he owned a bunch of slaves. You know, I don't, yeah, not the kind of guy you'd want to believe, give your entire life to, so to speak. Yeah. And so, yeah, to continue with my dialogue with this guy, there was an interesting conversation we had about the wife beating verse. So he tried to prove to me why God said it that way. I told him like I don't agree with this. I don't agree with the Surah 4 verse 34. I don't think this is the best solution that God could have came up with. And he told me no, this is how it should be, because this is how humans behave, and God knows how you behave. So this is how you should react when your wife steps out of line or something. But he didn't say he said it's the worst case scenario, not something to go to right away. So he gave an exceptional scenario to justify it. So he told me, so imagine your wife, right? You had a wife, she's wearing sexually provocative clothes, and she's trying to just go out with some friends or just go shopping. And obviously assuming you don't want her to go out in that state, what would you do if she refused to not listen to you when you tell her, I don't want you to go out like this? What would you do in that case? Would you talk to her? He told me like he told me like this. He said, don't be a pussy, because we know the answer. If you tell me, oh yeah, I'm just gonna try to be reasonable with her, yeah, you just that's just a cop out. You're not being a man. A true man, a man who is masculine, he's gonna he's gonna try to knock some sense out of her, if you know what I mean. So yeah,
so he's not even taking the approach of like, oh no, beating women is bad. It's more like, you know what, in some scenarios you got to beat a hoe, you know, that's his mentality. You just got to beat her. But what does he think? Like, did you ask him about how, okay, so the woman is complying because she doesn't want to be beaten by you? Is that what you wanted? Is that like the outcome is that your wife is only behaving the way you want because of threats?
I don't remember if I asked him that. I told him like it would be better. I told him it would be better if you just try to be. I said this basically. I said, if you love someone, if you're in a relationship, you're in a marriage, not just a relationship, a marriage. She's your wife. You love her and she loves you. If somebody loves you, she wouldn't even do that to you. She wouldn't she wouldn't try to do something that makes you uncomfortable in the first place, because she loves you, she respects you, right? That's what I said. That's what I told him. But he kept insisting that that scenario is going to happen. And at that point, I was like, well, how else would you? I don't know. It's just that guy had a exceptional mentality. Like,
I mean, if you're uncomfortable with the way that your wife dresses and it's and you guys talk about it and she is set on dressing that way, you're allowed to have your limits, just like she could be allowed to tell you, um be it healthy or unhealthy. She's allowed to tell you, I don't like when you behave this way or that way. And if you get it to a discussion and the end of it is, no, I think that I'm doing the right thing, and you disagree, then there are avenues to deal with that. Like, if you can't see eye to eye, then you're not a good fit. But it doesn't mean that beating it one way or the other would fix things. Like, if one person is coerced to do it, then basically, they're not genuinely doing it, and they will resent you eventually. That's my approach to it. But I don't know how this guy's thinking. I just hope he never gets married, unless he fixes his mentality first. I don't know.
No, I mean, he looks like. I mean, he sounds like a nice guy. He looks nice on the outside, but really, I just don't know. His moral compass is a little out of the way, because the last conversation we had about Islam, it was about child marriage, and yeah, I don't think after that I never I never brought up Islam, because he said he would, if he fell in love with a 12-year-old, he would marry her. Like, he didn't say he would. Yeah, he said he wouldn't, like, he said it's okay to marry a 12-year-old, but it's not okay to go to bed with her, to sleep with her. That's what I told him. That's what he said to me. I didn't. Yeah.
See, that's one thing. This is why when we talk about like child marriage in Islam, people sometimes focus on, oh, did she have her period? Did she develop her sexual organs? That's not the point. That's not even close to the point. It's like, if you're attracted to a 12-year-old, even if she's like fully developed, or even if you're not going to touch her till she's, this is gross to even talk about. Like, what is wrong with that person who would, like, I can give a theory. It's that they want someone who's subservient to them. Like, they like how she looks. They're like, when she grows up, she's going to look even prettier, and she's going to make a good obedient wife for me. What the hell is wrong with that guy? And you said he looks normal, like he looks like there's nothing wrong, but you never know his belief, huh?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I think he's normal, but then he talks to me about what he thinks about like Islam and all that, and I just get shocked. Like, the funniest thing is, I told him, like, I have a problem with this verse. I showed him the video, like, that Apostate Prophet published a few months ago about how Muhammad Hijab said it's okay to marry a 5-year-old. It's okay to have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old child, according, if you just look at the Quran without looking at the hadiths. And he said, and then he completely ignored that. He said, no, it's okay to marry a child, not to have sex with the child. And I was like, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we're looking at this. This is every time I have this conversation with him, we look at the same thing. We agree that Islam says, yes, it says this. It says that you can marry a child. Then it's, after that, it's just an emotional argument. It's, do you think it's okay or not? Like, and then
have you tried to explain to him why it's not okay to marry a child, even if you don't touch her? Or would you rather not get involved in that?
I tried to, but I think it just ended in I agree to disagree, like as always. But after that, like, I swore to myself, I'm never gonna debate anyone after that. I'm just gonna focus on myself, and yeah, just don't care about this.
It's a good mentality to not want to debate people or even figure out how they think. This is upsetting to me, to be honest, because someone can look absolutely normal and then you find out they're okay with marrying a child and beating their wife, and that's normal in that society. Like, he's not some kind of monster, right? Like, would you be surprised if someone else in his surroundings said a similar thing?
Well, he really, like, when he talks, when he tries to defend Islam, he sounds like a psychopath. Most of the time, he sounds like he just wants to prove me wrong rather than to than to look for the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, rather than to establish a common ground, he just wants to prove me wrong. He's like, oh, but what do you think? What do you think about your grandmother? Did she marry? Did she get married when she was 14? Why do you think it was wrong for her to get married? Sorry. Why do you think it was okay for her to get married, but you're criticizing the Prophet when he married a 9-year-old? Huh? What's wrong with that?
It's like they're all being fed from the same stupid source of apologetics. Like, I don't understand how this propagates so far. The same stupid talking points about, oh, your grandmother. Like, it's so classic. How do you see that person after this conversation? How does your opinion of him, how has it changed?
So I spent 2 weeks after that with him, and I don't know, but he seems like, I mean, because he has like some stuff going on in his personal life, and he shares with me his problems, so I empathize with him. But at the same time, he has these irrational, incredibly horrible takes. So I'm just like, yeah, I'll try to sympathize with him. I'll try to just ignore, like, hopefully he'll come to his sense. I mean, I'm sure, because I don't know, I just believe that he's gonna find. I believe he's gonna find someone to correct him or something like that. Because he told me, like, he's got some problems with his girlfriend or something, and he's trying to trying to fix the relationship, and it's getting better. And I'm like, okay, I hope things get better. Then I hope that and if I see that you're concerned. No, his girlfriend is the same age as him. It's not.
I mean, I hope things don't work out for them unless he fixes his mentality, because in the future, you don't know how he might react if she does something that he doesn't like. That's all I'm gonna say.
And also something, yeah. I mean, speaking of that, the reason why they have a problem is because he tells her to stay at home. Like, they live from different cities, like they're 2 cities apart, and he's speaking to her on the phone. He tells her, okay, look, if you want this to work out, I want you to stay at home. Don't go out, because only go out when I'm with you, because I don't want other guys to, or
I hope
whatever.
the
I don't
relationship
want other
doesn't
guys
work out. I hope this guy ends up alone until he fixes his mentality. Seriously, like, this is issues on issues, and what's upsetting to me is I can see he's just some gullible person who's absorbing this stuff from the people around him, but I empathize with him. I don't see him as a horrible monster who's evil on purpose. He's just stupid. Like, I'm sorry, but he's just
Yeah, I
stupid,
mean,
and he's
I
absorbing
didn't call
this.
him that, but
I'm calling him that, so you don't have to. Honestly, because I'm at my wit's end with these. Like, I keep seeing people as a combination of everything that's happened to them, but there's, on some level, you have to be smart enough to question yourself. This is horrible, because eventually, someone could have this conversation, someone like him could have this conversation and end up being more convinced that the things that he listed are okay, because he made his point in his mind, right? And then he ends up emulating those actions because he's now more convinced that they're okay. And what's upsetting to me is that it's not a surprise. Like, if you hear this kind of stuff from some guy in a European country, he's a weirdo, right? Like, this is like, tell somebody about this, or even, nobody likes him because he's a weirdo. But when your friend says that, or this acquaintance, I'm pretty sure people around him might feel similarly, or some people around him.
no, I did tell my parents about his takes, like his interpretation of Islam. They said, no, this guy's just bullshitting. That's not how relationships work. And another thing about relationships that he mentions is that a woman, and this is, I don't think this is the second most fucked up one, but he said that a woman, it's not that she must not, but she shouldn't refuse to have sex with her husband, and he gave me a scenario once again. He said, okay, imagine if you were with your wife and she stopped having sex with you. She stopped going to bed. She stopped being attracted. She stopped, she refused to get into, she stopped having sex with you for 2 months, 3 months. She gave you no explanation. You're trying to seduce her and that, but nothing works out. And you talk to her and she's still not in the mood, even after months of a sexless marriage. And he said, okay, so imagine then you're at work, a girl flirts with you, and because of your sexual urge, you cannot hold yourself back, and you're going to sleep with another woman other than your wife. So
Oh,
that's
poor
why
him.
that's why he said that's why Islam says a woman should not refuse to have sex, because then it would lead to zina. Apparently, that's his logic.
The thing is, though, this mentality is stemming from Islam. Like, there's a hadith where the Prophet got up suddenly and then came back and told his buddies who were around him, "You know what I went to do?" And then they said, "No, we don't know." And he said, "I saw a woman passing by. I got aroused. I went and I slept with my wife." And then he said something about women being like pawns of the devil or something of the sort, that they're fitna. And what a stupid, like, what a bad lesson to teach, that I got up, I got horny, so I went and I slept with my wife, and it's the woman's fault for enticing me by walking in in my vicinity. So keep an eye out, guys. Like, women are bad. I don't even know where to begin. Like, these scenarios that they keep coming up with, like, if you're married and your wife doesn't want to have sex with you, I like, in my mind, I would ask myself, first of all, what's wrong? I would talk to her. What's wrong? If there is, like, if she isn't,
I
if it's,
mean,
yeah,
sorry to cut you off. The reason he's right all the time is because he gives these unrealistic hypothetical scenarios, like no sex for a year, for like months, like
but that still doesn't
and
make him
no
right.
explanation,
Yeah,
no reason
you're right.
at all.
It's like a weird
That's
scenario
why he's
that's,
always like, yeah.
they always come up with these scenarios that don't actually make sense. Like, no woman wants to not have sex for a whole year for no reason. Like, there's always some kind of reason. And if there's a medical reason why her libido is down, then that's something to be addressed. There's so many layers to this. If her libido is fine but she doesn't want to have sex with you, get better. Like, look into what is wrong, rather than, like, if you force her, are you even enjoying it? If, like, the other person is doing it because it's a chore, like, what kind of, that's what I don't understand about these people. I wouldn't want to have sex with someone who's not into it. Anyway, I'm just ranting. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The thing is, I don't even know if he's just extrapolating on extrapolating. I mean, just saying what Islam teaches, or if that's actually what he believes. I cannot tell the difference. I just hope that that's not what he actually believes, and he's just saying what Islam teaches. But since he believes in Islam, then I'm assuming that.
Well, you don't know till the situation arises, and even if it doesn't happen, like, there's so many layers to how his opinion can be harmful before he gets the chance to act on it. Like, if some woman, does something, or gets assaulted, he's going to be quick to blame her, right? He's going to be among the crowd who's going to say, well, she shouldn't have been
Yeah,
there. Oh, well, she should have listened to her husband, all that kind of stuff. So he is playing a role, even if he's not actively going to harm a woman. He's playing a role in the society that's keeping women in those positions before he's even gotten a chance to touch a woman, or his girlfriend who's far away and he wants to control her. It pisses me off that this is just regular stuff that people talk about, and it's not a big deal that someone would have this opinion. Like, some people might disagree, but this guy is not seen as some kind of outcast weirdo that needs to be helped. No, it's just one opinion, that some Muslims have. Well, a lot of Muslims have, unfortunately. How do you deal with that frustration? Like, I know you said you don't want to debate anyone, and debating people about that is not going to help, but how do you deal with that, or do you feel that frustration at all?
I don't think I felt anything really. I like I said, I was hoping that he changes his mind, because I know that deep down there's something I don't know. He just seems like he wants to be good. He wants to please people. Not people. He's just trying to be the best version of himself. And I'm hoping that he comes to his senses and all that. I didn't really care about what he was gonna do after that, because we don't see each other anymore. And I don't know. I'm just me. I was like, okay, you do you. I'm just gonna, each of us do whatever we want.
Well, I hope that he comes to his senses someday. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know what else to say. Except the fact that when I like, the whole purpose of these discussions that I had with him is for him to convince me back into Islam. I present to him the issues that I have with Islam, like child marriage and wife beating, and he makes it 10 times worse. And I'm like pretending that I agree with him. So to avoid any debates, and so that he doesn't get pissed off, because I mean, most of the time we weren't debating. He was playing me videos of sheikhs and da'is who were like clashing and roasting the atheist mentality, saying how these atheists are stupid because they think that stuff came out of nothing, whatever.
Well, how do you have the patience? How do you have the patience to sit through it and act, and also like say like, oh yeah, you make some sort of sense? Like how do you have that supernatural power?
That's supernatural power. Well,
for self-preservation, yeah.
When he was doing that, he was playing these irritating videos. I tried to, well, because he was coming from a good place, he was trying to get me back to Islam. I was like, okay, maybe he's trying to prove a point. Okay, let me just wait. Let me see if if he's actually trying to prove something here. And then when the video ends, he's like, you see, this guy is actually, these people, to be honest, I just zone off when these people talk, because they don't make any sense. They just jump from subject to another, and they keep like, it's just insults. They insult atheists without presenting anything, without saying why we think the way we think, without criticizing us, like criticizing the mentality of atheism rather than attacking us. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. That's the whole video. So yes, in the end, I didn't learn anything. I still hate Islam. I mean, not hate. I still disagree with Islam. It didn't really end up being fruitful. And even worse, he told me, like, you should watch this Zakir Naik video. I told him, Zakir Naik. You should watch this Zakir Naik video about, I think it was, wait, what was it? Oh yeah, it was he converts an atheist on the spot. You know those type of videos?
Man, yeah. I can't even get through like 2 minutes of that stuff. Yeah.
So he sent me one of those, and I'm like, okay, well, I didn't watch it, first of all. And he said, well, then you don't want to convert back. You don't want to go back to Islam. I told him, oh, why should I even go back to Islam? I told him there are 40,000 gods, right? There are 40,000 gods across all human history. Prove to me why why does it have to be, why is the cause of the universe have to be specifically God, knowing that all 40,000 of them have been rejected? And why does the God have to be specifically the God of Islam? And he told me, basically, he said, shut the fuck up. When you die, you're going to find out.
So like his sheikh then, like the sheikhs he was showing, basically.
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
Wasn't there a verse where Allah basically says, how about you extend a rope to the sky and like hang yourself and figure it out? I think that's a verse.
Wait,
if
what?
someone, yeah, that's a verse. If someone can pull up that verse, yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Oh well.
Wait, is there really a verse like that?
Yeah, I'm sure someone's gonna pull it up in the live chat. It's basically God.
Oh, you don't believe in me? Why don't you kill yourself?
I don't remember what the situation was exactly, but it was to some situation. He was basically F around and find out, like go kill yourself and see what happens. Like you'll see at the end of times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, yeah, if the proof will come after death, that should be a huge red flag. That's like, I'm going to sell you a bridge, but I'll give you all the documents after you
Well,
pay me and go die. Like, what?
once
Yeah.
again, he didn't say it as an insulting way.
Yeah,
He
I know.
didn't tell
I
me
get
like,
it. Yeah.
go kill yourself. No, he said he's trying to scare me. And I told him, I came up to him, I said, like, why are you trying to scare me? Like, because you're supposed to be scared. I'm trying to save you, man. You're supposed to be scared. You're supposed to fear the wrath of God and all that. Yeah. Because I told him, and at the end of the day, I told him, look, I'm just, if I end up like pretending, right? If I end up pretending to believe, I'm still just pretending. Like, Pascal's wager is not gonna get my ass out of here. Like, you know.
Unless God is that vapid that even the act, like someone acting like they respect them, even though God knows that person doesn't respect you or love you, if his ego is so fragile that even the acting part is enough, that's really pathetic, isn't it? That, God wants you to even pretend even though you don't believe, just because he would be hurt if you don't.
Mhm.
Thanks for sharing this
Okay,
very
well,
frustrating encounter you've had. But
yeah, and
yeah,
I'm sorry for making you even frustrated.
it's okay. Yeah. Well, take care, and I hope you have a wonderful
Yeah.
rest of your day.
All right. Goodbye.
Thanks. Bye. All right. So we've got some spam in the comments. That's new. I have never experienced that before, but thankfully I was able to remove that. Okay, so we are getting to the next caller. Oh, someone did pull up the verse. It is verse, was it Surah Al-Hajj, verse 15. Whoever thinks that Allah will not help his prophet in this world and the hereafter, let them stretch out a rope to the ceiling and strangle themselves. Then let them see if this plan will do away with their cause of the rage or something. So basically, it's fuck around and find out, which is very interesting that God would be saying, "You want proof? You want to see if I'm gonna back up my prophet? How about you go die?" And no, not go die. Go kill yourself, and then we'll find out. Man, every other verse could be a whole video. That's what you guys don't understand. I'm overwhelmed by the amount of things that can be spoken about in Islam. Live streams are a little bit easier, where I'm just getting to hear people, and it's good. I'm getting people to share their stories as well. So I'm not the only one who's always talking and sharing his point of view. But it's also very overwhelming because I don't know where to start with all this stuff. Okay, so the next caller is Exmuslim Muslim is their name for some reason. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going, Exmuslim? Are you there? I can't hear anything. If your mic is not working, try a different mic. I'll add you again in after the next caller, I suppose, if it's still not working in a second. Vamping. Yeah, I don't think it's working, unfortunately. I'll bring you back after the next caller. Sorry about that. So, Love Child, I'm adding you next. Love Child, in 3, 2, 1, going.
Hi. Can
Hi.
you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Hi, thanks. Oh, just give me a minute.
Sure.
Okay, because I think there might be too much noise coming in. Hello. I'm a bit nervous, actually. I've never done something like this before.
That's all right.
But, first of all, I would just like to say that, I'm really, really thankful for people like you who, are like speaking out for us and also, giving us a platform and giving us a voice. So to get into it, I'm an ex-Muslim, also from West Africa, from Senegal, most precisely. I would say I left Islam around when I would say 16. I'm about to turn 21 now, so I guess it's been 5 years. So Senegal is a Muslim majority country. And I guess I just wanted to talk about how, like, my journey from, being a Muslim in a Muslim country to eventually leaving the religion. Well, to start, I think, to be honest, even when I was really, really, really young, I was quite skeptical about, the religion, the teachings, and, even the existence of God. But still, I still wanted to believe, because everyone around me believed in God. And for most of my life, I did not even know that there was another option, like a God has to exist. That was my mentality for most of my life. But there is always something about Islam in particular that just did not sit right with me. So I think one of the earliest examples was when I think I was around 7. I used to go with my dad every year to buy a sheep during Eid. Well, we call it tabaski. I think the Arabic term is Eid al-Kabir. I'm probably not pronouncing it right because I'm not an Arabic speaker.
Yeah,
But
that phrase means the bigger Eid, or the bigger Eid of the two. So
So I
Eid
used to
al-Adha.
go every year with my dad to buy a sheep, because in my country, for Eid al-Kabir or Tabaski, we do sacrifice a sheep every year. So I used to go with my dad every year, and I remember one day I was in the car with him, and I was like, "Dad, but why exactly are we, killing a sheep like this every year?" And so he told me the story of Abraham, or Ibrahim, and his son Ismail. And so he was telling me about how God asked Abraham to kill his son, but then eventually replaced the son with a sheep. And so that is why we're kind of like celebrating that. And he was telling me that the reason why God supposedly asked Abraham to kill a sheep was to, in a way, prove to God that he was, I think, loyal to him, that he truly believed and stuff like that. And so, it's one of those stories where you're supposed to be like, oh my God, that is so beautiful. He believed in God so much. He was ready to kill his son. And I 7-year-old me was just sitting there like, that is actually horrifying. That is quite scary. Why would an all-loving God ask one of his followers to kill his own son, and a young son at that? He was not. I think people say he was either like a child or a teen, so he was young. But I didn't say anything. I was just in my head like, that's terrible, but I didn't say anything. I was just like, oh, okay. And I think shortly after that, I actually had a nightmare about both my parents just throwing me off a building because God told them so. So,
I'm sorry.
yeah, it was a weird thing. And I think growing up, because I used to have Quran studies. Like my mom, she hired someone to like teach me the Quran when I was younger. And the thing is, I really just had to like memorize the things in Arabic, even though I did not speak Arabic. And then at the end of it, the teacher would kind of like give me a very brief explanation of what the verse meant. And a lot of times, stories like this would come up, and every single time I knew that I was supposed to see some kind of beauty in it, but most of the time I was just left thinking, oh, that's terrible, or are we actually supposed to be praising these things? Like, why are we romanticizing death or wars or all these things? And for a while, I actually thought something was wrong with me because I was not able to see the beauty in all these stories that people used to tell me. So it was actually really hard for me because I was like, maybe I don't believe enough. But either way, I was sure that the fault was mine. Like something was wrong with my mind, something was wrong in my head, and I was supposed to see the beauty in these things, but somehow I was not able to. and I remember asking God to, maybe like open my eyes or open my heart or whatever that was, so I would be able to see the beauty that everybody else around me seemed to see, but it never really happened. Every time I would hear those stories, it would still be the same reaction. I would still feel like something was just wrong. But yeah, I think when a turning point for me though was when I was around 14. I don't know if people heard about Charlie Hebdo.
That's can you give us a brief overview?
Yes, so I think it was back in 2015, I think. So basically, there's this satirical newspaper, not really a newspaper, but this satirical magazine kind of in France where they used to have, just satirical comics about political figures, religious figures. And at one point, they made a comic about Muhammad, right? And so shortly after that, they were attacked, and a lot of people were killed. And, the thing is, Senegal was colonized by France. So, like the two countries are still really linked together, like by history, through like economy, through politics. So when that happened, it was like all over the news. I mean, it was all over the news everywhere, but still, I think somehow it kind of affected us a little more because we kind of had like a tight-knit, like quote unquote tight-knit relationship to France, politically. And so when that happened, I was one of those Muslims who would just automatically say, well, that's not real Islam. I remember actually going on the internet, and every time someone would use one of these things to say, oh look, this is what Islam is about, I would jump in and say, no, this is not real Islam. Islam is a peaceful religion. I am not like that. My parents are not like that. My friends are not like that. So this is not representative of Islam. And I do understand that not obviously most Muslims would not just go around killing people and burning down places. But I'm just realizing I used to say, oh, this is not real Islam, but I had no idea what I even meant by quote unquote real Islam. In the end, I think I was just trying to like defend myself and the people I loved because I did not want to be associated with the violence and everything. But when you actually look into it, you get to know that there is a lot of verses and hadith that do give some kind of justification for these people to do these things. But I did not want to see that. I did not want to admit that. And I would just go around telling people, well, this is not real Islam. You don't know what real Islam is, even though I didn't know either. But it was really a hard time for me because I was truly horrified by what happened. And there was this whole movement where people would say, Je suis Charlie, like I am Charlie, in support of like the people who died. But then in my country, I would go around the street and there would be people wearing shirts that said, Je ne suis pas Charlie. I'm not Charlie. As in to say, like, it was weird because when I was talking about this whole thing with people, they would be like, well, that's not real Islam. Like, we're not violent people. Islam is peaceful. But those people should have never done, what they did. In a way, they kind of got what was coming for them. You should not mock Islam. So they kind of deserve it. That's basically what people were saying.
How common is that sentiment, by the way? Because people don't believe me when I say, like, a huge chunk of Muslims say this. In your experience, how common was this? The people who are not saying you should go out and kill someone who draws, but they got what they're coming. What they deserve.
Pretty much everyone. And like I said, you would go out in the street and people would be wearing those shirts. Like a lot of people would be wearing shirts that said, Je ne suis pas Charlie.
That's a weird position to take, right? Because if you're saying I am not the person who just or the entity that just got attacked by a terrorist, then who are you? Like in this specific situation, who are you with then?
Yeah, so yeah, it was really hard for me to like grapple with this whole thing because, as you said, it's like really contradictory. Like at one point, I was like, well, what do we actually stand for? Because everyone is saying, well, yeah, it's bad. You're not supposed to kill people. But at the same time, people are saying, well, it's kind of fair. So it's like, are we defending murderers or are we not? Because, people were not really, taking a real position. And I was really confused. It was just really hard to like grapple with. But still, I continue to like defend Islam. I continue to, tell anyone who every time anyone had any kind of criticism about it, I would jump in and say, well, you're wrong. It was a weird thing, but I think around that time as well, I think you and I had, kind of a similar, mindset, because at one point I also like sat down and wonder, wait a minute, why do some people who, let's say, are not Muslim but are still good people supposedly going to hell? Because I was, I don't know, I was seeing a lot of people from, a lot of different cultures, and they're all amazing people. And it actually made me incredibly sad to think that those people would most likely burn in hell for all of eternity just because they're not Muslim. Like, to me, that just did not make sense, because I would see like all these people from like different parts of the world who had like, beautiful mindsets, who were like doing all those good things. Maybe some of them believed in another God, or like some of them did not believe in God at all. But still, it did not make sense to me why they should burn for all of eternity. If God is really like all loving and good, I was thinking, even if they don't believe, if they're good people, they should not, be punished in that way. And then I was also thinking about all the people who, were never introduced to Islam, or like the people who were born in different religions. And then in my own society, the thing is, Senegal is a Muslim majority country, but we also have like a Christian minority, and actually half of my family is Christian. And that's because, both my parents were Muslim, but my dad, his mother, used to be a Christian. But when she married my grandfather, she converted to Islam. And so, but still my dad has all these, cousins and aunts and uncles who are still Christian. So that's why like a big chunk of our family is still Christian. And so, because I actually have a Christian name. My dad named me after one of his aunts who's Christian. And so a lot of times I would have people asking me, oh, are you Christian, because of my name? And I would say, no, but half of my family is. And they would ask me like, oh, how is that? And I would explain to them that my grandma used to be a Christian, but she converted. And people would always be like, oh, that's amazing. She did the right thing. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, I'm really glad your grandma did that. I'm really glad she saw the beauty in Islam. And then I would bring up the fact that actually one of my dad's sisters converted to Christianity. She was born a Muslim, but she converted to Christianity. And I would also, and that also explains why part of my family is Christian. And then people would have, they would do a 180. They would be like, why? That makes no sense. Why would she go back to Christianity if she was a Muslim? I was like, well, I guess part of her a good chunk of her family is Christian. I guess she just resonates with Christianity more. And people would be like, no, that is so wrong. She's not supposed to do that. And I was still really young, and I was so confused, because in my mind, I was like, why are you mad? Like, she still believes in God. So I had such like a simplistic mindset. I was like, we all believe in God. So like, what exactly is the issue here, right? I know it's not really.
Did you ever think of like how can't they see that a Christian would be thinking the same exact thing if the roles were reversed? Did you ever did your mind go there at the time?
I don't think so. I think I was just thinking that it didn't make sense for them to be upset if she was still religious. Like in my mind, I was thinking, if we all believe in God, if we're all doing good things, and there should be no issue, like whether we're Muslim or Christian. I don't think it should be that big of a deal, and I just did not understand the reaction. Um, it was just weird because they had this double standard. Like they're praising my grandmother for converting to Islam, being Christian and converting to Islam, but then they were appalled by my aunt, leaving Islam for Christianity. And I think that's when I started to see a lot of hypocrisy within my community. Like people would all be really nice to each other. They would be very civil, but then any occasion they would get, my Muslim friends would, if there was a Christian in the room, they would if religion came up, they would try in a way to discredit Christianity or talk about how Islam was better. Or sometimes I'd be with my Muslim friends and they would talk about how Christians, they drink alcohol, which is bad. They eat pork, that's disgusting, and they're going to hell. Even though we had some Christian classmates, some of us had Christian family members. It was just so weird to me how people would go around and being all nice, but then on the flip side, they would look at the Christians as if they were kind of lesser, as if they had this idea that yeah, you can do what you want, but at the end of the day you're wrong and you're doing the wrong things and you're going to end up in a bad place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really, I guess I just hated how people were so two-faced about these kind of things, and it really made me question the morals behind religion and belief and all these things, because it was just horrible how people would pretend to be moral and stuff, but then if you were different, if you believed in something different, they would suddenly look at you like you were somehow less than human in a way, especially if you're an atheist, because a lot of people have this idea that atheists are immoral, they have no direction in life, their life makes absolutely no sense, they're evil, etc. Or Christians, they're drunkards, they drink all the time, they eat pork, which is disgusting, and etc. It's a really weird thing.
What's something that's funny is you said we think very alike, and then you started describing how we think of how disbelievers, they're not really bad people who deserve hell and so on.
Yeah.
Moments before that, I had written down on my piece of paper that we think very alike, because a lot of what you describe about your story matches mine. Not the part about Christian family members, but or the country of origin, but you were talking about how the Charlie Hebdo, when that happened, I was also online arguing, telling people this is not real Islam, all that stuff. I saw sentiments about how oh, don't insult the Prophet and all that stuff. I saw that very commonly from Muslims, but I didn't pay attention to it because in my mind I was thinking God can handle that. If someone draws the Prophet, God will handle it. I don't care. I'd rather him not be drawn, but now let me focus on telling the non-Muslims that terrorism is not Islam. That killing someone who draws the Prophet is not Islam. And I was just arguing, and I'm like, how can there be 1 point whatever billion terrorists in the world, and the same talking points that everyone used at the time. And so we were very similar there. And before that, when I was young, when I was learning Quran, it would be I'd learn the verses and then the Shaykh would tell me about the verses. He wouldn't always go into detail, but I always had questions, and I understood them natively in Arabic, but there was a lot of clarification needed.
Yeah.
But I also saw the same issue with the whole moral of the story thing. I mean, even if you concede that magic is real and God can make things appear, disappear, all that kind of stuff, sure, that the miracles that don't happen anymore, let's say they did happen, you start thinking, what was the moral of that story? What is the cool thing that we're supposed to take home here?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think people talk about that enough. Like they keep talking about the scientific mistakes and all that stuff, but like you mentioned the story of Ibrahim, that's a very good one, or Solomon flexing by bringing the throne of that woman, the leader of Saba, bringing it very quickly. Therefore, she converted to Islam because he used the jinn to bring her throne. Like, what is the moral of the story here?
Yeah.
Flex on your enemies, and that's how you win. Like so I relate with a lot of what you're saying a lot, and I just find that funny that we come from very different backgrounds, yet we have a similar story.
The funny thing, though, is that at one point when I was like a teenager, I actually had, kind of a phase where I came back to Islam. So it happened in a really funny and silly way. So a YouTube video just randomly popped in my recommendations, and it was actually a Christian woman, right? It was actually weird for me because I was not, really watching any religious content, so there was really no reason for that video to like pop up in my recommendations. So I was like, oh, that's weird, that's really unusual. So I clicked on it like out of curiosity, and basically she was talking about how the end of the world was near and the day of judgment was coming. It was just a lot of fear mongering, right? And at the time, even though I had like a lot of doubts, I still considered myself Muslim. I still believed in God. I still believed in the religion. So when I saw that, and the fact that it was weird that this video just randomly popped in my recommendations, I was like, oh, maybe this is like a sign. I mean, I was about like, I don't know, 14, 15. I was really, impressionable. And I still believe. So, I see this and I'm like, oh, maybe this is God sending me a sign because I've been straying, away from the religion lately. So maybe this is God, calling me back and telling me to, pay attention. So this woman, she was talking about how the end of the world was like, so near that we should all be scared and we should all come back to God and stuff like that. And I actually cried watching that stuff. I was genuinely scared and terrified because I was thinking, oh, it's been a while since I last prayed. It's been a while since I last read the Quran. I've been having so much doubts. Like, if I die right now, I'm definitely going to hell. So from that point on, I was like, I need to make a change. I need to do something because obviously I do not want to like burn for the rest of eternity. So I actually, went back to praying 5 times a day. I was listening to the Quran every morning. I was reading the Quran like, I would say like every afternoon. I was trying to like read a verse every day. I was listening to the Quran every day. I was doing all the 5 prayers. Like, I was really doing my best, kind of get God to like forgive me in a way. And then this went on for a while, but at one point I sat down and I was thinking about, I don't know, at one point I don't remember what triggered it, but at one point I was questioning. I was like, why am I doing all this? And that's when I realized that I was only doing all these things like, praying, reading the Quran, and listening to it only because I was terrified. Like, I was doing all those things out of fear. It was not like out of love for God. It was not because, it was just out of fear. Like, I was a terrified, child, like a terrified 15-year-old who really thought that she was gonna die soon and then just burn for, the rest of eternity. And then around that time, I was also coming across verses like the one that MS mentioned, especially like 4:34, and also that one verse that says that in certain situations, the testimony of one man is worth the testimony of 2 women in court, and how in the Hadith about like how women are deficient in their religion, in their intelligence, and all of that. And as growing up in a community like this, being a girl, I was really good at school, but I always felt like I had to prove myself in a way. I had to prove to people that, yes, I'm a girl, but I'm smart, because guys would always try to, use these things to bring you down. They would always be like, well, you should focus on being a wife first, and stuff like that. And when I came across all those things, I obviously I thought it was terrible, because why is the all-loving God who created me telling me that just because he created me a woman, I'm inferior, or I'm not as smart as a man just because I'm a woman, like no other reason, like just because I was born this way. I have these, I have less rights in a way. I should look up to men. I should think of myself as, just not as smart and not as, deserving of certain things. Men are my quote unquote caretakers or lords or whatever. And then I also came across some really violent hadith, about how we should treat apostates and how we should treat disbelievers and all of that stuff. And I think that was really the turning point for me, because I was thinking back about terrorism and Charlie Hebdo and stuff like that, and I was thinking, well, I kind of understand why they did what they did. I can understand why they would think that this is real Islam, and I would understand why they would tell me that I'm not practicing real Islam, you know. And in a way, I was thinking, why would God allow these verses or these hadith to exist, knowing that they would cause so much violence and suffering? Because again, God is supposed to be all knowing and all wise. So why would he, let these things exist, knowing how much suffering and death they were going to cause in the future? It just did not make sense in a way. And about like the whole women thing, I actually had a female friend who was like really religious. She was like a hijabi, and one day she posted this video on social media. It was actually another Senegalese woman, and in this video she was crying like hysterically, and she was reading the hadith that says that there's more women in hell, right? And so she was reading that one, and she was crying, like she seemed distressed, and she was, basically telling other women, um, I don't know how she came up to that resolution, but she was basically saying, "Girls, you have to cover up, because there's more of us in hell. We have to make all the sacrifices. We have to make more of an effort. You need to cover up. You need to read the Quran. Stop all this nonsense. You should only be giving your life to Allah. The hijab is not a choice." Like she was explicitly saying, hijab is not a choice. You have to wear a hijab if you want to avoid hell. And I was looking at that, and I was genuinely horrified, because again, people were looking at this and saying, "Oh, this is so beautiful," or "Thank you so much for reminding us. You're right. The hijab is not a choice. We need to do more." And I was just thinking, how do you guys not have an issue with any of this? How do you see beauty in all this? Because all I was saying was, like, as you said one day, internal terror, like someone just being terrified because they were being threatened with eternal punishment for not covering their hair. And I I don't know, it was just the strangest thing to me, because all my female friends, obviously, when they look at that, they're also scared. And I have a few friends who actually became hijabis after that. But then it really makes you wonder, like, how is any of this right? Because uh, I just did not understand why our relationship with God had to be based on fear. If He's truly all loving, shouldn't it be based on trust or something? And I actually asked one of my friends about this. I was like, why is it that God seems to be using fear or like threats or all these things to, quote unquote, just keep us in line or get us to believe? And it was a guy, and he told me, well, because we humans, we need that kind of threat to actually do the things that he wants us to. He created us in a way where we need to be scared in order to, like, actually, truly, like, believe and submit to him. But then again, I was like, why would God create us that way? Because if he truly created everything, then he could have created us in a way where we would not to be scared of him, where we could be, where we would be able to build a relationship of trust and love and understanding, rather than one that is based on fear. And at that point, I was like, well, I do not want any of my relationships to be based on fear, because really, where does that get you? And I was kind of making a parallel with my relationship with my dad, because in a lot of ways, I only respect my dad because I'm scared of him, but I don't love him. And any chance I get, I would turn away. I would, walk away from him, right? So again, I was thinking, why would God want us to, be scared of him, when truly, like, relationships like this don't enable you to actually love the person or the entity, in a way. I guess, or that's just how I thought about it. And then shortly after that, it sounds like it doesn't have anything to do with it, but shortly after that, I was reading this comic book, and one of the characters was a narcissist, and it was the girl's boyfriend, and he was abusive, like, psychologically abusive, and he was manipulating the girl. And I don't know, I was reading that, and I was seeing a lot of parallels between, like, the way he was behaving and the things he was saying. And I don't know, the relationship between those two characters oddly resembled the relationship between God and the believer, because the guy in the comic book was basically telling the girl, well, you can only trust me, I'm the only one here for you. Like, you cannot turn to other people. And that's, in a lot of ways, that's what God's telling you. He's like, I would hear people say, well, if the whole world turns on you, well, you'll always have God. And God is constantly telling you that, he's the only one that truly cares, and he's the only one who can lead you to, like, salvation and happiness and all that stuff. Nobody else can really give you all those things but him. And I was just seeing a lot of parallels between, textbook behavior of a narcissist and God. And it was so strange to me. And I could not unsee it, because it was so clear. Like, God, the descriptions believers were giving me of God were the descriptions of a textbook narcissist. And I was like, how is that possible? And then later on, I think I was at my cousin's house, and, they were having Quran study. I stopped having those at one point, but yeah, they're having one of those, and I had to, like, follow with them against my will, but so I sat down, and their teacher was talking about, heaven and the rewards and stuff. And he was talking about how men would have up to, I think, several million wives, and how they would be able to drink rivers of wine, and there would be little boys, serving them and all that stuff. And but there was no mention of, what a woman would get. And then I went to talk to my friend who like the same friend who's, like, really religious. He studied all this stuff. So I was asking him, why is it that women are some kind of reward for men in heaven? Why is it that there is no mention of what women, like, there's no mention in the Quran of what women are rewarded with when they go to heaven? And so he tried to talk to me, but then he sent me a video of, like, a scholar who was talking about this issue. And basically the answer was, well, men are simple creatures. They want sex. They want women, they want sex, they want, good things, they want wine and all that stuff. So God is giving all those things because he knows they're going to appeal to them. But women, they're complicated. they're complicated. You can't give them one thing that they're gonna be satisfied with. Like you can't.
So are men
Women are
like
just.
apes? Like men are just like simple apes who
That's
just
what
want
I was
bananas?
thinking. It was such a weird way to put it because it's disrespectful to both genders because you're telling men that they're basically animals who just want sex, and you're telling women, and it was just so weird. Like the whole women are complicated thing, but isn't God the creator? Because
See, that's sorry to interject, but that's a
yeah,
backhanded compliment that's abusive, right? That's the
I
way that an
know
abuser would try to make you okay with things. They'd be like, "Oh, because you're so special, I'm keeping you in this box because I love you so much." Because women are so complicated. The men are the idiots. Don't worry about them. But then
right.
that justifies the men being animals, right? Like we see that problem in Muslim communities where men are especially animalistic, and it's just like, what did you expect? The woman had to cover up. It's unfortunate. And can you
Yeah, and
imagine
I
if you
actually
said,
agree.
actually,
Yeah.
I want the wine, I want the men in heaven? Like, would that go okay?
It's funny that you're bringing this up because I used to hear like the same excuses or narratives when it came to like why women have to cover up or why women have to wear a hijab. It was always, men, they're lustful creatures. Apparently, they cannot handle, seeing a woman's hair and stuff like that. It's I
I
think
mean,
as
they
I was
build the
growing
environment
older,
for it. That's what happens
yeah,
when you teach a boy from a young age that his mom has to cover up because men are animals, and then he's gonna grow up and be like,
oh
"Well, I'm an
yeah,
animal. Like it's her fault, that woman who's
yeah,
not
and
wearing a
this
hijab."
has such harmful ramifications because there's actually a lot of sexual harassment and that goes unaddressed in Senegal. There's a lot of women. I cannot count the amount of times where I would get catcalled or like a guy would just randomly get in my face. Sometimes I would be, going back from school. I would just be minding my own business. I would just be trying to go home, and this random guy would just, just get in front of me and suddenly, start asking me for things or just saying really inappropriate things. And when I would complain, people would always tell me, well, just man, boys will be boys, they're that way. And it's really sad because those kind of things happen all the time. It happened a lot when I was only like 14, 15. It happens all the time and it goes completely unaddressed. Like no one is doing anything about it because there's this narrative that, boys are just lustful sexual beings and you can't do anything about it.
I'm really sorry that you had to put up with that. And I I'm gonna make a statement and tell me if this is controversial or false. But there seems to
Okay.
be a strong correlation between like the presence of religious Muslims or Islam in general and sexual harassment. Do you think that is accurate?
In a way, I think I would say yes. I think I would say yes because the thing is, when you tell people and when you tell women in particular that everything about their body is sexual, you know, that they have to cover everything because basically every single part of their body, like except maybe their face, or some people might even argue that you have to hide your face, like, except your face or like your hands and maybe your feet, that everything else could somehow entice a man. It's just weird thinking because I would be like, but we all have elbows. How are my elbows sexual? How I don't know. And I remember one day, I was just going out to see my friends. I was wearing a dress. It covered my knees, and I was quite young. Like it was a dress. It covered my knees, and my uncle was there. And my uncle actually used to give me Quran lessons. So I was just saying goodbye to him, and he was looking at me like I was a devil or something. Like he was looking at me with wide eyes, and he looked terrified that I somehow dared to like show the rest of my legs, that I mean everything else was covered, and but somehow, he had an issue with it. Like he was just looking me up and down, look over and over again. For a while, he was not even saying anything. He was just looking at me, and I felt so uncomfortable. You know, I think the problem is, when you live in a society where women have to, cover most of their body, obviously, like, men will not be used to seeing certain parts of a woman's body. Like, if you live in a country where, women are always covered head to toe, when you see a woman's arm for the first time, you're gonna be like, wow, oh my god, I've never seen a girl's arm before. Whereas, if you see this every day, you're not going to care at all. So, there's this narrative that, like, covering up is supposed to protect you, or it's supposed to, um, it's supposed to make you less sexual. But at the end of the day, it's actually sexualizing you even more, because I think, some men have this weird kink where it actually, they get more excited by the fact that that these things are usually covered. It's like when you unwrap a candy. I think that's what some of them actually say, like in real life. It's like unwrapping a candy, she's always hidden, and you have, this fantasy in your head to, see her uncovered. You know, some men back home actually do have that kind of mentality. And it's just weird. I think in a lot of ways, when you tell women that that their body is inherently sexual and they have to cover, and that it's their fault if a man, is aroused in some kind of way, it actually does a lot more harm than good, if it even does any good, honestly.
I absolutely agree, and I'm honestly I'm sick of it, and I'm not even a woman. Like, I would see it around me, as a Muslim, as an ex-Muslim, as a someone who didn't know what the hell he believed in the middle. I was like, I'm confused, but I still see it without fail every time. And this is not exclusive to Muslim communities. Let me make that clear. But
Yeah.
there's a clear correlation between Muslim communities and sexual harassment that's just rampant, and nothing is being done about it. Like, I'm sure there are people who come out and say, yeah, it's bad, don't sexually harass anyone, this is haram. But at the same time, there's the whole, like, well, what was she wearing? Why was she there?
Exactly.
It's her fault. And Muhammad himself had said that the women are pawns of the devil and they're fitna. Like, what do you expect when you give all the right ingredients to enable the worst of society and to turn people into worse people? Like,
Yeah.
when I
Yeah.
grew up in Saudi Arabia, I'm gonna be honest. When I was younger, and when I saw, like, most of the women that I've seen in my life were just women wearing, like, either the full niqab or like a hijab or whatever out in public. And if I saw a woman not in a hijab and not wearing, like, head to toe covered, I was like, this is weird. Why do I feel weird? But that's because I hadn't seen their regular body parts before. And if I
Yeah.
was taught that that's because you're a man and you're gonna want to have sex with that, then I might have turned into a predator like that. Um, so yeah, you're right. It's the culture that it's created around this idea that women are at fault in a sense, and also the fault of the cause of the issue in general. It's what we do to the woman to cover her, to uncover her. All that stuff is the cause, and it pisses me off. And I'm really sorry that you went through that.
Yeah, it's a culture where there is always a lot of victim blaming. Like, almost every time it's on the woman. I remember almost every time there would be a rape case that would be, on the news or something, and people would be discussing it. People would always ask, what was she wearing? Where was she going? Why was she outside? It's actually horrible, because people never ask, well, why did he do what he did? Does he even have any right to do what he did? But no, people would always ask without fail, what was she wearing? Where was she going? Why was she at his house? Why was she out at this time of the day? It would always be put on the woman. Like, almost every rape case that I've heard about, it was always treated in that way. And talking about victim blaming, this is different, but, well, this is quite a sensitive topic. But after I left Islam, like, I think 2 years, no, 3 years after I left Islam, I actually realized that I was queer. So that made things even more complicated. But the thing is, in Senegal, actually, being a queer person it's probably the worst thing. It's because growing up, reading the newspapers, or just listening to the news, like from time to time you would hear about someone who was queer being quote unquote found out, and then they would be chased around the street, and they would be beat up publicly, and then stoned to death. Actually stoned to death. It was actually kind of recurrent at one time, and one day I was reading an article about that. I think it was two gay men, that were quote unquote found out, and people actually stoned both of them to death. And I was reading that article, and my friend was like right next to me. He was actually one of my best friends. I was reading that article, and I was like, oh my God, that's horrible. That's truly horrible. And my friend, he read the article over my shoulder, and he was like, well deserved. They got what was coming for them. He literally just said well deserved. Like, two people just got killed, and he was like well deserved. And the thing that's truly disgusting is, like, in the article, the two gay men that got killed were, in a way, like the perpetrators. They were framed as like criminals who just got what was coming for them. And then the people who killed them were the heroes. They were getting praised. They were doing good for their community by killing two men for like holding hands. And I was truly horrified because people will tell you, well, killing is bad, murder is bad, but then at the end of the day, it seems like it kind of depends on who the victim is. Because every time something like this would happen, no one would care about the victims. If anything, they would not even be considered victims at all. People would look at them as if, because there's this mentality that being gay is no better than being a murderer or a pedophile or just someone who's inherently evil or twisted. And so when something like this would happen, people would just cheer. No one would see anything wrong, even when it's literal murder. Those same people would tell you, well, Islam says don't kill anyone, would then turn around and tell you, well, in this case, it was justified. They deserved it because they were holding hands. Like, how crazy, how crazy is that? And it was really hard for me because I was in the closet. And, just coming to terms with the fact that I was queer was like extremely hard for me. Because I knew that it was going to make my life even harder. And I think for like a while, I just did not want it to be true. I was trying to convince myself that it was just like all in my head or something like that. But obviously it doesn't work that way. So yeah, I was still in the closet, and I had to, sit through so many conversations where my family and my friends would just openly talk about how they hate queer people and how we should all die and how we're, disgusting human beings. And it really did, like, it really affected me a lot because to this day, sometimes I just sit down by myself and I wonder, am I really, in fact, as disgusting or as twisted as these people say? Like, is there really something wrong with me? Am I really deserving of some kind of punishment? And it's funny because I've never had a girlfriend, I've never kissed a girl, and I still sit down by myself and think, am I really as evil and as twisted as these people say? And the thing is, when you hear people saying this like over and over and over for years, it's really hard to like block it out, and you really like develop this kind of self-hate. And it's like I know that being queer is not a choice, and I know that there's nothing wrong with it. But sometimes I still, sit down by myself, and I just hate myself, really, just for being who I am. And I know it's ridiculous because really, um, really all I think about, like sometimes all I quote unquote fantasize about is, I'm a book person, so I always had this like image in my head of like meeting this beautiful girl in the bookstore, and we're about to choose this, and she's about to choose a book that I like, and we talk about it and we bond, and then we go on a walk, we're holding hands, we're walking by the river during the sunset, we're having a picnic. It's this really, cute, fluffy stuff, but still sometimes
Hey,
I think
that's my story. That's my fantasy. You can't just copy me in every single way in your story. Okay, I'll let you have this one too. Okay.
yeah, it's funny because when I was around like 16, 17, I actually had a dream like that where I met a girl and we went to a bookstore, we had a picnic, and we were just holding hands, walking around like by the river, just looking at the sunset, and then we were watching a movie, and everything was like just so perfect and peaceful. But then I woke up and I was actually panicking because I hadn't figured out I was queer at that time. So I had that dream and I just woke up and I was panicking because you know because of all the implications. Like I never had anything against queer people, like never ever in my life, even though like people like around me were like very homophobic and very hateful. I really never had anything against queer people. But when it came to me, I think I was just thinking about how this was going to, affect my life. And I was just terrified because I knew that if in one way or another someone found out, I could get killed, or that if my parents found out, I could, lose my entire family in a heartbeat. And it was really hard to, grapple with because sometimes I would think, well, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just thinking about like all this romantic stuff. It's actually very innocent. So I don't see how, I could be, compared to um, a murder, especially when I certainly did not choose this for myself. But then like sometimes I could not help but, kind of buy into what people have been telling me my entire life. And I just, even to this day, I'm still grappling with like, the self-hate and, trying to kind of make peace with the fact that, if in the future I actually do get in a relationship, then I might, have to give up on my family. Not actually give up, they're gonna give up on me. That's something I
The
know.
phrasing of this, I know you didn't mean it, but it's really indicative of how you used to think of it or how deep inside you might feel guilty, like you're choosing that person over your family when it's not your fault that they would choose Islam over you, basically.
Yeah, it's really, it's really hard to grasp. And I actually was hesitating to really even bring up the fact that I'm queer, because even though it's something that came up after I left Islam, I was still worried that people, were going to say things like, "Oh, you just want to follow your desires," stuff like that. Because that's the thing that a lot of Muslims say to like ex-Muslims, like, "You only left Islam because you want to do this and this and that." And for me, it's just not true because I really figured it out like years after I left Islam. But still, it is definitely one of the things that definitely made me, even more wary of the religion because of we know what's in the hadith, right? We know how queer people are meant to be treated in under an Islamic state. So I guess I was at one point I was actually reading all those hadith and I was crying because I know all the blatant hate and violence was really getting to me. Like I don't know, it was just really I was just really sad and heartbroken because it's just something that's really hard to grapple with or like make peace with, because you know, to think that some people who don't even know me would, you know, judge me based on that and think that I do deserve to die, you know, that I do deserve to be stoned to death or like flogged 100 times or something. I was just really horrified, you know. And the fact that some of those people could be right next to me, like they could be my classmates, they could be my family. And yeah, to this day it's really hard because I actually really do love my family. But every time we have, you know, a wholesome moment together, like when I'm joking around with my mom and we're having a good time, like every time in the back of my head, I can't help but think, but does she really love me though? Because my mom doesn't know that I'm, you know, an ex-Muslim. I still have to pretend around her. My mom doesn't know that I'm queer, and sometimes I just can't, you know, every time something great happens, I can't even actually be happy because I can't help but think that if my mother really knew me, like if she really knew me for who I am, she would not love me. She would not even consider me to be like her daughter anymore. You know, she would just walk away on me, or maybe she would just full out hate me. And it's made my relationship with my family really complicated because sometimes I actually avoid, you know, talking to them or like being really close to them. I sometimes I keep things really surface level, just because every time we have, you know, a good time together, I just can't help but feel sad. Yeah.
I'm really sorry to hear that, and I know that a lot of us here know exactly what you mean, and I want to ask you, have you ever found a solution to that? I'm going to speak from my personal experience. Meeting Muslims out in the wild, I have a level of skepticism and unease because of my position specifically as someone who publicly criticizes Islam, but also to find out randomly, you know, they'd be a nice person and then randomly you find out one opinion or another that's just horrifying and controversial in any other circle, but to them it's just a matter of fact. And it makes me, you know, I do have Muslim friends. Either some of them do actually know about my channel, or some of them are just so casual and they're not that kind of person who holds these beliefs. But when I meet a stranger, it's not that I treat them any worse, but I have a level of skepticism and uncertainty around them. Like I don't know how to talk to someone and then suddenly find out, oh, they think certain people should be stoned to death, like just so casually. Have you ever gotten over that, or do you feel that way?
Honestly, I know exactly what you mean. Like I feel that way all the time. I mean, not all the time, but basically every time I come across like another Muslim. The thing is, you know, I consider myself to be, you know, a humanist, so I really don't discriminate against anyone, and I don't want to judge people just on the fact that they're Muslim. But at the same time, you know, as somebody who's queer, it's not, I wouldn't even say it's skepticism, it's more like fear. Like, for example, I'm not in Senegal anymore right now. I'm in a European country for like my studies, like for uni. And so there's this hijabi girl in my class, and you know, she seems very sweet and very, I mean, like at the beginning she seemed like really sweet and kind. You know, she was laughing a lot, she was really energetic, and you know, in a way I was kind of like, you know, I wanted to be friends with her, but at the same time I was genuinely scared that she might hate me if somehow, you know, she came to know that I was queer. It's like she was so nice and I really wanted to talk to her, but I was scared to talk to her. You know, I was still nice to her. I would say hi, and I actually wanted to, you know, hang out with her and stuff because she was so nice, but at the same time I was really terrified because, you know, I was thinking, well, what if I do become friends with her, but then she, you know, she randomly tells me that she hates gay people. What do I do then? Because I actually had kind of thing like that. Like I had this one Muslim friend from Senegal. It's actually the one friend that I used to go to every time I had like doubts about Islam. and he was actually the first person I ever came out to, because we were like really close, and I knew that he was not going to be like happy about it, but the thing is, we were kind of like each other's like support system. Like we relied on each other like a lot, because we were both like struggling with mental health. So I knew that he was not going to be, quote unquote, like happy about me being queer, but I was hoping that he would be supportive, that he would tell me, well, it's okay, I still love you nonetheless. Like that's really all I wanted. Like I was not expecting him to like become an ally or anything. I just wanted him to tell me that he was going to love me the same and that he was going to treat me the same. But it did not really turn out like that. He actually, he didn't want to be friends with me anymore. And
Is that the friend who was reading the article over your shoulder?
no, it was somebody else.
Okay.
But yeah, he did not want to be friends with me anymore.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, it sent me, like, I got really depressed, like extremely depressed for like a while. I actually could not sleep for like 2 weeks because he was my only friend at the time, and I was just hoping that he would just stay by my side, but then he left. So I guess when I meet new people, when I meet Muslims, I'm just scared of the same thing happening. But about that girl, she's actually amazing. Like she's a hijabi, she's from like but she's actually amazing. She she's really open, she's really kind, she doesn't discriminate against anybody, because there's actually a gay guy in our class, and she was friends with him, she was really nice to him, and she's actually really supportive of the community. Like she's so nice. she's a lovely girl, and I'm really I mean, she kind of went into the topic herself in a way, because she was talking about this one Japanese, because we're learning Japanese together like at my uni, and she was mentioning this Japanese series that featured a gay couple, and she was talking about their relationship and how beautiful it was, and I was so relieved, because I was like, oh, so this should mean that we should be able to be friends, because and we are friends. We actually went to a concert together. She's so sweet, and I'm really glad I met her. And this is the reason why I don't want people to judge Muslims as a community and think that they're all like hateful people, because I know that a lot of most, I would say most Muslims are not really hateful or violent or anything. Um, you know, I guess essentially what I want is for Muslims to look at the hadith and the verses that cause harm towards women, cause harm toward like queer people, and because the thing is, when you bring acts of terrorism and stuff, people just say, well, that's not real Islam, and I'm not like that, just like I used to do. But I think ultimately, I just really want Muslims to like reflect on themselves and on the scriptures, and actually try to like bring some kind of change, and actually try to, in a way, get rid of, the text that is, allowing violence to happen, allowing, discrimination to happen. Because I think at the end of the day, Muslims, they're people, they have compassion, they have empathy, they're human, and I think, a lot of them are moral, not because of Islam, but maybe this is like controversial, but I think a lot of them are moral in spite of Islam. Like most Muslims will not marry a child and they know that it's wrong, even though some of them will not, really confront the fact that Muhammad did marry a child. Most of them wouldn't do it, and they would not advocate for it. But then I think they need to like actually face the fact that Muhammad did marry a child, and then just be honest about it, and also just say, well, what he did was wrong. But people will not say that, because there's this idea that he's perfect and all of that. I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional, so it's like I think my thoughts are like a bit scrambled at the time right now, but essentially what I'm trying to say is that I really want Muslims as like a community to like, instead of like deflecting the blame and saying, well, those people are not real Muslims, to actually try to bring up change, to actually try to either like rewrite or like completely get rid of, you know, the scripture that causes this kind of harm, so that, you know, these things don't happen anymore, so that, you know, I'm sorry. um, but yeah, I just want the Muslim community to really, you know, actually try to bring about change instead of staying silent when it comes to these kind of issues. But because I think by staying silent, or by trying to like justify those things or just ignoring them, you're allowing them to happen. When someone is murdered because of hadith that you know about, I think in a way you're kind of responsible, because you see the hadith, you see what it's actually doing in real life, but you're not doing anything to stop it, right? So I think Muslims as a community really need to, you know, realize that the text actually has real life consequences. There are people being mistreated, and there are people dying, and, you know, people going through incredible amounts of suffering because of this verse, or because of this hadith. And I think Muslims really need to, you know, become conscious of the harm that is being done, and actually, you know, actually try, you know, put in the effort to stop these things from happening. Like, I'm not saying that you have to stop believing in God. I'm not saying that you have to stop believing in Muhammad, but you have to realize that in a way, you know, your scriptures and your religion are causing a lot of harm. And, you know, as a believer, you should try to correct those things, and, you know, try to make it so that, you know, your religion will not cause people to die or to be mistreated, or etc. You know, I kind of
I
went on a tangent, but yeah.
I hope that happens. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, so I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say I hope some version of that happens. Yeah, and I hope that you feel better after talking about all this.
Oh yeah, because I've been keeping this stuff to myself for like a very long time now.
Well, I'm glad that that you had this opportunity to talk about it, and thank you for telling us all this deeply personal information. All this stuff that I'm sure was hard to get out. Yeah, and I hope everything is on an upwards trend for you.
Well, we'll hope for the best, I guess. Inshallah.
Inshallah, as they say. All right. Well, yeah, before I go, I wanted to let you know one of the other callers wanted to see if they can get in touch with you. So I don't know if you guys want to do something about that, but I think it was also a West African ex-Muslim.
Oh yeah, sure. That would be lovely. You know, I think I do need, you know, to speak to people who kind of went through the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Good luck finding each other. I hope that works out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, take care, love child, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
For sure. Bye bye. All right. So, thanks for the super chat, by the way. I didn't want to interrupt the caller, but everyone's been saying to Love Child they support her and they're happy that she called. So thank you, Love Child, once again. And thanks to Alixp. Alixp, thank you for the super chat. All right. Getting to the next caller. The next caller is Exmuslim. Hopefully the mic works this time. Exmuslim, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, well, hello. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, good. It was, I think Allah was trying to prevent the discussion before, but the shaitan won over.
The shaitan always wins somehow.
Yeah. Okay. How are you doing? So I would,
right.
yeah, I would like to be brief because there are some other people. So So first, I'm from Nigeria, and I'm Yoruba from Nigeria. In case any Yoruba tribe from Nigeria is listening, so you are not alone. So I would start by introduce my upbringing. My upbringing was kind of normal Muslim, not core Muslim. Just we pray and go to Islamia. This is Islamic study after we go to school. So my dad was only concerned about praying and learning Quran, Tahfiz and all that. But we play music. I think he is kind of just a general Muslim. He doesn't belong to any sect. So we play music in the house, we watch film, we do all these things. Although the female cover their head, but they don't use the hijab, the type of Islamic hijab. They just cover their head. So as I continued growing, I think I was close to 17 years. Then or before that, some student of knowledge, if you know what I mean, people that's studying Islamic stuff. So they came to our area. So they started influencing everybody in the community. They came purposely for the study, but they are teaching the children around, you know. So I never took the religions too serious until that time. Although I was not really influenced by them directly, but I learned from them and I became aware of some how serious I should take the religion. But as time goes on, one of my cousins got influenced really and he started raising his trouser. So as time goes on, he invited me to some of the alaqah, what is alaqah? The lecture, the Islamic lecture.
Okay.
So yeah, I was like, I would never risk my trouser. For what reason? I can follow you to the lecture. Well, what are they going to say? They're not going to force me to do anything. He said, yes, they're not going to force you. Just follow me. And we started going. It's a weekly lecture. We started going. And I could remember vividly that day the lecturer was giving a sermon about death. And it was Al-Sunnah, Sunnah Halakha. So it was like telling us we must live our life to please Allah, because if we die, nobody's going to follow us and all that. So at that point, the fear was there. And I've been going to the lecture, I've been listening to many evidences he has been giving about why we should follow Quran strictly and Hadith strictly, because if we claim we are Muslims and we are not following Quran and Hadith, then what is the purpose of being a Muslim? Allah intentionally sent down these books for us to follow, and these books are the final words of Allah. So then the day that lecture, it hits me hard. And you know, I was young. I think I was like 17 years old. So it hits me hard. I was thinking about it. And he was like, don't even wait a second. Because if you are going home now, okay, he gave us a scenario, something that happened in his neighborhood when he was coming down to give the dawah, that they were carrying a corpse. And he was thinking, what if this corpse did not please Allah and he just died like that? It could be me, it could be you, something like that. So, in fact, I have told my cousin that I would never raise my trouser. From that lecture, I rose my trouser. I didn't even wait until I got home because I was terrified. So then
what was it about raising? Sorry, what was it about raising the trousers that was religious? Like,
yeah,
what was wrong with wearing it regularly?
I mean the hadith that says if you isbal, if you do isbal, you will be in fire. Some scholars say it's your leg that will be in fire. Some say it's your whole body. But the hadith is there that man asfala min kabain, something like that, fafinar. So those are some of the things he has been preaching that I never followed. I just hear them. But now he was not about the trouser. He was telling us generally, any hadith you have had and you did not implement, what if you die before you get home? Why can't you implement them now and be a good Muslim? So I felt raising trouser was one of those things I've had and I've seen in the hadith. I could read because I finished Quranic study at a very younger age. I think about 10 years, and I started learning the tafsir and also the Arabic meaning because I'm not a native Arab. So now I could understand the Arabic. If I'm reading Quran, I could understand like 70% of what I'm reading. So then it went like that. Then I started. That was when the I would say that was when I became a Muslim, because before I was just practicing like normal Muslim. I never cared. I had girlfriend at that tender age. At my 16 years, I was having girlfriend. Never had any intimacy, but just having girlfriend and talking love. So I listened to music. So this, when I was 17, that was when I started implementing them due to these effects. So I stopped listening to music. I stopped having girlfriend. I stopped shaking women. I stopped many things in my life. So then I began the journey. So I could remember I was asking my cousin that now I want to be serious about this, but how sure are we that this hadith that we are listening to, they are actually true?
Mhm.
Then the simple answer he gave me that day was sufficient for my age. He said, those are the same people that brought the Quran. And me and you know that Quran is 100% valid. So why do we want to doubt the hadith? They are the same people that brought the Quran and the hadith, the Sahaba. So, and it has been preserved 100%. And these scholars are not lying to us. They want good for us. So then I started practicing all this. And later, there was some other organization. They are jihadists, although they are not Shia, but they used to do taqiyya. They will not say many things in the public, but when we go to the private lecture, they will tell us how we should be preparing for war. Anytime we have the chance, we can take up weapon and fight the Kufr government and all that. But when they are preaching in public, they will just be preaching. They are cheating Muslims in Nigeria, and we want our right. We want to be inclusive. But in the private lecture, they will be telling us if we have the power, we should take over the government because Islam should rule. And it was simple for me to understand. If Allah is the creator of the universe and He sent us the the Quran and He told us the Quran should rule, why should we allow any other thing to rule? So I understood this. Then as time goes on, I was having the conflict between the Salafi Dawa and the Jihadist Dawa. The Salafi were saying some things that the Jihadist Dawa were doing that are not right. So I was like, okay, now I'm very lucky that I'm exposed to both. Now I think it's high time I start strategizing a Sunnatic way of doing this, because I'm not okay with the Salafi, the kind of Salafi that I was going to their lectures, that they didn't talk about taking up weapons. And the people that are telling us about taking up weapons, the Salafi were telling us some things that are wrong with their Aqidah, like they would discourage you from marrying outside the group. I mean, you cannot even marry another Ahlul Sunnah. This jihadist group is also Ahlul Sunnah, but they would discourage you to the last point if you want to marry another Ahlul Sunnah that does not belong to this group. They would say because they would not understand what we are doing in this group. So if you marry them, they may take you out of the group. So these are some of the things that was wrong with them, and many other things that they celebrate. They do some things like celebrate the day, the anniversary of the organization, and some other things that I cannot be mentioned because of time. I'm trying to rush. So then I was like, okay, let me start strategizing. If this group can have this error, then I am lucky that I'm exposed to this group and this group. I can mend the error. First, I tried to persuade some of the leaders that I was close to in the jihadist group, but it seems they are taking command from the supreme leader. The organization spread across Nigeria, so they are taking command from the supreme leader, and my opinion doesn't count. So I was like, okay, if I can't convince you on some of this error, then I cannot continue with you. So I would rather stay with the Salafi, and I would begin to strategize how I would rule the world with Sharia. So I started, because I love writing. So I started writing different strategy, when to start and how to persuade people, the persuasion level, how to preach to people, and when it would be right to take up weapon, how to train people in secret, how to buy weapon and store them. I started strategizing all this. I started watching Osama bin Laden. There was some clip that was circulating among the jihadists then, when Osama bin Laden would be encouraging Muslims to fight. So I started watching them. There is this guy also, I think is in USA. What was his name? Okay, I forgot his name. Anwar Awlaki. Yeah, I used to listen to him also. He encourages Muslims to fight, that we cannot just sit down and expect Allah to take the power for us. So I started writing many things about how to start from Nigeria. And when I secure Nigeria, when I depose the government of Nigeria and make it a Sharia country, then I would continue to West African country. And if I was able to conquer them, then I would take the whole Africa. And so I was writing a very extensive report that even if I'm not alive, then my successor would continue the plan, because I was writing something that may last for maybe 100 years or 200 years before it would be finalized. So I was seeing it from the lens of a Muslim. That's okay, if we could do all this, then we can control the whole world with Islamic doctrine. So, and at that time, I was 19 years when I was writing all this. And although before I left Islam, my name, Exmuslim Muslim, what I mean by the name, because now I want to be talking about before I left Islam, I don't really believe that I leave Islam. I want to categorize myself as a sect inside Islam, that ex-Muslim should be a sect inside Islam, because it's a community that grew us, and it is the philosophy that brought us up. So we should be seen probably like a sect, like Sunni, Shia, Salafi. So that is the reason behind the ex-Muslim Muslim. So I know quite a lot of ex-Muslim would not agree with this, but that is not the points here. So when I was like 26, I got to a stage, because I kept learning about Islam, kept learning. Then I got to a stage, I have seen many things that I felt if I executed my plan to conquer Nigeria, then I would make Islamic mistake, that the organization that I left were making some mistakes. That was why I left them. If I should proceed, I would make a lot of mistake also, because I realized I have very little knowledge about Islam. Even though among my peers, I was the most learned, I've exposed myself to a lot of Islamic things. I realized I would make a lot of mistakes if I should continue with the plan. So I pended the plan that, okay, I would stop this plan first. Then in the future, I would like to go to Saudi Arabia to study Islam directly from the source. I would like to do many things. Then if I amass a lot of knowledge, I can return to the plan. So that was my belief then. But things started, okay, I forgot to include this. As I was practicing and was devoted, I was having questions, and I kept going to my scholars. You know, we go to many alakos, so I go to different scholars. Most of them have studied in Saudi Arabia, so I go to different scholars to clarify whatever I don't understand. One of the issue I had was the justice nature of Allah. So why would people go to hell because they are not Muslim? Because I was living in a multicultural society. There are Christians even in my family. Because my grandfather was not a Muslim. My father was a Christian before I was given birth to. So he converted to Muslim when he married my mother. So I was like, what of all these good people? Would they go to hell? So I would go to these ustaz and ask them, they would say, don't bother yourself. Allah is just. So whatever Allah do to them, they deserve it. And don't think they will go to hell, because some of them on their deathbed, that is when they will take the Shahada. So some of them, so that time I would tell the scholars that I'm going insane, because if I'm going on the streets and I'm seeing non-Muslim, I'm seeing people that doesn't cover their hair, what my brain is processing is the pain they would be suffering after the death. So the pain is giving me psychological trauma. I was not myself. I was always a sober person. I was never happy, because I kept seeing non-Muslims, and I have read a lot. Whenever I was reading Quran, I would be crying, especially when I'm reading the verses about hellfire, because I could imagine if I'm in this position, what if my dad didn't convert to Islam before I was born? Maybe I would be a Christian, and I'm a good person. I never hurt no one. Why would Allah do this to me? So they would tell me, no, don't worry. They even quoted an hadith for me that Prophet Muhammad says that some people would be acting like a hellfire candidate until bainahum wa al-maut diraha, something like that, and they would convert to Islam. That I shouldn't bother. All these people I'm seeing, and I'm thinking in my head, the suffer, the torture is giving me torment. What if before they die they become a Muslim? Then I torture my mind without a good reason. So I try to rationalize. I try to do some mental gymnastic. Then later, I was not satisfied with the local scholars. Then I started listening to Dr. Zakir Naik, Ahmed Didat, Aaron Yahya, because I love science. So I was having problem with the evolution theory. So, and at that time, it was the time I was learning about this theory. I was just leaving secondary school, going to university. So, and Harun Yahya had a lot of video where he claimed he conquered the evolution theory. So I started listening to all these people, and I was in depression for like 3 years due to changing from the normal Islam that my father gave me into a concentrated Islam. It led into depression, but I never knew it was a depression because because of lack of knowledge. I was young, and I grew up in a poor environment, no access to much internet, just limited internet. So I just knew that I didn't want to do anything. At the time, I wanted death. So it's now that I realize it was depression then. I wanted death. I asked Allah, why don't you just kill me? I want to go into paradise. The torment I'm facing here, seeing people that will go to hell. I talked to many of my friends that were Christians. They didn't accept Islam, and I'm crying for them in secret. So Allah, just take me to you. And I thought of suicide, but I didn't acted on it for two reasons. Because I saw an hadith that says if you kill yourself, you continue killing yourself in hellfire. And second reason, because of the love of my family. My family is a very loving family, and I love them. I don't want to cause harm to them. If they lose me, it will hurt them. These are the two reasons why I didn't acted on the suicide. But whenever I had a news of a child that is not yet in the bulug, that has not reached maturity, die, I would be very happy. Many people would be crying in the neighborhood, the old son of the daughter, but I would be very happy because I would be very happy that the responsibility that is on me is not on this child. He is very lucky. How I wish I died before I became a matured person, like this lucky child. So, and at the time I went to one of my scholars. I told him that I'm getting older, and if I marry, I don't want to have children. He said, why? That is wrong Islamically, because the prophet says you should marry and have many children. I said, no, I can't let the children risk the hellfire because I'm in it now. It's a problem for me. I'm happy a little bit that I'm in the Tariq, Sirat al-Mustaqim. But what of other Christians? What if my child did not listen to me? I read the story of Noah and other people that their children didn't listen to them. What if my children didn't listen to me and they become non-believer? That means I cause them harm, and this harm is preventable. Why don't I just nip the something from the something? Why don't I just stop it from happening? And the scholar encouraged me. I should have children. Children are wonderful. I would keep indoctrinating them from the day they were giving birth to. In fact, before they were giving birth to, I would do askar before I had intercourse with the mother. And when they come into this world, I would do azan. All of this theory that inshallah they would be Muslim. But I was not happy. In fact, when I married and my wife didn't conceive on time, she was sad and I was happy. So she was like, why are you happy? I said, because I don't want no children. So it's like Allah have read my mind. Even though I was not preventing it, then it is a prayer answered. So this was the rough days for me. Then when I traveled out of Nigeria to another culture, to another country, and I stayed there, then that was when I began to, the doubts began to come again. One of the reasons is because the constant dawah that I used to go to when I was in Nigeria, I didn't go to dawah again because this country is not speaking my language. The dawah is not given in English. So then I realized all the doubts I used to have that the apologetic would be bombarding me. I didn't have all this apologetic again. So my mind became clearer and the doubt started coming again that why is Allah unfair? And this country I went to, Nigeria is only Muslim Christian. This country I went to, there is Hindu, there is Buddhist, and they are wonderful people. I have friends among them. So I was like, why would Allah put all these people in hellfire? What is their reason? Then I was reading Quran one day. I read a verse in which some of the people of hell would tell Allah that it is their children their parents that misguided them, and Allah would tell them that likulli delfin, something like that both you and your parents you would have share in the fire. And as a rational human, I would say, okay, you don't have a blame. Then your parents have a blame. You are excused. Okay, the parent, what is your excuse also? If the parents also tell me it is my parent, then I will excuse all of them until I see someone that is very sure that the religion of Islam is the way and he denied the religion. Those are the only people I would punish. And why would I even need someone to be saving me? These are other things that I have doubt about. That the religion we are doing is not for Allah, it's for ourselves. I used to argue it that I don't enjoy doing it. I'm doing it to please Allah. Even when I was a conk believer, I do it to please Allah. I don't enjoy doing it. But you say Allah doesn't need it. Then why do I have to do it anyway? But because of fear and because I tied my belief to several things. First is the claimed scientific miracle of the Quran. Second is the claimed numeric miracle of the Quran. Third is the Quran acclaimed preservation and the constant miracles that we used to hear, like they are listening to azan on the moon when they go to the moon. You know, it is now that I'm exposed that I know that all these are fallacies. So I never knew they were fallacies. I thought, okay, the religion is for Allah and is real and is 100% sure, but I don't love Allah. I never loved him. Even then, I was doing it because of fear. Because I was like, okay, this person is bigger than me and he could punish me. So I had to submit to him. But I don't love the way he does his things. That was my stand. So when I realized that all the foundation that I mount my belief on, they were sound, they were not concrete, then that was all. That was when I was done. But it was not easy for me to go out. You know, the religion I've been in for more than 30 years. So, and then I started, in fact, one of the things I did was I started playing Rukia for myself. You know, nobody took me to Rukia place. I had Rukia from internet. I started playing them when I'm sleeping. I would play them until
For
I
those who
woke
don't
up.
know, Ruqya is like an Islamic exorcism, right? For those who don't know,
So
it's like reading Quran and prayers to get rid of the shaitan that's in you or the evil that's in you, right?
yeah, so I was like, am I possessed? So I was just trying many things that have I gone crazy? Because this thing looks like real before. Why is this now not real to me again? So I was playing Rukia to myself, and the I was doing some. I was praying for something that time also, and that thing is very feasible. It's not something difficult. You know, when I was a committed Muslim, I used to say, "Don't pray a prayer that you know is not possible." Like praying to Allah that you want to be queen of England is not possible. But what if I'm just praying for Allah to Allah that okay, I have a certificate to secure a job. Let me get a job. I need to feed my family. This is simple for Allah to do, and it's not doing it. So I constantly doubting prayers that I don't think prayer are answered. It is my struggle that gives me whatever I wanted. But I didn't think of it much because I was a Muslim. So then after the Rukia session, I decided to go for Hajj. When my doubt was at peak, I decided to go for Hajj. Before that time, I had already gone for Umrah. So because I was very religious, so I had already gone for Umrah. Then I said, okay, I will go for Hajj. Uh, I would pray to Allah to guide me. So I went for Hajj and I prayed all the places that prayer answered, the Safa and Marwa, you know, all those places. I never prayed two prayer in Hajj during my Hajj. I only pray to Allah. I don't want nothing from you, but I don't want your punishments. Please format my brain. I don't want to think of all these things I'm thinking. I just want to be guided. You know, I told you I had realized the Quran was not preserved. I had realized the scientific were a mistake, but I think it is a subconscious indoctrination that was disturbing my brain. That there is something beneath my brain that was telling me, you are wrong, you are wrong, you are going to hell. So I prayed to Allah that you are the only one that can do it. All the scholars I have gone to, both the offline and online, they could not convince me. Just format my brain. Don't let me think of all these things again. And I had never met any ex-Muslim. I had met ex-Muslim before I went for Hajj, Astaghfirullah. But before my doubts was peak, I had never met any ex-Muslim. In fact, the day there was a video of Abdoulaye Samir popped up on my YouTube, I was like, what is this one saying? Why I left Islam? I quickly off it.
Mhm.
So now, when my doubt was peak, I started looking for ex-Muslim online. And one of the reasons why I try to give this speech, because the speech of many ex-Muslim helped me out of my darkness. That is the main reason why I'm giving this speech also. So then when I went for Hajj, I said, okay, despite all I've had, if you are real and you want us to behave in certain way, please guide my mind. يا مثبت القلوب ثبت قلب على دينك ويا مقلب القلوب. You know, this prayer, I did all this prayer. Then when I came back from Hajj, nothing happened to my brain. I was still thinking about why is Allah unfair? Why is Allah unfair? Why is this? Why there is no justice? All this qadar and qadar, why don't they make sense to me? The column, the ink is dried, yet I need to pray for something to be happened, and all this. Although I listen to counter arguments that okay, the prayer you make is also part of qadar. So it is written that before you get a car, you need to pray. You know, all these apologetic, I listen to them, but it still doesn't make 100% sense to me. So then I started listening to music. Then I started doing Isbal. I was still a Muslim, but if you could imagine how strict I was, when my wife noticed I bought trouser without mending it to meet Sharia standard, she was frightened. That's why didn't you mend your trouser? You are doing this bad. Subhanallah. And you know, I haven't come out to her. And I was like, forget about it. I don't want to be relying too much on hadith anymore. So why don't you want to rely on hadith? Then I started from the point of hadith are not 100% reliable. They were not as preserved as Quran. Then I started all this drama, but I already had it in my mind. I already knew what I wanted in my mind. So I was still going to prayer just to camouflage. I go to mosque and do all this. Then I started trimming my beard, somehow shaping it. And you know, according to my Salafi belief, you mustn't even shape your beard. It's not all this Western belief. It's a concentrated Nigerian Muslim belief. You are not even allowed to shapen it or to reduce it. So then she was like frightened, and she talked to one of my ustaz, you know, and I had to dialogue with the ustaz. Like, these things is not something big deal. I'm just trying to check all those hadith and all these, and I'm not comfortable with some of the preservation. And I listened to some of the scholar, and he said the ustaz says, you know, I quoted some of the hadith that doesn't make sense to him. Yeah, I remember I quoted some of the hadith that doesn't make sense. For example, when Prophet Ibrahim, when he did his circumcision, he did it with an axe, and some of other hadith that doesn't make sense. And what he told me was another supporting evidence for me to live. He told me, you know, brother, it's not everything that makes sense in Islam. And this is the person that has gotten degrees in Islamic Medina University of Saudi Arabia. He said it's not everything that makes sense in Islam. Some things you just have to accept dogmatically. I was like, I am not a dogmatic person. Why would I accept some things dogmatically? Everything must be crystal clear. I'm a scientist. I need to prove everything beyond reasonable doubt. This is the reason why I cannot be a Christian, because I have listened to many things that doesn't make sense about Christianity, even the Trinity and all that. So the Islam that I thought made sense 100%, and now you are telling me it's not everything that made sense. I just have to accept some things dogmatically. Then I told him, okay, no problem, I will do as you say. Then gradually, I started giving my wife some dawah, some kufur dawah. So about why is this like this? Why does Islam says you have half brain? Do you have half brain? She said no. Then Islam says you have half brain. Why does Islam say this about you? Why does Islam says I should beat you? Okay, should I beat you? She said no. Then you are not following Quran. This is not even hadith. I should beat you if I talk to you and you don't listen. I should beat you. She said that would be the last thing a man would ever do to a woman. But that's what our Quran says. So I tried to convince her, and alhamdulillah, at this stage now, she's not bothered about me not praying the daily salawat anymore, and she is not bothered about playing music in the house, because in the beginning it was a rough war. When I played music for the first time, she was like, "What has happened to us?" She was crying. Instrument of shaitan in our house. So, but I've been able to convince her at least to allow people to live the way they want, and she should also live the way she wants, because religion is secondary, I believe. We are human first. So, lakum dinukum waliyadin. Even though this lakum dinukum waliyadin is not applicable in some cases, like you go to a non-Muslim country, you tell them to accept Islam. If they don't accept Islam, you ask them to pay jizya. If they don't pay jizya, you kill them. So this lakum dinukum waliyadin, I think, is in the early stage of Islam, when Muhammad doesn't have any power. When he had power, then the song changed. So at the end of the day, I'm a happier person now. I'm no more a depressed person now. I had children when I was a Muslim, but I was always in constant fear about their future. But now I'm not afraid of their future anymore. All I preach to them is to be a good person. I don't mind if they become a Muslim, but they shouldn't become an extremist. They can become a moderate Muslim. I don't mind if they become a non-Muslim, but they should be a good person. This is the only thing I preach to them. So I'm a happier person. I don't have depression anymore. I don't have the fear of hell still linger after some years when I apostated, but now I think it's like 10% is very minimal now. So I'm still working on taking it to 0%, inshallah. So this is my story. I'm sorry if I take a longer time, and if I'm using some Islamic terminologies, I'm used to them. It is gradual that I'm trying to. In fact, when I want to eat, I will not say the askar, but my mind will say it. If I want to sleep, my mind will say it. Like, what's the askar for sleeping now? Waduatuka jambi wabika arfa. I forgot the beginning. My mind will keep repeating all those askar, even though I don't believe in them again. So I believe this is the extent of the damage that these things have done to my brain. So it is functioning on autopilot sometime on some things that are Islamic. So I would stop here so that other people can also have a chance. Thank you for giving me time.
Of course, I really appreciate you sharing your story. I listened to every bit, and with every turn, I'm thinking, okay, this is the worst of it. But there was a lot that went on. I'm really sorry you went through all that, but I'm happy to hear that you're at 10% and hopefully at a lot lower sooner. It's okay that it takes time to deconstruct your whole worldview, but I want to commend you because you came so close. You came very, very close to becoming basically a terrorist, right? Like you were.
Yeah.
It makes me sad because that is how I view terrorists. Like they're just you with different circumstance, or maybe even less intelligence to be able to question a contradictory statement, or maybe more societal pressure, maybe more threats. They're not evil. A lot of them are not evil people. They're just led there through fear and indoctrination. And I hope that they can all see the light the way that you did.
Yeah, I hope so.
Thank you for sharing all of this with us.
Yeah, thank you, Aladdin.
Take care and have a good rest of your day.
And you too. Thank you so much.
For sure. Bye-bye. Yeah, you can see why someone would think a certain way. If you truly, truly believe in Islam, if you truly believe in all the texts that you read, why wouldn't you obsessively drop what you're doing and start doing everything strictly the way the Sunnah says you should? Why shouldn't you observe which foot you use to enter the washroom? Why shouldn't you observe how you dress, your clothing? That's not obsessive. That's rational. if you truly, truly, deeply believe in this stuff, it only makes sense for you to become obsessive about religion. And it only makes sense to you that eventually you might go down one of those roads that makes you more harmful to yourself or others. If it's not violence, then it's self-harm through doubt and hate. And it's almost like you don't know who to blame. I can't hate people who have a similar story but didn't end a happy ending. Like in their mindset, they're doing the right thing because a lot of them started at childhood, that they're born into this world. If you've never left your city or country or town or community, if everyone around you is acting a certain way, this is your default. This is your reality. And people don't like to admit it, but we are animals. In a sense, we are animals. If we're conditioned by the environment around us, we're going to behave a certain way. There is no untouchable essence to us that makes someone a terrorist or a horrible person or a good person. It's a lot of things put together. So a lot of people who would have been otherwise decent people, or at least not violent or not obsessive about living life in a harmful way, they would have done better without this indoctrination. Okay, I'm going to get to, we still have 3 callers. I don't want to rush anyone of the callers, but as soon as we're done with the 3 calls, I do have to go. But I want to give everyone their time, and thank you for waiting for this long. The next caller will be, let's see, who's the next caller? The next caller is Oonga Boonga, I believe. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Oonga, how's it going? Are you there? I can't hear your audio. Hi, I can hear you.
Hello?
Now.
Okay, good. Okay, so I guess I'll just start with my experience of being a Muslim, Islam, etc. So, like I would say, like I was scared of Islam. I was kind of terrified of Islam growing up, and I think it was just I was pumped full of fear of Islam, right? And actually, there's a lot of things to be scared of in Islam, like hell, like burning, like you're gonna wear clothes of fire. There'll be boiling water poured on your head. Your insides are gonna melt. Things like that. There's like the torture of the grave, like the grave will constrict. There'll be scorpions, snakes. Like I don't know how authentic like some of the things I'm saying are, but this is like what I was taught as a kid, right? And as a kid, you're not going to be like, oh, let me see the hadith or let me see the reference. So, okay, there's like all this stuff. But even more than that, I felt like Islam was like this like surveillance system. Like I could never be alone. You know what I mean? There's like an angel on each one of your shoulders, basically, that's like writing down all your deeds. Like there's jinns, there's definitely jinns in the bathroom. And then even like in my mind, sometimes I would think, oh, what if Islam isn't true? And then I'd be like, oh, well, maybe Allah, like Allah's reading my mind. Oh no, He knows I don't believe. Like sometimes I would think, like, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hi, I can still hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Did I cut off or did I continue?
I think I cut off. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it was just like I felt like Islam was just like surveillance system. There's like an angel on each of your shoulders, like writing down your good deeds and your bad deeds. Like there might be a jinn around. Like even like sometimes I would think like, you know, maybe Hinduism is the true religion, or maybe Christianity is the true religion. And then I'd be like, oh, well, Allah can read my mind. Like He knows I don't believe. Now I'm gonna burn in hell. So you know, like even my own mind couldn't be a sanctuary against. Like your own mind is like a private place, right? And even this was like, you know, so like most of my experience with Islam was like just fear, right? And then what I thought was like, okay, well, if I just do these like compulsory actions, right? Like if I just, according to where the sun is in the sky, Like I'll wash my hand, I'll stand in these certain poses, I'll chant these words, etc., and then I'll go to Jannah, right? So that's sort of like my, like it was just fear. Like I didn't have any kind of love towards Allah or like the Sahaba, etc., things like that, right? And eventually,
What
when
would
I
you
left,
say? Sorry to interrupt you, but a question that comes, I've always got this annoying little apologist on my shoulder, and he would say, well, that's because you didn't learn to love Allah, or you didn't learn about all the things that would make you love Allah. What do you think about that?
what would make me love Allah? I think Islam is just based on fear. Like ultimately, it's, you know,
Well,
like
what about
loving
like
Allah.
stuff like His mercy, His generosity, all that kind of stuff?
I wasn't convinced by all of that. I mean, it's just empty words, honestly. Like merciful, and then he's, you know, you're being tortured, burned, and so on. I'm not sure. Like, I guess you could say those things, but I'm personally not convinced by that. Okay, so what happened was
Sorry, by the
like
way,
this was
one
it. Right?
second. I am listening. I just need to get up and make sure my cat doesn't mess something up.
Yeah, just
I'm
gonna
still
get some
listening
water
to you
real
though.
quick.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So next, it was like at that time, actually, the scientific miracles narrative was like really like it was quite popular, right? So like I used to think like, oh well, Islam must be true because it's talking about embryology or that Big Bang or like all this other stuff, right? And I was just and I thought, oh well, that's one of the evidences that Islam might be true. But then as I looked into it further, and then I actually got the impression that Islam is like it's compatible with the scientific method, right? So I thought to myself, well, then Islam must have a lot of evidence, and Islam must be true for this certain kind of, for these reasons, right? But like as I kind of like looked into it more and like started discussing online, like what I found out was like all those like discoveries, they were known before the time of Muhammad, right? And then the only thing left was like the people I would argue with would say, well, he was in a desert, how would he know? Like that was, you know, Allah couldn't come up with something that wasn't already known at the time or that wasn't wrong. But anyways, like that, so this whole scientific like thing was just kind of like, so eventually I was like, you know what? And at the, hello? Okay, sorry. At the time I started thinking, you know, like there was a guy in my family, right? And apparently he had left Islam and then he'd come back to Islam. So I was like, you know what, maybe I should do that too. Because at the time I wasn't really convinced by Islam. And I felt like Islam was I felt like Islam was sorry. Hello? I wasn't, let me just check the chat.
Yeah,
okay,
I
sorry.
can still hear you. Yep.
Sorry. I was just, sometimes I keep cutting out. So like I said,
That's
like
okay.
the whole scientific miracle thing was kind of what led me out of Islam, because I started thinking, well, you know, Islam must be compatible with the scientific method. It has evidences and things like that, right? But so what I thought eventually was, you know what, I'll let Islam prove itself to me, and I'll just kind of like take a break from it, right? Like when I first left Islam, I said, you know what, this is just a phase, and maybe I'll come back to Islam as I grow older and wiser and so on, and I'll like really believe it. But I guess like I'm still stuck in this phase. Like years later, I haven't found anything like convincing. Like what, like the thing that the arguments for Islam are mostly like they're like they hide behind the big mysteries, like how did the universe come to be, or like how did life arise, or like what happens after death, things like that. Like this is like no one knows, and just because no one knows, apparently Islam is true, because well, Islam has these answers, right? Which it doesn't have any evidence though. So like what
Yeah, it's they're offering an answer, but it doesn't mean that it's a correct one. Just because other people are honest enough to say, I don't know the origin of the universe, doesn't mean that you saying, I know the origin of the universe automatically makes it true, you know?
Yeah, and the thing was, like, it's also based on a lot of like layers of assumptions. Like, first you start with like, oh, well, there must be a creator. And then you have to make an assumption, well, if there's a creator, then he must have created you with a purpose. And then after that, it's, and then, well, you do the Islamic stuff. You like emulate Muhammad, basically. And like the Quran, it's like, it says things like, if you want to obey Allah, you got to obey Muhammad. There's like a cultish element to Islam too, in certain ways, like with the way you follow Muhammad.
That's putting it lightly. A cultish element is an understatement, but yeah.
There's a verse that's like in Quran 33:36. It says, it's not for a believing man or a believing woman when Allah and His Messenger have decided something that any other Muslim, they don't have an opinion. They don't have, like, they have to accept it, or you're a disbeliever, stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. That's the thing. Like, Islam isn't. I wasn't like, over time, I just like didn't believe in Islam, and I didn't find any good reasons why I should believe in Islam besides fear. And there's and like, it's man-made, obviously. I mean, it could be man-made. Who knows? Maybe it isn't, but it seems like it's man-made, and like, it's based on fear. And actually, okay, I wanted to ask you something. Like, when people ask you, so what would convince you Islam is true? Like, what would you say?
That's a good question. The
Okay,
thing is,
before-
yeah, go ahead.
See, the thing is, the whole premise of Islam, it's kind of like you're writing in a book. Like, if you want to prove you created like matter, or you created life, you show us you create matter, or you create life. You don't write a poem about it in a book, right? And you don't brag about how like amazing this poem is, which is like the whole premise of Islam. It's like, it's just writing in a book. How is that going to prove something, that an event, right? So, like, okay, like, maybe this isn't the nicest thing to say, but the whole premise of Islam is stupid. Like, it's just, you know, like, what else can you say? And sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, but just the book saying, do you not see how the camels were created, doesn't prove anything about camels being created, or that the author is the one who has anything to do with the camels existing. What would...
Or there's a verse that says, do you not see the ships that sail through the sea by the grace of Allah? Like, this is the sign of Allah. I mean, a ship sailing in the sea, that's a sign for, you know, Islam or Allah. What? You know, or I'm trying to think. Okay, yeah. There's one that says, how can you disbelieve in Allah when you were dead and He gave you life, and then He gave you death, and then He'll bring you back to life? Like, are these, like, sometimes these arguments, like, I don't even know if you can call them fallacies. They're just like, they're not
even an argument. Exactly. Like, in any kind of structured debate, Allah will be laughed out of the place. They'd be like, what the hell are you even talking about? You know, it's yeah, like God saying, how can you not believe when you used to exist, and I asked you before if you believe in all of this, and you said yes, and now I made you forget. Like, what are you even talking about?
Like, if it's Allah, why can't He just plant like a false memory, right? And then you think you agreed to a test, but you didn't. You know,
it's not even arguing. But so to answer your question, what would make me believe in Islam? First of all, you'd have to.
What kind of thing would convince you that Islam is true, or what you said is right too? Yeah.
So what would convince me that Islam is true? Well, you would have to start by removing all of this nonsense somehow, which isn't possible because it's in Islam, right? Unless there's a way that this God or whoever entity can explain to me why all of this nonsense isn't actually nonsense. And the way that my mind interprets it, which is, I think, very, like, I'm sure I fall for some fallacies, and I'm sure I'm biased in many ways, but to some extent, I'm still grounded in reality and rationality, I hope. Unless all of that is flawed and there's some explanation that makes all of this make sense, there is no way that Islam is true. And beyond all that, like the cop-out answer, which I don't think is cop-out answer, I think it's actually befitting. God would know exactly what would prove to me that Islam is true, that he is
Yeah.
the one behind this claim. What that looks like exactly, I don't know, because he instilled so much skepticism in me and gave me a mess of a religion and said, this is make sense of this somehow.
Yeah, it's not like, do you not see the ship sailing through the sea? That's not, that's what, that's not yeah. Like the thing with Islam is it's just all claims. It's just a bunch of claims. That's it. And it's not even, it's claims of like, this guy said this to this guy who said this according to this guy. Like that's what Islam is, I guess. Even the Quran, even like the accompanying texts are just that, right? So
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
the thing is, in this world of jinn and magic and everything, if someone showed me some real weird magic that's not a trick, some kind of visual illusion, optical illusion, but actually showed me some crazy magic, like bringing someone's throne from another city or another country to here, like even if it was like scientifically proven that someone actually teleported a piece of furniture like Sulaiman did, that falls within the realm of things that a jinn could do, which exist around us. So how do I know that this? Yeah.
Like the thing is, like all these
that
arguments
doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, you could always like be like, well, even if like let's say something came and they did like faster than light travel, you could just be like, well, that's just a powerful alien. Like you can always like just say that instead of saying it's the creator of the universe, right? Like even if something did like created matter or did something amazing, you could just say, well, that's an alien, right?
Yeah, it's hard to prove, because once you've opened up this supernatural realm and there are entities out there, even within the Islamic narrative, like forget aliens, even within the Islamic narrative, there are lesser beings than God that can do some very weird, wacky stuff. Like even the jinn can listen to God's communication with the angels and know a little bit about the future. So someone prophesizing things within the Islamic mindset, it doesn't even prove anything because it could have been a jinn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even within the Islamic mindset, even Muhammad, I believe, was tricked by the devil or whatever. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't really have an answer for what would convince you Islam is true. You'd have to start from the ground up and remove all of the nonsense and find a way to, not just by arguments. I feel like if God revealed himself, and that would be the closest thing, because even then it could just be some entity pretending that it was the one behind all of this, but that would make more sense than words about people saying words about people saying words,
Yeah, and the thing, like what Islam also has is this like linguistic miracle, like the inimitable Quran thing, right? But I feel like, those like food shows, right, where they do like the blind, like judging, like blind tests. Like if they did that for the Quran, right, there's like Allah is like one of the participants. Like even he wouldn't be able to pass this test because it's basically just, there's no criteria, and Muslims would just say, well, this isn't the Quran, so it can't be like the Quran, or it's not. You know what I mean? Even Allah himself couldn't pass this test in that kind of scenario. So, I mean, what's left of Islam, right? There's no like convincing evidence. And like it's yeah. Sorry,
yeah. It must be frustrating to have all these thoughts and look at the people around you and think, am I crazy? Am I the only one who sees this?
Yeah. Like, okay, well, something like no one discusses is like how much time is spent on like these rituals, like washing your hands is like 3 times, rinsing your mouth 3 times. Like this is like 5 times a day, like standing in specific poses. Like recently I went to the Eid Salah, right? And you know how there's like an arbitrary number of times you do the takbir, like you do you know what I'm talking about, right? like I was just like, well, what's the point of this? Like, if you do it 4 times or 3 times, like, what's the point of even doing it 1 time? It's just, it doesn't make any sense. And that's the purpose of life according to Islam. Like, why you're created is to do these actions. Is when they say like, oh, it's to worship the creator, it's basically just to do these actions, right, over and over again. Like, that's what worship really means. So yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't like have much of a story. I just ranted a lot,
That's
I guess.
all right.
So,
No,
all right.
that's all right. I know. I was keeping all of this inside till eventually I had a call with Abdullah Samir, and I was like, "Yo, this stuff is whack," and that's what started, my journey to getting here. But I know that I really needed that release of talking about it, because it seemed like everyone around me, either I was insane or everyone else was insane. But I was glad to say it out loud and realize I'm not insane. I'm fine.
Like,
Neither of those people. They're just very indoctrinated.
yeah, the thing is, like, these days, the apologetics, like, especially on Twitter, like, I'm seeing, like, pedo apologetics, like, FGM apologetics, hudud apologetics, capital punishment for like, stuff like this. It's not, I mean, it's, like, extreme, like, I don't know. Like, it's not only is it not convincing, it's, like, vile, and I'm not sure, like, if you come across stuff like that. And
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do. I hope
yeah.
that someday we recognize it for the hate speech that it is, and for the, people get away with it because it's not terrorism yet, but I think it's adjacent to that. If people are just openly discussing how, oh yeah, I'd execute you in a different country, I feel like we should treat those people in a certain way, or at least be skeptical of what could happen if those people get
Yeah.
some kind of power or some numbers, or how they treat others around them, even without getting to the point of actual capital punishment. How would they treat an ex-Muslim if the mentality is, if we're in a geographically different area, your head would be on the ground right now? I'm still
Yeah.
baffled. I'm still baffled, and some days it's driving me to the brink of insanity, where I'm supposed to keep it cool and, keep talking to people. Everybody respect their beliefs to some extent, or respect them as people. But I don't know. I don't get it. How is this the world that we live in? How come we have to hide this?
Yeah,
When
like
the
this
obvious
fantasy, like this,
insanity is there. Yeah.
like this fantasy stuff, it has like real world implications on what goes on. So I'm not sure. Like, you're doing great work. I just hope you continue. And
Thank you.
yeah, thank you for letting me share my yeah.
Of course, I'm happy I was able to, and thanks for calling, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. So, do you have a couple more callers? We've got, let's see, the next one is Ali, and then Russian Apostate. Russian Apostate, I believe you're on the channel earlier, unless it's someone with the same name. I am looking forward to that conversation as well. So I hope you can wait till I get to your call too. So Ali, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey Ali, how's it going?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
You've been streaming for 4 hours straight. That's insane, right now.
Yeah, I never know like when to shut off the queue, and once people are already waiting, I don't want them to leave. So anyway, I'm glad that you were able to wait for this long.
Yeah, I don't know how I did actually. I was just chilling,
Yeah.
I left Islam recently, like this Ramadan, where I actually started doctoring back in 2019. I was 15 years old then. I researched a little more into the Ahmadiyya sect, and found out that they made a lot of logical theories about Dajjal or the crucifixion of Jesus, whatever. But none of their theories actually made sense within the realm of Islam, and they were constantly debunked by Islamic people. And but I just kept that aside for that while, and I didn't really think much about it. And then in 2020, when the France beheading happened, when some student beheaded his teacher or something, I felt like
It
Muslims
wasn't a
were,
student, yeah, but someone had beheaded the teacher for showing a drawing of the prophet. Yeah.
yeah, I felt like Muslims and the Muslims all over the world were like boycott France and all that. I felt like Muslims were uh, thinking about the wrong thing because he just killed someone with in the name of Islam, and they were focusing on France, who is actually doing, I wouldn't say exactly the good thing, but I got where they were, but I actually understood what they were doing. I don't really agree with the niqab ban, but actually understand like why they're doing that, why they're thinking like that. I felt like Muslims were just focusing on the wrong things, and that pushed me further away from Islam. And that last year, I started talking to a lot of non-Muslims and over the internet, and I was exposed to a lot of different cultures and stuff. And it's actually a lot similar to you and Love Child back from like 2 hours ago. That I felt like uh, why uh, why will they go to hell and I will go to heaven even when we're the same people? I would think about a Muslim family and a non-Muslim family, and I wouldn't really find any difference between them. And I would just think like, why would this family go to hell, which is so gruesome, and a Muslim family will go to heaven when they're exactly the same people? It was really weird place. And every time I tried to come back, like this Ramadan, the previous Ramadan, and every time I tried to be a good Muslim and read the Quran, pray 5 times a day. I tried to come back a lot of times, but I just couldn't really make myself believe in this ideology. This Ramadan, I think in the last days of this Ramadan, I watched a video about Hassan Radwan. I think this video about leaving Islam, and I just finally embraced the fact that I'm an ex-Muslim and I've left Islam completely.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Hassan Radwan might still be watching this live stream, so I want to give him a thank you for the amount of times that he's been mentioned. Ex-Muslims or even Muslims and doubting Muslims who would tell me that they've seen his videos and they've just it's helped them a lot. So thank you very much, Hassan, for that.
Yeah, it's a great guy.
Yeah, I'm glad that you. Yeah, I'm glad that you've had these empathetic thoughts. And I want to ask you, is it that do you think other Muslims don't think of the other people? They don't have empathy for Christians or Hindus or non-believers? Or do you think that they do, but they're not, not acknowledging it? What do you think?
I think they do, and they're not acknowledging it because I have Muslim friends who are quite conservative, but they do also have non-Muslim friends, and they're pretty good with them, and they're nice to them, but they don't acknowledge that the fact that in the end they're going that they believe that they're going to hell. So I think everyone, at least most of them, are inherently good people, but their whole belief system isn't letting them be as good. Even then, when I was a practicing Muslim and I had non-Muslim friends, I didn't really care. I didn't really think about them going to hell or anything. Just didn't think anything.
Well, what made you think of that the first time?
I think when I got really close with non-Muslims, because I had non-Muslim friends, but I didn't really talk to them much about religion and stuff. I just talked to them about school and normal kid stuff. And when I made non-Muslim friends and I made ex-Muslim friends over the internet during the quarantine period, and I found out about their experiences and how they live and all sort of that, and I got a lot closer to them emotionally and all that stuff. I felt like we were the same and we were not that different at all.
What's funny is I think COVID and quarantine and everything has been maybe the biggest wave of apostasy lately.
Yeah.
I think so. Because a lot of people have had more time to look into things, or more time at least indoors, on their computers, phones, whatever. And there's been so many people who've been rethinking their religion, or at least facing their doubts and all that kind of stuff during this pandemic. So hey, that was some positive that came out of it, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, you think your closeness with non-Muslims, or getting to hear their perspective, was it specifically when you started talking about religion, or just in general, the closer you got to them, the more empathy you had about hell and everything?
Just in general, when I talked to them and felt like they were the same as me and not
Right.
that different, because I really come from, most of the people I know are Muslim, so I don't really interact with non-Muslims a lot. I know a lot of non-Muslims, but I don't really talk to them a lot, and they're not really that much where I come from.
Well, people seem to think that when Muslims leave their Muslim countries, or Muslim majority countries or communities, and they move to somewhere where they have more exposure to non-Muslims, they think that because of that exposure, inherently they're being tempted into disbelief or something, when in reality, I think that exposure is giving them a chance to think about, like, giving them some space to think and to observe a non-believer and get to know them and realize they're just like me, but they're going to hell. What gives? So I'm glad that you got that opportunity.
Yeah, I guess they're just afraid of losing Islam, just because a lot of Muslims hold Islam in such a high regard, and so I just think they're afraid mostly of not believing in Islam anymore.
Well, would you say that you are afraid now that you don't believe in Islam anymore?
Little, because I just left Islam a couple of months ago. So, but it's getting better.
Good to hear.
And I'm planning to leave this country and move into some Western country, or like a moderate Muslim country. I'm senior at high school right now, so I just think that I'll go to a Western university or something.
And this might seem like an obvious to answer, but why do you feel like you want to go to a different country?
I don't really want to be around Muslims. It seems racist, but I just want to be. I feel like I'm more safe and I'm more open, more like myself when I'm around Western people or non-Muslims, or just secular people in general.
See, people will shame you for that. Muslims will shame you for that and say, oh, because you love the West, you idolize the West, all that kind of stuff. But what I'm hearing is that you don't want to be around the people that force you to not be yourself. And that's natural. So if it was in any other context than Muslim, non-Muslim, that would make complete sense, right? Don't be in the environment that's awful for you. But there's an element of shame attached to what you're saying. And I hope you realize that, I hope that you find a place where you can be yourself and not feel bad about that.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah. I wish you luck with that, and with the rest of your, I suppose, deconversion story.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your day, Ali, and take care.
Good night.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right. And now we have our last caller, Russian Apostate. Russian Apostate was also the last caller, I believe, on one of my previous live streams. I know we spoke before. I remember our conversation, but I think it was also the last caller that time. So always patient with us. Thank you. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Russian, how's it going?
Hello there. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hey, Aladdin. How are you?
I am good. Glad to hear from you again.
Great. Yeah, thanks so much. Yes, I was on one of your previous calls before, and it was very emotional. It was my very first time, and I felt that it really, really helped me to open up and just vent, and you provided that space and opportunity, and I really appreciate that. So I decided I should come back and now maybe share a little bit of my story of why I left it, because last time it wasn't much about why I left it.
Okay. Well, yeah, feel free. It's this space is for you to talk about whatever's on your mind.
Sure. And as you probably don't remember, but I do have ADHD, so if I swim too far away from the topic, please bring me back.
You know what's funny? Everybody's like people who have ADHD say that to me, and none of them realize that I do too. So
I think at one of your videos, I think I might have remembered that you said it last time. But yeah,
Yeah.
hey, that's a little bit of struggle, but
Yeah.
we're still alive.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you, as I said, for giving us the opportunity to talk. It really, really helps, as I said. I mean, in my own case, since I spoke to you last time, I felt much better, and it was very emotional. It was my first time. But also, I wanted to thank Hassan Ridwan, as you just mentioned earlier. I mean, you cannot thank this man enough, to be honest. When I was doubting, when I was at a state where I was questioning and I had too many questions and I was thinking that I was alone, I watched some of his videos, and I wish, to be honest, he makes more content. Maybe it's not his thing at this time, but hey, thank you anyway, Hassan, if you're listening. And other ex-Muslim content creators, you guys rock. You guys speak for us, and you tell the world that we exist. We are not alone. So thank you.
Thanks a lot for saying that. And I want Hassan to know, because everyone says this. Everyone says, I wish he made more videos. I hope he doesn't feel at all like pressured or bad that he's not making videos anymore. He's done his part, but I hope that someday we can fill his shoes. So yeah, I'll try someday to make content that good. But I think I need the age and the wisdom to give me some credibility. So give it some time, I guess.
You'll need his accent too, let me tell you.
Everyone sounds a little bit wiser if they have the right kind of British accent.
I'm sure. Well, anyway, look, this is going on for quite some time, so I don't want to hold off too many people. Thank you for still, keeping up.
Of course.
But today, I just wanted to kind of share just a little, because I'm not going to talk about every problem that I have with Islam, but I'm going to pick one or two and maybe come back and share more. So the why I left Islam and how it was before. So I was more of a Salafi, and I became more religious once I moved to the United States. And there for several years, I wanted to catch up with it. I was born into Muslim family, but as you all know, not every family practices it. But once I moved to the United States and I was there by myself, I kind of joined this Muslim community because you wanted to have sense of belonging while you're alone. So then I became more religious and I became more Salafi. And all I did was basically pray, because I didn't pray enough when I was growing up. And so I became more Muslim, sort of, and I try to live by 100% Sunnah, like 100%. Someone talked earlier about entering the washroom with your left foot. That's what I did. Anything else, anything that I found that Prophet did, I try to, emulate that. I even take out my bed and I slept on the ground with just a little bit of cloth on it. I mean, that was that bad. So anyway, I became more religious, and I thought I was becoming more Muslim, so to speak. Then what I didn't understand is that being tested by Allah at that time, right? So I got married and all, but then our life got really bad, right? So I was thinking to myself, why is this happening to me right now? We both are Muslim. We both are trying to be like true Muslims and such. But why are we having it so bad? It's the relation I'm talking about. And then I would go to Imam and whatnot, and I would consult them, and they would say, "Hey, this is just a test of Allah. This is just a test of Allah." And I would think to myself, I was like, man, when I wasn't this religious, man, my life was a breathe, man. It was so perfect. But now I'm living more like a prophet. Sunni way, whatnot. And this is happening to me. And I thought to myself, well, it doesn't make sense to me. If I had children and one of them praised me, did everything I wanted, I don't know, wash my feet, massage my feet, whatever, and the other one was kind of jerk off, and I'm not testing my jerk off and I'm not doing anything bad to him, but I'm kind of punishing the one that is next to me and doing everything good to me. So that didn't make sense to me. And then I see, when I became more Muslim, like I said, it was all about prayer. And I'm not Arab speaker, right? So when I read Quran, I didn't understand what I'm reading. All you know is you just pray. That's all you know. All you needed is 4 surahs, for example, and that's good enough. I learned a little more, but what I'm saying is that was it. I didn't get into the religion itself. And now I had that question for the first time in all this time. I had this, what is the test? Why people are getting tested? I wanted to see within Quran. I wanted to see within the Bukhari, for example, say Bukhari, for example, the Hadith. And then more I read, more question I got. There were so many other things. And then I slowly but surely started kind of seeing a little bit of, I am questioning Prophet's morality now. So I'm seeing, some hadith, for example, or some verses where I'm thinking, and for the first time, and as I'm saying, this is the first time I'm reading the Quran in translation. And I'm like, Prophet had questionable morals. And at that time, it scares you. You know what I mean? That's the person that you're supposed to love more than your parents. And and I'm getting into things that I was like, no way. And then, so questioned, like, every answer that I looked for created maybe 10 other questions. And now I'm going through all of them. So it took me some time, I would say about, more than a year probably. All this time, more I study, lesser Muslim I become. And that scares me. And I'm praying even more. I go to mosque, and I would talk to my imams there, and I would say, and I didn't tell them that I'm losing the faith, but I'm trying to kind of stay within Islam. So, and by as I said, more than a year, I was kind of in the middle, and at that time I was watching some YouTube videos, and I came across Hassan Udwan's videos, and I'm watching, I don't remember which one was that, but it was about school or teaching or something like that. And I'm thinking, man, if I wasn't born into a Muslim family, I wouldn't be taught this. And I wouldn't even question God. I wouldn't question the Prophet at this time. So that took me back to my childhood again. So, long story short, one day, and I'm about to pray again, because I'm trying so hard. And by then I'm like 99% ex-Muslim. I'm holding to that 1%. I know if I pray harder, I will keep this faith, and it's gonna come back. But one day I was supposed to pray, and I remember I went to do we call it tahara, the wash yourself, right? And I started it. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell am I doing? I don't believe this. This doesn't make sense to me. Come on now. And I had the mirror in front of, and I'm thinking, and I'm looking at it. Just be honest with yourself. What the hell? If God exists, and at that time I was kind of okay, maybe it's not that Allah, but that probably is God. And I'm saying, if God exists, God knows that I don't believe God anymore. Why am I lying? Now I'm sinning right here, right now, because I am being that I'm lying to God. I'm trying to lie. So so that kind of brought me to realization that yeah, that's prophet that I thought was so moral, that doesn't exist. The gender inequality. Oh man, gender inequality. Man, that gender inequality like hit me like a baseball bat over my face. I read into it so much, and I'm like, damn, man, that's true. And that's my mom. And when I read it, I'm thinking about my mom, and I'm putting my mom into the place. And I'm like, man, no, it doesn't make sense, man. So even after I left Islam, gender inequality in Islam is something that always in my mind. And I think that we don't talk about it enough. And we have to talk about it every day, every opportunity we have until it corrects itself. People that never been Muslim, or Muslim people who never read the Quran, or maybe they didn't even read some of the Hadith, they don't even understand the the calamity of gender inequality in Islam, because we all have fed this, I don't know, Huffington Post sort of Islam, right? So Muslim feminist, this, that, whatever, TED talk about or how hijab is liberating and such. Come on now, let's be real. So that, and also one another thing, and as I said, look, I'm jumping through the topics because I don't want to get too much deep into any of them. But another thing I saw, or I see now, is that how ugly majority Muslim treat non-Muslims now. When you're Muslim, you're akhi. When you're Muslim, your brother, your sister, your, yeah, please, yeah, inshallah, yeah, come on here, your brother, come, this, that, whatever. That's what you see, and you feel, and even if they talk about, say, their Christian, some boss or whatever, they never talk bad about them, and that's what you hear around you, right? But now that I'm part of ex-Muslim community and I'm on some of the Telegram groups, I see how Muslims treat non-Muslims. They curse them from A to Z. Like, ex-Muslim cannot come into any of these channels and open their mouth without being called children of zina, for example, right? Walad zina, they call it. Or you guys have no morals, why don't you marry your mother? Something like that, right? So those type of things. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I never heard that. Like, even once when I was Muslim, I never heard these words, even once. And now I hear it every day. Or maybe I heard that before, but I never paid attention. Now I hear it every day. But being Muslim myself way back then, I realized what it is, right? So it is not, that's why I say I don't hate Muslims, right? Because they are the victims of that ideology itself. And I know why they do it. They do it because al-wala wal-bara, as you all know, right? Love and hate for the sake of Allah. So they love their Muslim brothers. So, ya ahi, come here, inshallah, subhanallah, this, that, the other. But as soon as you leave it, they hate you because Allah hates you. Even though they don't really hate you, they don't even know you.
I think I don't know if most Muslims don't even know al-wala al-bara as a label, but they understand the sentiment behind it, which is like they can be nice to their Christian friends or non-Muslim friends, and I think part of it is this idea that they're not hateful towards Islam. They're even potentially future converts if they see that Islam is so beautiful and Muslims are so nice. But to see an ex-Muslim, someone who says, "I hear you, but I don't believe in Islam," that is the personification of a devil. And yeah, you have to hate them for the sake of Allah, or at best, I don't know, pray for them to be fixed or something. But yeah, I don't know if it's explicitly because everyone follows this al-wala ul-bara, but I get what you mean. The sentiment is there.
Yeah, that term I know just because I was a Muslim and I got into it, and especially um, I learned about Islam more when I doubted it. That's another phenomenon about Islam. When especially people that they don't know, not everybody speaks Arabic, right? Not every Muslim is Arab speaker. I would say what 75-80% of Muslims don't speak Arabic at all. And when you one of those, all you hear is the qira'ah, all you hear is recitation of Quran, and you say, oh, how beautiful it is, but you don't know what it is. So you don't get to the nitty gritty of the faith. But once you have one doubt, one single doubt, and you want to get into the source of it, this is when you start reading it. This is where you try to understand it. This is where you try to learn your own religion. And you were in it for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, whatnot. So, yeah, the term, and as I said, those terms, those understandings, I learned once I start studying it while I was leaving it. So, but yeah, I hear you. People probably Muslims don't really like to see other Muslims leave Islam because they feel like, well, if they think it is wrong, then what if they think I'm stupid to still being in it? I think maybe one of those things, and again, I don't know it, but when I was Muslim, I didn't know any ex-Muslim. And when I was living here, I thought I was the only one. That's another thing. Now, with all this YouTube and all this content going on, now you know that you're not alone. But way back then, you didn't know it. So, but again, it's amazing. But when you said when people treat other non-Muslims and Muslims, when they treat other Muslims nicely, because there's a potential, yeah, I resonate with it because I actually brought people into Islam. I actually brought some Americans into the religion, and one of, I mean, how should I say it? I don't want to say technique because it wasn't a conspiracy just to use this technique, but one of the things was that I just wanted to be nice to them, and they saw that I'm nice to them. And but here's the thing though, one of them, not one of them, but some of them would ask me some of the questions that I didn't want to get into, like for example the age of Aisha, for example. They would ask me about that. I heard that this, that, the other. Aisha was 6, whatnot. And I was like, well, it's complicated issue. I mean, it's not as that black and white. And I would just skip that topic. I would get into how you got to be nice to your parents because the Jannah, I mean, the paradise is under your mother's feet and stuff like that. So I would change the topic towards that, where I wanted to avoid the not so nice part of it. So yeah, so that's the story. I think there's so many of us out there like me, and I suggest that any Muslim, if you want to strengthen your religion, or if you're about to leave, read the translation. If you don't understand Arabic, read the Quran translation. That's the surest way to get you either way. So you're not going to be, I mean, if you don't study, I feel like when I didn't study the Quran, but I was praying and such, that's being munafiq. I mean, that's being kind of to faith. I mean, I was afraid to learn it, but once I learned it, it would either bring me back or kick me out. So basically, it kicked me out.
So you're an ex-Muslim advocating reading the Quran and studying Islam. Isn't that ironic?
150%. 100%. I'm telling you, read the Quran. Read it for yourself. Because
I've
majority
said
of
that
the
before.
time,
Yeah. You need, like, I encourage Muslims to read the Quran. Yeah.
and again, I mean, I'm not saying leave Islam. Hey, if you want to stay with it, man, be my guest. I'm gonna bring you, I don't know, halwa, for your fasting, whatnot. Once you're done, I'm gonna give you a cake, but study it. Don't be lazy. Don't be intellectually lazy. That's what I'm trying to say. Because most of the people, as I said, at least where I'm coming from, right? People don't speak Arabic. They don't read. Maybe they don't have time to read, whatnot. But they'll go to Jummah prayer, for example, on Friday, and 30 minutes of someone mumbling niceties about the Prophet. That's all you get. That's all you get. Like, you go to Friday prayer and you never study after that. And they tell you all how good he was, how nice he was to his neighbors and such. But nobody talks about how he married his son's wife. Nobody talks. I assure you, 75%, probably 75% of people where I come from never heard of that story, ever. Maybe majority heard about Aisha's young age, but they don't really know if she was 6 or 9. But I assure you, nobody heard about Sophia bin Jash was her name, the Jewish tribesman wife.
Wasn't it Safiya bint Huyay, maybe? But it was Safiya, I know.
Sophia. No, I know her name was Sophia, and right now it's just skipping my mind. But no, Zainab bin Jash was the daughter of his son, but Sophia. But anyways, bin something. But anyway, Sophia, his wife, Jewish wife. How did he marry her? Like 2 days later, after he killed her father, her husband, 600 or 900 of her tribesmen, boys, they checked their pubic hair. If they had it, they cut their heads off. And what happens next? He marries her. Like, nobody, where I'm coming from, I would say majority, I'm not going to say nobody, but 90% of people never heard of that story. And that's the wife of Prophet. And that's the wife of someone you're supposed to emulate and love and whatnot. But you have no idea what type of person he was. So that's why I say, read it.
Well, let me ask you this. If you could give me advice for an approach that would have helped you very early on in your Muslim stage or other people around you, how would I teach them about these stories in a way that they would receive?
To be honest, right now I'm doing it already. Sometimes with my friends, and I just throw them a question and a quote. I would say, a lot of people don't know that I am an ex-Muslim. So I would send a text or share something over social media and say, hey, did you hear that? And then I bring in some, Sahih Bukhari, for example. Or I would say, did you know that? And then I'll get a quote from Quran, for example, where, say, about the 3-month iddah time for a girl who didn't have a period. I mean, you heard that. There is a Quran verse where when you divorce, it's in Surah Talaq, where you divorce, your women, give them 3 months just to make sure that they're not pregnant, even for those who never had the period. That's a big red flag right there. So I would say, what do you think about that? So I would send them some of the quotes. I'm not going to challenge them. I never challenge them. I just kind of push them to read, push them to investigate. So I'd say, hey, I read this. I cannot believe that. Can you believe that? And then they would say, oh, no, that's not true. Oh, really? Can you get me I don't know, another quote or another something, whatnot? Or, for example, one time we're talking about this and this guy says, oh, and we're in front of other non-Muslims. And this Muslim guy says, oh, yeah, Islam is peace. In Islam, if you kill a person, as if you killed the whole humanity, for example, right? I think it is fifth surah, 33rd verse. I know the verse is 32 or 33, but anyway, the very next verse, the very next one, what does it say? If you're non-Muslim, or if you left Islam and spread this, this belief, whatnot, I don't remember that. I'm just giving you from my memory. You find them, you cut them into pieces, you kill them, and whatever. That is a very next verse. The guy gives you one verse, but not the next one. So I heard that. And then I said, oh yeah, what was that? Where's it come from? I said, oh, it's in Quran. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I think the next verse is a little different. I mean, I gotta look into it. So, and people around us, I didn't tell them what it said, but I'm sure they went back and they read it. And I'm sure this guy read it too. So, yeah, I would say just let them investigate. Push them to investigate.
Like, do you think though that if you, I know this verse, this part about فَكَأَنَّمَا قَتَلَ النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا, they would then say, well, this verse about how those who wage war against Allah and His Messenger, this can be interpreted as, people who go around killing Muslims and all that kind of extreme examples. How do you get them to actually think about how vague and very dangerous this verse is?
Well, I'll bring it right back to the murtadeen, right? I'll just bring it right back. Murtad, they don't know that I'm a murtad, right? They don't know that I already left it. But anyway, I would say, well, you know what, murtad, they say that you got to kill them because the murtad is this, that, the other. Allah hates them. Prophet didn't like him. Ali used to burn them to death. And then I would say, well, I mean, that verse was used against the murtads. And then this guy might know someone who left Islam. And then this guy might think, well, this guy I know, he just left Islam, but he's a nice guy. Why would I do this? Why would Quran say such, bad stuff about the guy that I know? So yeah, it is very vague. I understand that. But again, I would just bring in some other stuff. I would become Salafi for a moment, but I would bring, supporting this verse, for example. And then basically by that, I'm just bringing the mirror, and I want them to face themselves. I want them to face their beliefs. So, if we get into a conversation like that, there's much more. And I'll talk about, marriage, for example, as I said, why would, first of all, why 4 wives? Very first thing, why 4? Why not just one?
Well,
right?
What about all the apologetic points about, women needed someone to support them back then, and the widows and all that stuff? What did you think of that?
That's back then. Well, that's back then. Do you want to leave back then, or do you want to leave back here? Right? So I would say, well, why 4 wives? First of all, but even if that, I would say, well, I give it to you, right? That's fine. But the Prophet himself had what? At least 9? At least 9. I think it is 12 or even more, but at least 9. Right? Why? Why do you need so many wives? So I'll bring into that.
God said so.
Well,
God
again,
inspired him. God inspired him to have this wife or that wife.
Exactly. And then I would say, you know what? Another thing, I heard that one time Aisha even said that God, I kind of criticized Muhammad and said, well, somehow God does whatever you wish, right? Or some to that extent. There is a hadith for
Hastens
that, and I
to
would bring it.
fulfill your desires, is what
Yeah,
she
your
said.
desires.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the wife of his, like someone who knows him. So, yeah, man, I mean, of course they're going to be vague and they're going to try to, because I was like that. I mean, I know the thinking process. I know that. It's hurtful. For a Muslim, it is hurtful to hear that. I mean, it was hurtful to me. I remember when they draw Prophet Muhammad, and I remember I was kind of outraged, but at the same time, it was really on the surface, but I was kind of outraged. I kind of made myself too riled up against something that really didn't touch me, to be honest. Although I was Muslim at that time, right? And I feel like a lot of the Muslims are like that. They do it just because it was told. They say, "Oh, we love our prophet more than our parents." No, you don't. Come on, now, you don't. You really don't. You cannot. I mean, but when you're Muslim, you kinda maybe you don't even probably understand that. But you're kind of lying to yourself. And again, look, I am maybe exaggerating a little bit and I'm generalizing, but overall, I don't see a lot of people who wouldn't love their mothers more than, I mean, wouldn't love their mother more than their prophet that they never met, they never knew, even if he was the most perfect person in the world. No, you cannot do that. That's your mom. And if you
I don't know
love
if
her,
I
I mean, you're
agree
gonna
with that
love
though.
her.
I mean, think of the scenarios where families break apart because one of them loves the prophet and his religion more than they love the apostate or even the Muslim who's not adhering the way that they would like. Isn't that an example of them loving the prophet in a sense more than their family members?
Well, that is the problem, actually. That's why I'm not really openly, ex-Muslim. I'm kind of in closet. Um, but I think deep down they still love their child, or they still love their apostate, whatever relative. I think they love them. The person never changed, and they know that person never changed. I think, and again, I mean, maybe it is just me, and I cannot know every Muslim's what they're thinking, but I would say they probably don't hate that other person. I mean, they would hate to know their neighbor is ex-Muslim, but they wouldn't hate their child just because today he doesn't believe what you believe, right? So I think it is on a surface type of thing. I don't think it is deep. I don't think they really realize. I think it is just emotions for that very moment because they're hurt, because they feel like, oh wow, this person is gonna, and that's my child, for example, is gonna die and burn in hell, whatnot, and they feel for you. They hate you out of love, type of thing. But I think it's just emotion at that very moment. I think they'll come back, and I think they never stop loving you if they loved you before. But I gotta I gotta add this though. The girl earlier, she was talking about really strong girl. Hey, again, if you're listening, I'm telling you, you're gonna be good. But anyway, she said something about she respected her dad out of fear, but she doesn't really love her dad. And that I gotta tell you, at least with me, it is kind of the same. When I was Muslim, and you know, in Muslim families, it's kind of macho father, and it's a lot of that respect out of fear because they beat you if you don't pray, they beat you if you look straight in their eyes, whatever that might be, because that's a father. Father is I'm the king in the house, and that's what they got to do. I grew up not really loving my father, respected him, I cared for him, but it wasn't really love. But once I left Islam, I kind of reasoned with why he treated me the way he treated me. Even when I was a Muslim, I mean, all this time, my connection to my father was kind of the same. It was out of respect, right? I'm Muslim. I gotta respect my dad, and yeah, I respected him. I did everything, but the love was not there. I mean, honestly. But once I left it, I realized the situation. I realized why he did what he did, and I kind of realized that it is, again, he is the, I don't want to say victim. I think his victim is a harsh word, but you get me. He's the victim of that ideology and of that culture. So then I realized it, and now I have a true love to my father. I mean, it's I don't know how to explain it. It's
So
just
you
crazy.
forgive him for his actions that were inspired by his upbringing or culture or religion.
I guess that's what it is. I think, you know what? It's not even, I didn't even have to forgive him. It's not even forgiveness. It's just a realization. I think I just realized that, well, he's the victim of that. I could have been the same. I could have been the same to my children, and I would not know that. Right? So, but now I love, my children. Like, I love them. It's like our relationship is built on love, not respect. Love. If respect comes with it, fine. But I don't care for that. I care for love. And right now, my feeling to my dad is love. And that love brings the respect now, true respect. So when the girl said that, I was like, that's exactly how I felt, about my relationship with my family. So yeah, so that's how it is. I mean, to anybody who's listening, don't fear asking questions. If you want to become true Muslim and really into your religion, really want to get into it, man, study it. But again, do not be scared. It's going to be scary, but don't be scared.
Well, you're right in the sense that if they study it, then eventually they're going to reach a conclusion, right? Either that it is true or it is not true, but whatever conclusion they reach, they'll be a lot more secure than the point of confusion where they didn't know exactly why, they didn't have enough knowledge to know whether it's true or not. Follow it to its
That's going to be
conclusion.
harder.
Yeah.
But it's going to be harder though. Once you know the truth, it's going to be like when you don't know much about Islam, all you got to do is pray. Don't worry about anything. You know that there's afterlife. They're going to ask you about, well, do you believe in God? Yes. Do you believe Muhammad is the prophet? Yes. Did you pray? Yes. Did you fast? Yes. Boom. Did you do Hajj? Well, I couldn't. That's fine. Don't worry about it. And that's all. So that's why a lot of people just don't want to study it. But once you study, it's going to be hard. I'm going to tell you right now, because there's going to be a lot of questions. And when you recite a verse, you'll be like, what does this verse actually saying? So this is when you're gonna, it's gonna be harder. But at the same time, if your faith is strong, it's gonna, you're gonna strengthen it. But again, I'm telling you right now, there's always be a lingering question. When you see your daughter, when she's 6 years old, that is gonna come. When you see a man with 2 or 3 or 4 other women around them, and they're all in burqas, whatnot, or hijab, whatnot, maybe they're sisters, maybe they're, I don't know, daughters, but you're gonna have that question, and you're gonna face that every day. Now you're basically gonna bring your humanity and you put it on a table, and and kind of look through that. You're going to kind of compare. And you're going to be like, do I really want my daughter be one of four? And do I really look at this 9-year-old and I can imagine that happening to her? You know, stuff like that. Yeah.
I hope people can, yeah.
Or a woman earlier, I'm sorry to cut you off, or earlier, 2 women equal 1 man? Really? Really, why? And you know what's stupid about it? It's Prophet said, do you know why? I mean, I'm sure you know why he said a woman is, you know, half-witted and she lacks the religious zeal or whatever, just because she has periods. And in periods, she cannot pray. What the hell? You doesn't allow her to pray, and just because of that, she lacks her religious zeal? Really? I mean, that just does not make sense. So anyway, sorry, I'm just my ADHD kicking in.
That's all right. I hope that people can have that empathy, not only because they can imagine women in their life being in that situation, or not only because they're living through a similar situation that they can relate to, but is it too much to ask for people to have empathy in general, to be able to put themselves in someone's shoes momentarily without having a direct relation, without, you know, having a daughter to compare her to the Prophet's wife? What do you think? Do you think that is a difficult thing to achieve, or do you think it's possible for everyone, or just some people?
Yeah, well, you know what, to be honest, once you have children, especially if you have a daughter, you have daughters, it becomes more real. And I hear what you say. For example, I'll tell you, I used to watch, say, war movies, right? Say you watch a movie about Holocaust and you see little children being, I don't know, killed, whatever. And I didn't have children back then. I watched it and I thought, I mean, that's a good movie, but yeah, bad that people are killed. That's all. That's all that mattered to me. But once you have once I have my children and I watch the same movie again, I'm looking at that and I'm like, damn, that could have been my daughter. That could have been my son. You know, like this children, this, you know, 3, 4, 5-year-old children going through this Holocaust and they're being tortured, whatever, that hurts. That puts in perspective. I hear what you say. Some people can emphasize without putting themselves into the shoes, but once you have your own children and you put your children in that place, and again, I'm emphasizing on children because I couldn't put myself into the shoes of slaves of Muhammad. I couldn't. I mean, yeah, a slave is a slave, whatever. But I couldn't put my daughter into the place of Aisha. I mean, I couldn't do that. It just doesn't go there. So, I mean, I hope people can do without putting their own children into the perspective, but I think that helps. But regardless, read it. I don't know. Maybe it helps some people. Maybe it doesn't. But when you read it, just be realistic. When you. Okay, here's the thing. When I was religious, anything I heard, anything I saw, you know, even when I entered my own house, whatever, I would look through the Muslim spectacles, right? Through the prism of Islam. That's it. So if I read a hadith, for example, and if it says, well, Aisha was, 6 years old, blah, 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 and I'm reading it through my, Muslim spectacles, it really, it doesn't look wrong, but once I take it off, which is hard to do, when I don't want to read it like that, I want to see, okay, that is a 6-year-old girl, there is a 53-year-old man. When I read it like that, then it becomes terrifying. Then it puts stuff in perspective. So when you read your Quran, when you read the Bukhari or Muslim or Tirmidhi, whatever, the hadith and such, or Sirah, the story of the life of a prophet, whatnot. Try to just read it as just a human, not Muslim man or woman. Read it just a man. Be a man. Just be a human being, and read it try to read it like that, which is hard, but try to read it like that, and then you will see what a lot of us see, a lot of what you saw, a lot of what I see, a lot of other people who are questioning right now. And then maybe at that time, at that point, you will start realizing, hey, we're not crazy for leaving it. We're not left it just because we woke up one day and decided, oh, today I'm not a Muslim. Today I'm going to make my life miserable. Today I'm going to be fake. Today I'm going to hurt my mother's and father's feeling if I open up to them. It doesn't happen like that. We don't wake up one day and say, oh, today I'm not a Muslim. No, it doesn't happen like that. We go through a process. So maybe at that time you realize, well, maybe these people are humans and they had their feelings hurt when they read this stuff. So maybe it will kind of bridge the gap between Muslims and non-Muslims. And again, as I said, I don't hate Muslims. My parents are Muslims. My friends are Muslims. I don't hate them. I don't want them to hate me either. But once I were in their shoes. I was in their shoes. But maybe if they could, see the world from my perspective as well, maybe they would understand me better. I mean, it goes across all of us.
Yeah, I didn't want to plagiarize the movie Aladdin too much and get some kind of copyright strike, but I could have made my channel tag something like "I can show you the world," because I want people to see it from our point of view, even if they disagree. Like, I tried to tell this to people that I have discussions with. Look, I'm not telling you to believe for a fact that Muhammad was a false prophet or something, but for a moment, think if you were not a Muslim, what would you think of this verse? Or if you were me, if you had this conclusion, what would you think of the next verse? But it's hard for people to do. Um, I have a question for you, and I hope it's not too blunt. Do you think that because of your age, that would come with some level of credibility if you were to open up to people about your apostasy?
I can open up to anybody. I could, except my immediate family, because I don't want to test them. Because as I said, they're not bad people at all. I think they're perfect human beings. They're perfect. But there is that little chance that al-wala wal-bara might be there. They might have to do that. They might have to use that, even if they don't want to, because they care for their afterlife. I don't, but they do. So, but if I open up to anybody else, yeah, I mean, we online, I'm on some of the Telegram channels where we do discussions and whatnot. We do debates with Muslims, and I participate as well. By the way, it would have been great if you came for 3 minutes and said hi. But anyway, that's not the point. But what I'm saying is, yes, I do share. I'm doing my own part, but as much as I can. I don't want to open up. But trust me, it hurts. I mean, it hurts to not be able to open up. It hurts to be kind of fake, right? Because I'm not opening up 100%. At sometimes I might even pretend to still be Muslim because I have to, and it really hurts. I mean, how hard it is to, to know that, oh my God, I don't believe this thing. Why can I not just share a meal and talk about weather? At the same time, they know that I don't believe what they believe. I mean, I didn't change. The only thing is, I don't believe what you believe. I would say that's your fairy tale that you believe, and I don't believe that fairy tale, but I don't want to be that harsh. But anyway, but yeah, it hurts not to be
I hope
able
you
to
know
share.
I wasn't in any way shaming you or telling you why don't
No,
you
no,
open up to them. Yeah.
man, I get
Yeah.
it. No, no, I'm glad
I'm
you
just
asked.
genuinely
So
curious.
I'll.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is, I mean, I'm glad you asked. I just want to tell people that are here, they're listening right now, if a person, closeted ex-Muslim, you know, it's painful. I mean, they got to understand we're not, because you see, I hear this criticism sometimes when we are on this chats and we do debates, whatever. Some Muslims say, well, if you don't open up to whoever, to your family, and if you're in closet, that tells me that you are not 100%, you don't believe, how should I say it? You're not 100% disbeliever. So basically, you have
Like
a
you're not
weaker,
confident in your position, basically.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
you're a coward.
you're a
You're
coward, yeah,
yeah.
you're not 100%, yeah, you're not 100% into what you believe, whatever. That's why, because if not, man, I would have said, if I believed what you believed, I didn't care about anybody. Yeah, right. You wouldn't care about anybody. Your parents, you're not going to care about your parents who are, I don't know, 80, 90 years old. They're living their life. It's coming to, they're going to end soon. You really want to hurt their feelings before they leave? Really? You wouldn't do that. Come on now. So I don't want to say like suffer, but I don't know a better word, but I'm going to
You do.
suffer.
You don't have to, feel bad to say that word because it is
Yeah,
suffering. Yeah.
yeah, I rather suffer with what's going on with me, so I don't want to ruin my immediate family's, days, whatever, right? Because I care for them. I think my humanity is better than your humanity. If you would just say, you know what, oh, today I don't believe it and I don't care about my parents, I'm going to tell them that they're stupid. I'm not going to do
That they're
that
going to
because,
hell and that they're going to burn forever.
yeah, yeah. I'm not going to do that because my humanity is probably better than yours. Because, you know, I, I'm a human and I understand their feelings. So I'm not going to hurt their feelings. But I hear that a lot. So, I mean, yeah, whatever you ask me right now, it doesn't bother me at all. It's, I hear it a lot. I mean, we hear it a lot. A lot
No,
of
I was
Muslims don't understand where we're coming from.
I I know that the challenges are even, I would say, even more difficult for you because if someone is younger and they break it down to their family that they're not Muslim anymore, sure, their family's going to go through emotions and some take it better than others, some are in denial, all that stuff, but they're not, their parents, for example, are not so old that it could literally result in a heart attack right then and there. Like, we still have more wiggle room than to be stuck in your position. It must feel like you have actually no choice at all. Like, I want to remind younger ex-Muslims, yeah, you don't have to always look out for the feelings of your family if it's coming at the expense of ruining the rest of your life. But if it's some kind of trade-off that you temporarily need to keep up, you know your own situation better. So I'd say it's more difficult for you to be stuck in that situation than it is for us. But I was curious if, because it got me thinking, listening to you or listening to Hassan Radwan or listening to any apostate who's over the age of 40 speak, it gives a sense, at least to me, and especially in my questioning days, it gives me a sense of trust. Like, okay, there's no way this is some troll who's trying to do this for likes or, all the allegations that we get as ex-Muslims, as vocal ex-Muslims. If someone's, at this stage of their life and they're talking about it this way, they at least genuinely believe it. So I wonder if in due time, as more and more mature ex-Muslims speak up, I wonder if that's going to make Muslims realize more in numbers that, oh, this is an actual phenomenon. It's not just young people rebelling or whatever it may be. And I wonder if generationally, or after 20 or 30 years, or someone my age becomes that person who's in that age, I wonder if we're going to be taken more seriously then. Do you have
I'm
any
on a,
thoughts on that?
yeah. I mean, two things. First of all, I encourage any ex-Muslim who can speak out, who can open up, open up. If you can do it, do it. That is number one thing. You know your situation, but if you can do it, don't look. We gotta come out of the shadows. We are not just one, two, three people. No, we are in hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. Who knows? If you can do it, go for it. But at the same time, what you just said earlier, that my age would, be more, shall we say, respected maybe or heard. I'll tell you this. In these chat rooms, right, where I am and where we talk, we discuss, and sometimes, as I said, we debate Muslims, there are young Muslim men who come in, and in my culture and overall in Islam, as you know, you always have to respect the elderly, right? Or whoever is older than you, you have to respect. So they'll come in, they don't know me, for example. They don't know if I'm Muslim or not because I'm speaking their language, and I can bring up the hadith, whatever. And if they come in the middle of the conversation or whatever, they would say, first of all, say salam, right? They would greet, and then the next question would be, are you a Muslim? Right? So they would be very nice and they say, are you a Muslim? And then I would say, no, I'm not a Muslim. Man, the very next thing, they turn on you. They would curse you out. They would, and in my culture, you address, even if you're 1 year, if you see someone who's 1 year older than you, you would talk to them in, what's it called, royal we, right? You, right. Royal you, right? So they're you in royal and like, you and I, whatever, friends. So you speak it in that you, right? In royal you.
It's like in French, the vous and tu, like, the royal. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So that's that's how it's supposed to go, right? So when they ask me if I'm a Muslim, they would use that royal you. As soon as I say that I'm not a Muslim, they would turn into that, regular you, whatever, and they just, even just by turning that, it is very disrespectful. I mean, the culture that I'm coming from, it is it's extremely disrespectful. That alone already disrespects you, and they don't care. They just don't care. If you're one of them, if you were one of them, if you are of the same background, language-wise or the territory-wise or nationality, does not matter to them. Because you left Islam, and they don't really care. If you're older or younger, they don't care. Maybe in Western society, they might listen to me more. They might say, well, looks like this guy lived, his life and studied it, and it's not, as you said, he's not a troll. He's not just, someone who doesn't know anything. They might respect you, but where I'm coming from, they don't care. Unfortunately, but they don't care. And I always remember this quote. I don't know who it was, but they say, Weidman, I think it was. But anyway, he said, good men do good, bad men do bad, but for a good man to do bad, you need a religion. That's how I see Muslims right now. Overall, they are great people, absolutely great. As long as you are on their side, or they feel, they're one of you, or you're one of them. But as soon as
or even if you're not a Muslim, but you're not the other, you're not the evil,
Exactly. If you're Christian, if you always been a Christian, they're nice to you. They're so nice to you, because overall, deep down, they are perfectly good human beings. Absolutely. But once that change happens, once they see that you were Muslim, but you left, that religion gives them that explosion of anger.
It's like a knee-jerk reaction. It's almost like instilled in them. and not many people sit down and think about why. Like I've had that reaction too. Yeah.
Exactly. I had the same reaction, but maybe not that extreme because I didn't really know a lot of ex-Muslim back then. In fact, I didn't know anybody, but I heard someone. Oh, I remember someone. I heard of someone becoming Christian from my background, right? So they become Christian, and I remember back then I didn't even know them, but back there I had this it's just how can they? It's just they become this. It's swinish, But I didn't think about it. I didn't sit down and oh well, maybe they, it's their human rights if they want to do whatever they want to do. But yeah, I feel you. It's just one of those things that they have to, on a dot, on the spot, that gives them that reaction. And again, it's the religion. I feel like it is the religion, unfortunately.
I hope people see it that way, because I've always said that I still see Muslims as products of their religion, in a sense. Not that all Muslims are exactly the same and they all know exactly the same Islam and they behave, but whenever the problematic part that we have issue with is more often than not triggered by Islam or the other, the person who is not adhering to Islam the way that they like, or is gay, or is just saying, I don't want to believe, I'm not part of your club anymore. That is when the other side comes out, and most people don't see it. Like non-Muslims don't see that. They're not familiar with it. It's hard to talk about this without, like, people think, oh, so you're vilifying Muslims. No, I'm not. But if you see how they talk about the other groups, like, it's like,
why would you vilify? Yeah, sorry. Why would you vilify Muslims whereas your parents are Muslims? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Whenever they ask you that question, they didn't think through that question. Especially in the West, right?
That applies to a lot of questions, unfortunately, that they ask.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the West, we know that. You cannot say anything about Islam. Truth or lie. It doesn't matter what it is. Like, you'd rather not touch that subject. That's how I feel it right now, what's going on in the West, at least. Right?
Do you think it's ever possible for an ex-Muslim in a secular country to just come out and be vocal, like appear on some kind of TV channel or run for office to something, and just make it a focus, not let's dismantle Islam and kick the Muslims out kind of thing, but more like, hey, I'm here to advocate for ex-Muslims' rights and bring attention to this issue? Do you think they would ever get some traction in today's political climate?
Well, first of all, longer we sit in our closet, that's not going to change, because we don't exist. For the rest of the world, we don't exist. There is no opposition to this, pink, blue, unicornish Islam that we see. Islam is peace type of thing. Feminist Muslims, this, that, the other, whatever. I mean, I know they exist. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not, vilifying feminism. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, all this, nice color Islam that we see, as I call it, Huffington Post Islam, is out there, but not the opposition. And the opposition from not the right, not that Nazi, whatever. I don't want to say white Nazis, whatever. But you know what I'm trying to say, But people like us who we're part of it, and we come out and we say, look, yes, there are some good parts. Don't get me wrong. There are some, not all, some good parts in Islam. Maybe. I mean, that's questionable, but you know what? Let's trade out. Yeah, I'll give you some. But at the same time, there are these things. We have to bring that out to the front. So then this whole world will see you, they see me, they see other people, they see educated, uneducated, white, black, gay, whatever, non-Muslims or ex-Muslims. And they look at us as humans. we're normal human beings. And this is only when a politician may arise from it, because then if this politician identifies him or herself as an ex-Muslim, the rest of the world already saw ex-Muslims. There are good ex-Muslims, there are some of them bad ex-Muslims, but overall they are humans. So at that time, I think or being Muslim or not being Muslim would not even matter. At that time, it will be like, okay, these are people. They're not bad people. They're not Islamophobes. They're not, they're not talking against Muslim people. They don't hate Muslim people because they were Muslim and their parents and friends and whatever are Muslim. And this is when that Islamophobia stigma will be destroyed. Only when we come out and people recognize us on the streets. So, but when will it happen? I mean, time-wise, I don't think it's going to happen soon. That's not going to be soon enough, I must say. Because I would say another maybe 50 years where we will be able to openly, anybody, like all over the world, walk out and say, I'm an ex-Muslim, so who cares? I mean, you might be able to do it right now in the West, but I assure you, you cannot do it in the East. In the Middle East, you can do it. But slowly but surely, people are going to start doing it in the East, Far East, Central Asia, or whatever. I mean, slowly but surely, maybe in Indonesia one day will be next.
But do you think we have to start in the West then? Like people who are...
Absolutely.
So then the kind of the responsibility falls on the people who have less risk to actually take these steps.
Absolutely. I wish I could. I mean, you don't know how much... Look at my passion, right? I'm passionate about this stuff. But I cannot just openly come out. I feel like, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want to say, now I understand how closeted gay men were before 80s or whatever, right? I mean, I understand they had it worst. I mean, I will never be close to that. And I still can, hide and nothing is going to happen. I mean, it's not my sexuality. But at the same time, I kind of feel like what happened back in the days when you couldn't just come out and say, look, I'm gay, right? You're still the same human, but you're gay. So what? Who cares? Right now, nobody cares. In the West, do you care? Nobody cares. But 20, 30 years ago, people cared. You could, you were vilified. Maybe like a few years back, you were even killed. But ex-Muslims today, they're killed in some Muslim countries right now. So, I mean, but going back to what you just said, I do believe that we have to do it in the West. We have our rights; they're protected. We have more freedom. If God forbid, if you get disowned, as that happens. There's still mechanisms that help you out. You can move out maybe. There's some organizations that might help you, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we even have to talk about that and we have to take that into consideration. However, in the West, there are ways to kind of come out. And even if you have something bad that comes out of it, there's still ways that you could get out of that bad situation. Unfortunately, in the majority of Muslim countries, that's not even 50-50 chance. I'm not talking about 50-50. I'm talking about you're lucky if you get 10% chance to stay alive or stay, in the good, grace with your surrounding. For the most part, it's bad over there. And unfortunately, nobody talks about that. When did you last hear, I don't know, Fox, CNN, whatever, talk about, ex-Muslim, this, that, got into prison or got, killed, or ex-Muslims are still being hated all over the Middle East and whatever, or Muslim countries. You never hear that.
Well, who's gonna? I know that there have been some news pieces on that in Europe, and some people have been pointing that out, but not in the, I suppose, North American sphere. Um, I'm wondering if, like, I feel very responsible that Muslims, ex-Muslims, or closeted questioning Muslims, whatever the label might be, who are in Muslim communities or countries, like you said, many of them have no chance of being able to resume their life semi-normally or safely resume their life at all if they just come out openly. They don't even have to criticize Islam. Just be like, okay, just I'm doing my own thing. I want to continue being part of this community. I just am not coming to pray with you. A lot of them don't have that luxury. And here I am sitting while hiding my identity, which is for good reason, right? Because it's not just willy-nilly that if my identity is known, nothing's going to happen. But it's not to that extent. I feel like to start that, I have to start here, and I feel like I have to take off my mask eventually. Like, especially if I want to put it on a bigger reach, not just making YouTube videos, because sometimes I feel like as much as I'm helping people here and there, I put so much effort into presenting ideas a certain way, and the reach is not anywhere near what the Muslim reach is, or the Dawah reach is specifically. I wonder if I'm not committing to it completely, like, am I being selfish?
No. Here's how I look at it. Well, first of all, what I said in the beginning is, if you can, go ahead, right? You have to wait out, right? So, I mean, use the taqiyya, for example, right? You have to wait out. In Islam, Muslim taqiyya, if you see that, well, if you don't lie to preserve your own life or the life of your, I don't know, your parents, whatever, right? If they say, hey, if you don't leave Islam, I'm going to kill you, you can use taqiyya. You're going to say, oh, well, you know what? I'm no longer Muslim. Give me this perk, and I'm gonna drink that vodka. You got to do it, but in the heart over there, you are still Muslim, right? So there's that taqiyya part. I'm not talking about Shia taqiyya. I'm talking about Sunni taqiyya, where that can be still used. So you wait out. If you take off your mask right now, and if it is going to hurt what you do right now, and you're doing a lot, don't get me wrong. This thing that people come in, as you say, I mean, as earlier we talked about Hassan Ridwan, he's still here. But if you take off your mask, and if it's going to hurt what is going on right now, and you disappear, or you cannot do what you do right now, I'd rather say, keep the mask on. Don't rush. Let's wait out. I'd rather have this going on than nothing going on. So do not get me wrong. I'm not saying that every, ex-Muslim who's in the West come out, as I earlier said. If you can do it, do it. If you don't do it. So I say, don't rush it. What's going on right now is not even good enough. It is beyond good, what's going on right now. Right now, I realize on this call, you had, I don't know how many ex-Muslims talking about their experiences. Like, if you did not exist, and I'm not patronizing, obviously, but where would we be right now? None of us would hear about any of our stories. And these people that I think earlier I looked at the live stream, it was 80, 90, or 100 people on the, watching this, what's going on. And imagine you take off your mask, tomorrow, whatever happens, you cannot do this anymore. That's it. This is going to be gone. So, yeah, let's not rush. We're still here. Humanity is not dying out. Internet just happened. And as I always said, internet is killing any ideologies that are or fake news and whatever. Obviously, it creates fake news, but at the same time, it disproves fake news. The same as the religion, the same as any other ideology that are questionable. So it just came out, the internet came out, you're part of it now. You know, you do what you do. Maybe in the future, someone on this call today heard what we talked about, heard what you talked about, heard what other people talk about, and they decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it without a mask because I'm good to go. My parents are so great. I can, you know, face it. I want to be a politician, whatever that may be. There people 18, 19 years old were on the call. And these people, they are the future. You know, if you did not exist, they would not know the difference. So, as I said, some people like you, like Apostate Prophet, Samir, Hassan Radwan, so on and so on and so forth. You guys are, man, you guys are doing God's work. Man, I cannot appreciate enough. We need more of you. We don't need less of you. We need more of you. So, no, don't rush. Don't get me wrong. Don't make anybody change you or feel like you have to do something. You don't have to do anything. In fact, you can turn it off today and never come back again. Nobody makes you do it. You do it because you love it. You do it because you have the responsibility. You feel that you have the responsibility, and I think you do have the responsibility because you can speak. You're presentable. You're nice when you talk to people. People want to talk to you. Great. That's great. You do. You know, you bring people in. Forget about anybody, whatever other people say. Never rush, man. We need this going on. I think we have a good thing going on right now. Look how many more channels are right now. Look how many more social medias you're across right now. Look how many other ex-Muslims on other TikToks and whatever. They're out there. We're building it. You guys are building it. We're just helping it. By the way, now that we're talking about it, I just wanted to kind of share one thing with the rest of the people who are on the channel. I just want to say that if we can, we must support these people like Aladdin and any other ex-Muslim. We have to support them financially or share it anywhere. If you can, go ahead. This is how we build it. We cannot let it stop. I am also a supporter of Aladdin, and I urge you, I'm sure a freaking dollar, it's not much to you, but 100 people pitch in $1, it's $100, right? So it's not a lot, but it is something. And I wanted to thank Aladdin. Another thing that the other day I watched your other video and you said that you decided to do this type of full time rather than, you know, I don't know, earning whatever, kind of quit what you're doing. Dude, this is big, man. I don't know who's supporting you, you know, behind the scene out there. Man, I gotta thank them because nobody knows how hard it is what you do, especially when you're not getting money. You know, you're not, I mean, you're young, but still you have the future, right? So if you're doing it, like, it's helping us all. So as I put a little bit of pressure on someone like you and other Westerners, you know, go out and do, even if you're uncomfortable, but if you're safe, just do it even if you're uncomfortable. I want to tell the rest of us that cannot do what these people do, let's put us a little bit uncomfortable too. Let's make us a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe sharing, you know, supporting financially. That goes a long way. I know that it does. And if we can't, there are some young people that are not earning any money, fine. You know, share the video. Come and watch it again. I'm sure you guys know the technology. You know that every time somebody watches or leaves a comment or gives a thumb up, that goes a long way, and I'm sure you guys realize it. So let's all of us work together. Let's all of us spread the word. Let's not cover. Me being in the closet, I'm not covering. It's not that. I'm not scared of I'm not scared of death. Nobody's going to kill me. But let us not cover. Let's help. Let's grow it. Let's build it. Let's explode. Faster we do it, faster we get together, this is going to be good. I'm sorry I cannot stop, because I just cannot appreciate more than I can, English is not my first language, so I'm kind of, having a hard time, but I'm sure you get the point. And I'm sure the people that are listening also got the point. So let's do this, guys. We can do this. We're doing it.
Thank you for thanks for saying all that. Yeah, I don't have a lot of words, because yeah, I've always felt like I wish I could do more, and I felt like I'm holding myself back by wearing this mask, and I keep minimizing everything that I do. But I'm very touched, and I'm really thankful for your words and your support. Yeah, I'm trying my best. I just recently made that transition where I'm no longer employed, because I really couldn't handle everything at the same time. I mean, as you can see, it's been almost 6 hours. That's close to a work day, without a break, and I enjoy it. I enjoy every minute of it, but it's impossible to do, while still maintaining a life. But yeah, I'm glad for the reassurance, and you're reminding me that I'm not doing anything. Yeah, thanks a lot for what you said. And
Dude, you're doing good. We all appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Nobody would be here for 6 hours listening to mambo jumbo, bumbling, mumbling, if it didn't matter. And it does matter. It really does. I'm older than you, and you know that. You helped me. Last time I came in, it just years of suffering. It was years of suffering. This is the channel that I found. That's it. You helped a lot of us. You do. You're going to help another person tomorrow. The day after is going to be another person. They're going to be people from Africa, as you see. People are coming from Europe. People are coming from Middle East. They all are here. They all need it. This is the fresh air that we need. Sitting in a closet, it is damp. It stinks here. And this is the fresh air. This is a little window where we can breathe. Many of us. People in Africa, people in the Middle East, Asia, whatever. There are a lot more people suffering, ex-Muslims especially, or gay Muslims. This is what they need. They need to understand that they're not alone. Yes, we're not next to each other. We might be sitting in closets next to each other and never know where we are, but through this window, we can wave at each other, we can support each other, we can talk to each other. This is important. You're doing a very important job. Not only you, but all this ex-Muslim YouTubers and others. Abdullah Samir, another one. So, yeah, Aladdin, dude, you're doing it. I'm gonna give you a hug right now. I'm giving you a hug. Not gay. I'm giving you a hug.
Thank you. I'm at a loss for words. And yeah, I hope you know that not me blanking out right now is not because I don't appreciate it. I just don't know what to say. Thank you very much for saying all that.
You made me cry last time. I'm trying my best. Paying
Thanks
it back.
for returning the favor. I needed that.
No, man, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm sure gonna be back again. I'm sure you have to go. I know you have your cat over there. And again, as I said earlier, I know there are people behind you over there that are supporting you. You wouldn't be able to support yourself just like that, sitting here for 6 hours, with this Patreon that is just starting. You're not making enough, but there are some people that are behind the scenes that are supporting it. So you know who they are, and you're going to thank them, and you're going to tell them that we appreciate that. And if there is God, and if there is a prayer that God will accept, we all pray for you guys. Although I don't believe it, but anyway. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Wait, what you said last time makes it sound like I've got some Illuminati funding in the bank or something.
We're
no,
all paid by Jews, right?
Yeah. To be honest, like to be completely candid with you all right now, my YouTube income is it fluctuates a lot, and it's not reliable. It's not that much. Patreon is really helping out. Namely, a select few on Patreon are very generous, but all of that adds up to a fraction of my income that I no longer have. But I'm not saying that for pity or anything. I'm just being transparent. Like I'm taking a risk. I'm relying on a lot of savings, and I'm making a decision till I run out of money. But it's not the lucrative business that people think it is. Not at all.
It's absolutely not.
I'm very grateful for those who do choose to support me monetarily, and I feel like I can't bring up the topic, like I mention it at the end of each video where I credit those who are on Patreon, but I never actually tell people that I would appreciate your support. I just feel like guilty doing it. I think because of all the the attacks against us that, oh, you're doing this for money, you're doing this for money. It's gotten me to a point where I can't even ask people like, hey, I actually would appreciate any donations, but I don't want people to feel like they have to. They're already, the ones who do give are very generous, and if you can't, it's all right.
Can I suggest something though?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. I say, forget about that. Just say it. You know why? Because any other video you watch, people will say, don't forget to like, subscribe, whatever. I'm watching, I'm not your video, but any other video that I'm watching, I really want to thumb it up, but I forget about it. But when they remind me to do that, I do that because I actually want to do that. I just forget about it. And about the Patreon whatnot, look, just say it. Some people might think, oh, you know what? He never asks about money. Maybe he has a rich dad. Who knows? But that's not the case. We all know that. So don't worry about it, man. Just remind it. There's nothing wrong with that. Like nothing. Right?
I'll try to shed that shame and guilt. And I want people to know I appreciate their generosity, and I want to remind them, like, if you want to be generous, YouTube should be your third option, just because YouTube takes the biggest cut. They're fascists, but wherever you or whoever else has donated, I really appreciate your help. And I noticed that there's a super chat in Saudi money, which is ironic. And I take that as my little win for the day. Thank you so much, Break Mayflower. I really appreciate your message and super chat. And Druzilla. I need to bring you on more often. You can be my hype guy, my hype man. Yeah.
Okay, let me finish by this. Hey guys, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like the video, share it, and also join Aladdin's Patreon, which is beneath that. There is a link. Just click that, go to Patreon, start with the littlest if you can. If you can go further, that would be great. Let's do this.
Well, thank you for that. And yeah, I don't know if I need a better outro than this. I think this wraps it up for the call today.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Russian. Have a nice day.
All right,
The rest
man.
of your day. Take care.
Bye.
Bye bye. I couldn't get to all the comments, and I really do suck at taking compliments, but I wanted to tell you all thank you. I appreciate your kind words, and I'm not just saying that. And I almost don't want to read this because it sounds too self-absorbed, but it's not me saying it. Okay, that you wear a mask is astoundingly unimportant and common among superheroes. Anyhow, it would be ungrateful to object to wear it for one more year or 47. Thanks for the super chat. Stop scamming, man. Well, we will see. We will see. Let me put it that way. But I'm not a superhero or anything. But yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. If you've been watching or listening for 6 hours, I am so grateful and impressed, and also curious. Like, are you not sick of me yet? I am sick of my own voice, but I guess today it was mostly other people talking, so that helps. As always, think critically and think for yourself. Bye-bye.